Since you want to live off of someone, why didn't you come to me? Jaden Garner stared at the red marks on my collarbone, his eyes glinting coldly and dangerously. You have a girlfriend, I said. I turned my face and refused to look at him. Jealousy welled up from the bottom of my heart. Jaden was stunned for a moment. He did not speak for a while. Then he suddenly grabbed my wrist. He laughed in the next second as he uttered my name, Natalie Yates. When he called my name with a smile, his voice was low and magnetic. I had to admit that he had a very nice voice. However, it sounded very harsh to me. What was he laughing at? I tossed him a wary glance and quickly lifted the strap of my dress to cover the red marks. Could it be that he was laughing at me because I spent years in the entertainment industry pretending to be reserved and innocent? Yet I was now running out of the director's room in a disheveled state. Was that why he asked me to live off of him? Before I could react, Jaden held my waist with his broad palms, and then suddenly pulled me toward him. It was as if he wanted to embed me in his arms. Natalie, he whispered to me again and let out a sound that resembled a sigh as he moved his fingertips slowly up my face. I stiffened, feeling hot and uncomfortable. It was too close. I was too close to him. All of a sudden, I caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance of pine and cypress on him. There was also an extremely faint trace of jasmine perfume in the mix. One would not notice it if one did not pay close attention. The perfume belonged to a lady. My pupils suddenly contracted. I knew I should stay away from him, but I felt ashamed and devastated when I realized that I was reluctant to leave him. I could not help scolding myself in my heart. He had a girlfriend, but I liked him. I was too despicable. He suddenly grabbed the back of my neck with his right hand and forced me closer to him. Girlfriend? Do you have terrible eyesight? Huh? He looked down at me as his hot breath tickled my skin, and his low and hoarse voice rang out beside my ear. My breath hitched in my throat. My back tightened as he flirted with me, and my cheeks gradually became red and hot. My face changed slightly after understanding what he meant. My eyesight was great. I could see very clearly. On the contrary, it was he who had bad eyesight. Some memories suddenly appeared in my mind. May 20th, which was exactly a month ago, was such a tender and romantic day. The famous singer, Yell Quinn, happened to release a new album on that day, and Jaden chose to publicize his relationship on that day. What he posted on Twitter was very simple. There were only 2 words, followed by a heart emoticon. It read, "My girl." A picture of a woman was uploaded along with the tweet. The woman in the photo was richly bedecked, for she dressed in a fur coat and wore countless luxury goods on her body. Judging from the picture, she looked to be around 330 pounds, was an older woman, and had a kind appearance. In a short time, Jaden's official love declaration became the top trending topic. Jaden's family situation and his early life were terrible. His parents died young, but fortunately, he became famous at a young age, and his career had been smooth sailing ever since. Jaden looked noble and indifferent. He was both good-looking and had great acting skills. He won many prizes and thrived in the industry for many years without scandals. Suffice it to say, he had a good reputation in the industry. When the romance news broke out, the server was flooded with many comments and retweets, and it almost broke down. It was understandable, especially because the woman looked like a nouveau rich. There were many comments. The hottest comment had more than 500,000 likes. The profile picture was of Borden Milk, and the username read, "Deputy Director of Cutvine Eye Disease Research Center." The comment was short and curt. "Hello." The second comment was liked by more than 400,000 users. It was written by the best actor, Eunice Garcia, who was one of Jaden's few friends in the circle. He commented, "Amazing." The third most liked comment was written by Yell, the famous singer who got his trending topic taken away by Jaden's announcement. It was a curse word. In other comments, countless male fans were crying as they wrote their blessings, and more than half of the female fans could not accept their idol's taste in women, so they announced that they would stop being his fans on the spot. I felt like I was struck by lightning. I was not only his fan, but I also wanted to be his wife. Despite my acting degree, prominent and gorgeous facial features, as well as excellent acting skills, I had not been popular for many years. A year ago, I accidentally collaborated with Jaden on a drama series. I even publicly confessed to him on Twitter because I developed feelings for him when we were acting alongside each other, but he avoided me. After Jaden's official announcement, The netizens burst into a frenzy. Jaden would rather be kept by a rich lady old enough to be his mother than accept my confession. At that moment, I became the laughingstock of the internet. Even the tweet, which I confessed to Jaden a year ago, was found by the netizens and became a top trending topic. People laughed, gloated, and scolded me. Of course, I could not bear it. That day, I flew abroad directly, deleted Twitter, threw away my SIM card, and changed my contact information. After hiding for a whole month, I finally made up my mind to come back. Unexpectedly, Jaden bumped into me running out of the director's room that night. He stopped me and even told me to live off of him. Furthermore, he made fun of my eyesight. Thinking of that, I pressed my palm against his chest and struggled hard to push him away. However, he pinned my hands above my head and firmly imprisoned me in that position. I tried to break free, but my efforts were futile. I glared at him fiercely. My eyesight is perfectly fine. I gritted my teeth and did my best to keep calm, trying not to let the emotions that I should not leak out. Jaden stared at me with his dark and unfathomable eyes. He sighed as if he was a little uncomfortable. He then turned his face and asked in a dull voice, "Do you think I look like someone who has a girlfriend?" The atmosphere was still for a moment. I trembled and could not believe it. I did not expect an elegant and aloof man like Jaden to say such shameless words. Did he think that I was a fool or an outdated person who did not surf the internet? I trembled with anger and pushed him away as I questioned, "Do you think that I'm stupid?" Unexpectedly, Jaden glanced at me with eyes full of emotion. His lips were slightly parted, but he didn't say a thing. I let out a bark of laughter out of anger and curled the corner of my lips into a smirk. At that moment, the aura I was exuding was almost glacial. I steadied my breathing and looked up at him after a while. He was looking back at me with a dark look in his eyes. After staring at him for a long time, I suddenly smiled and said, "Do you really want to let me live off you?" He frowned and said nothing. I looked at him with irony in my eyes. He did not even want me when I went up to him before. Now that I came out of the director's room, he suddenly felt that I was precious. "I want you," he said in a low voice. I sneered in my heart and leaned toward him. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my warm lips against his ears. "If you really want to be my sponsor, I have one condition in addition to giving me the resources I deserve." His breathing suddenly became rapid. "What's the condition?" I smiled, splayed my fingers on his warm chest, and rubbed his chest gently. I held in my laughter as my eyes gleamed. His eyes, on the other hand, were gloomy and full of lust. The next second, he picked me up and brought me from the corridor to his room. I fell into a soft bed. He leaned down, and his thin lips fell on the red marks on my collarbone. He bit me harshly as if he wanted to erase the marks left by others earlier. I trembled and raised my chin slightly. When he kissed all the way along the collarbone, I, too, kissed him naturally. My words overflowed between our lips and teeth. "I want money." Without an ounce of hesitation, he said in a low voice. "Okay." I pushed him away slightly, gasped for a while, looked up at him, and smiled casually. "I want $312,000, and I want it today." He still promised me and kissed me again. "Okay." My eyes were filled with tears. "Somehow," I suddenly said without thinking, "I want you to break up with that old baby of yours." He stopped and looked a little confused. Old before he could finish, I kissed him again and gritted my teeth. Forget it. I really did not want to hear his girlfriend's name from his mouth. That night, I held his shoulders harshly. My heart felt like it was soaked in acid, and the feeling almost devoured me. We did not sleep until we were completely exhausted. The music was noisy, and the lights were dim. I saw the rich woman who might weigh 330 pounds sitting lazily on the couch in the room. Jaden stood beside her. The woman took a puff of smoke from the cigar in her hand and smiled at Jaden. "Babe, come on, sit on my lap." Jaden was stunned, hesitant, and unable to move. The woman's smile froze. After a while, she narrowed her eyes and questioned him. "Then, should I leave?" Jaden's pupils suddenly shrank. He frowned and finally made up his mind. As soon as he took a step toward her, I rushed over and dragged him away. "No, don't go over there." Jaden was shocked and looked at me in disbelief. "And Natalie, what are you doing here?" I stared at his face, and the jealousy in my heart suddenly intensified as I chided him sadly. "Do you know she's old enough to be your mother?" When he heard this, Jaden's face paled, and his eyes turned red. His expression made my heart ache. I clutched his arm tightly and could not help crying hysterically. "Why did you choose her? Am I not good enough for you?" After I said that, the room was enveloped by pin-drop silence. Jaden glanced at the woman subconsciously. She was graceful and rich, and the faint blue light cast a glow on her luxurious fur coat. He withdrew his gaze and pursed his lips. After a long time, he closed his eyes and parted his lips, saying, "I'm sorry." I felt suffocated, and I kept shaking my head. I watched him tear my hands away bit by bit, and there was a deep and dark emotion in his eyes. "She's giving me too much." "No!" I jolted awake from my dream and opened my eyes. It was the next morning, and the morning light was seeping through the window. I was sore and weak all over, and I had some unspeakable pain somewhere. A warm breath fell on my neck. I turned my head stiffly and saw Jaden's beautiful face. He smiled. Evidently, he had slept soundly and had a completely different experience from me, who had a nightmare. I stared at him expressionlessly for a while, then stretched out my hand to touch his forehead. I slid my hand down the contour of his face, past his closed eyes and straight nose bridge. My hand finally stopped on his thin lips. My eyes darkened, and my heart hurt badly. Did his girlfriend ever touch him there? Suddenly, an arm was wrapped around my waist, pulling me toward Jaden. I was completely caught off guard and ended up snuggling into his broad chest. "Natalie," he whispered and placed his jaw above my head. My body suddenly stiffened. He buried his head and rubbed his lips against my neck. His hot lips and breath touched my skin, and it made me feel a little itchy. I hesitated for a moment and raised my head slightly. It was then I noticed that his eyes were still closed, and he was sleeping soundly. My heart skipped a beat. "So," he subconsciously uttered my name. Did that mean he actually liked me as much as I liked him? A buzz sounded, which startled me. I was pulled back to reality in an instant. Turning my head, I saw the phone beside my pillow light up. My phone number was just obtained yesterday when I returned home, and there was only one contact in it for the time being. Could it be? My breathing became tense as I carefully moved the big hand on my waist and reached out to get the phone. I unlocked the phone and clicked on the notification. It was a very concise text message. It read, "You should come to the audition that's happening a week from now." I was stunned. My fingertips trembled slightly, and an unrestrained joy spread all over my body. Every cell of my body was trembling with excitement. Who sent the text message? "Why are you so happy?" A magnetic low and hoarse voice sounded in my ear. I smiled brightly, touched the words on the screen with my fingers again, and answered without paying much attention. "Mr. Campbell." Surprise came over me only after I uttered my reply. Jaden had woken up. In an instant, I felt the air above my head become heavy. Suddenly, something occurred to me, and I blinked. Yesterday, I ran out of Quade Campbell's room and bumped into Jaden. I turned my head stiffly. Before I could see the expression of Jaden next to me, he held my waist and pulled me into his arms. Then, Jaden leaned over. His breath invaded my pores, and it made my body tremble slightly. He looked down at me, and I looked at him too, my breath hastening. Jaden's eyes were very beautiful. They appeared cold and emotionless, but presently, a gloomy look could be seen in his eyes, as if his mood was somewhat bad. I stared at him and got distracted again. In a trance, I remembered the day I first met Jaden a year ago. I was shooting an urban drama series and was acting as the second female lead, who was a vicious character. All those years, Jaden and I had never met each other, nor crossed paths with one another. On that day, the actor acting opposite me left temporarily as he had something urgent to attend to. The main character, Eunice, saw Jaden in the neighborhood and got him to join the film crew to save the scene. That was the first time we acted together. Moreover, it was a scene in the bathroom. I vaguely remembered that the lighting was dim and romantic that night. The warm water washed down from the top of my head, and I was enveloped in fog. The reserved and elegant man suddenly raised his hand, slowly unbuttoned a button on his shirt, then leaned over to me and closed the distance between us. He stared at me then like he was staring at me presently. "Ouch!" I hissed. There was a sharp pain on the corner of my lips. I took a deep breath and instinctively glared at him as I muttered, "Jaden, are you a dog?" Jaden pressed his forehead against mine and licked his lips. "What were you thinking about just now?" Something flashed in my mind. My heart pounded crazily, But I forced myself to calm down and looked at him provocatively. "I'm thinking about you." He stared at me and swallowed hard. "But do you believe it?" I smiled slyly with a charming look in my eyes. He frowned as a storm brewed in his gaze. He tilted his head slightly, and his lips brushed over my face and pressed against my ear. "Natalie, if I hadn't called Mr. Campbell last night and said that I was already at the door, would you two have continued what you were doing?" I was a little surprised. "Quaid did receive a call last night." After hanging up the phone, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Someone is jealous. You'd better go back first." It turned out that Jaden was the one who made the call. Wait, so he did it on purpose? Jaden was a little away from me, and his cold hand was on my collarbone. The red marks had not yet disappeared, and he suddenly pressed down on them. "Where else did he touch you besides here?" His tone was ice cold. My heart skipped a beat. Annoyance and gloominess churned in my heart, and I could not breathe smoothly. In his heart, was I really the kind of woman who did whatever she could to become popular? Did I ever do those things when I got along with him this year? Was he blind? Couldn't he see it? However, in a moment, I came to an understanding. Jaden had always been cold to me, and everything about me had nothing to do with him. So naturally, he would not pay attention to it. I could not help but lower my head, and there was a feeling of sadness in my heart. Suddenly, he held my face, and his fingers habitually rolled over. His eyes were dark. "Natalie, answer my question." I tried my best to control myself. I raised my chin, curled my red lips into a grin, and said coldly, "Why don't you take a guess?" He breathed heavily. "Natalie, for the sake of resources, you really..." He paused. His lips moved, and the line of his lips tightened, but he did not say anything more. "What about you?" However, I would not let him go. "Aren't you the same as me?" I sniffed, and some inexplicable feeling of grievance welled up in me. I blurted out impulsively, "We both use our bodies to get what we want. Are you any better than me?" Jaden was stunned by my roar. He was confused at first, but his eyes were gradually clouded over by complexity and gloom. I stared at the change of expression on his face, and my heart seemed to tighten with unease. He finally spoke in a helpless tone. "Natalie, my relationship with Mr. Reyes is not what you think." I was stunned. "Mr. Reyes? Simon Reyes?" I was shocked, and the image of a middle-aged man with a balding head and a big belly immediately appeared in my mind. I forgot to mention something. Jaden's first film was shot by Simon. Simon was an internationally renowned director, and Jaden won the Best Actor award that year with his superb acting skills. Thus, Jaden became a leading actor whom Simon employed regularly and became famous ever since. Jaden's voice continued in my ear. "Although I have been acting in Mr. Reyes' work for several years, we are in a legitimate partnership. He is my respected elder. There is no discord between us." I suddenly realized that he thought that I was talking about him serving director Simon. I stared at his dark and deep eyes and enunciated, "You know I'm not talking about Mr. Reyes." Jaden was stunned for a second and seemed to understand something. He looked at me and spoke with a deep and melancholic tone. "Natalie, I have nothing to do with Eunice as you thought." "That's enough," I shouted, my voice trembling slightly. At that moment, it felt as if my throat was blocked. I knew that Jaden was playing dumb. Simon, the director who propelled him to fame, and Eunice, a good friend of his in the industry for many years, had been mentioned by him as shields, yet he did not mention his rich girlfriend. Was it because he was guilty? Well, what other reason could there be? The next second, I pushed him away, quickly turned over, got out of bed, and ran to the door. Before I touched the doorknob, Jaden hugged me from behind. He grabbed my wrist and pressed me against the wall by the door. I took a deep breath and yelled, "Jaden!" Jaden leaned over, and I could feel his hot and damp breath on my ear. "Are you going to go out like this?" My eyelids twitched. As the bright light shone on me, I realized that I was only wearing a silk spaghetti strap nightgown. Because of the tugging earlier, the shoulder strap slipped off one side, and a large mottled mark appeared with the fluctuation of my chest. If I bumped into the paparazzi in this state, I would become the top trending topic. Perhaps I would even fail the audition that was set to happen a week later. My eyes darkened, and I was a little frustrated. I glared at him, then roughly stretched out my hand to hook the strap. Just as I was about to pull the strap up, my fingers were wrapped by a big hand. My pupils narrowed, for I was startled. What was he trying to do? While I was in a daze, Jaden's thin and defined hand held me, then gently lifted my fingers and brought the strap back to its original position. He moved very gently as if he was afraid of hurting me. If you use as much strength as you did just now, this nightgown will also be damaged like the dress you were wearing last night. Hearing that, I gritted my teeth with hatred. Was he not the one who damaged the red dress I wore last night? Certainly. He would know exactly how it was damaged. Jaden rubbed the skin on my shoulder with his fingers. His voice was so low and raspy, I could not read his emotions at all. If you really don't want to stay with me, I'll ask my assistant to bring you a clean set of clothes. It won't take much time. You can leave after that. He put his arms around my waist and burrowed his face into my shoulder. Natalie, just stay with me for half an hour. As I took in the pleasant fragrance on his body, for some reason, I became misty-eyed. What on earth was wrong with me? Why did I seduce him even though I knew he had a girlfriend? Why did I get myself into such a situation? Half an hour later, Jaden's assistant arrived. He was a young man in his 20s, with slightly curled hair and a bright smile. He was not surprised to see me, and he said sweetly, "Natalie, I've brought the clothes over." My face was slightly hot. I took the clothes stiffly and suddenly felt that something was wrong. I turned my head and asked Jaden, "Where's Caleb? Did you change your assistant?" Jaden lifted his eyes and nodded placidly, humming a nonchalant response as he did so. On the other hand, a strange look flitted across his assistant's face when he heard the name. "Caleb, Natalie. You know that Caleb's." He paused in the middle of his sentence and scratched his head. A worried look crossed his visage. It was as if there was something he could not say. I frowned slightly. I did not know Caleb Zenos very well. All I remembered was that he had fair skin, big eyes, and an above-average appearance. As a normal person, he looked better than many celebrities in the industry. Jaden had always taken good care of Caleb, so why did he suddenly change his assistant? I opened my mouth and was about to ask when Jaden's phone rang. Jaden looked at the name on the screen and hung up. A few seconds later, the phone rang again. This time, Jaden frowned. I stole a glance at his phone screen and saw the name, Shiana Sanchez. My vision paused on the screen. Shiana Sanchez. Obviously, that was a woman's name. Could she be his girlfriend? My body stiffened again. Answer it. Maybe there's something important. After the phone rang several times, I urged him to answer it as if I was not bothered, but my face gradually turned pale. Jaden froze for a moment. He looked at me with his deep eyes and said, "Okay." I looked down. After a while, I saw Jaden answering the call. The room was very quiet, and a delicate and whimpering female voice rang out. I could hear her crystal clear. "Jaden, you finally answered my call." "Jaden," she addressed him intimately. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. When I came back to my senses, I noticed Jaden's dark and unfathomable gaze. It turned out that he had finished making the phone call. Jaden looked at me apologetically. "Natalie, I'm sorry. There might be something I have to deal with later." In other words, he was driving me away. My heart trembled. Although I intended to leave, I still felt a chill in my heart when I heard Jaden utter the words to drive me away. "I'll take my leave right away." I quickly wiped the corners of my eyes and turned around to leave, but Jaden's voice came from behind. "Wait!" I sniffled and grinned. I knew he was reluctant to let me leave. Then, Jaden's cold and steady voice traveled through the air and into my ears. "Have a safe trip, Natalie." My smile froze. Jaden seemed to realize something was amiss, so he quickly explained, be careful on the road. Take care, don't be caught by the paparazzi." And he paused for a moment as if he was thinking about his words before continuing. "After returning home, remember to prepare for the audition for Mr. Campbell's new series a week later." I was completely stunned. I turned my head and looked at him in disbelief. I could not figure out what he was thinking. He was obviously jealous when he asked about what Quaid and I did last night. But now he was pretending to be classy and asked me to prepare for his rival's audition. What a hypocrite he was. At that thought, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. The colors began to drain from my face as I pursed my lips. Could it be that after Jaden finished making that call, he suddenly woke up and decided to get rid of me and devote himself to his girlfriend? Perhaps he wanted to take advantage of the audition and send me to Quaid? Jaden sent me out and arranged for his assistant to drive me home. Sitting in the back seat of the car, My body stiffened suddenly. There was a faint smell of jasmine in the car. It smelled exactly the same as the scent on Jaden last night. 5 back in my apartment. I did not contact my assistant or agent immediately. It was useless to contact them. My agent had several artists who had full schedules and did not have time to care about me. As for my assistant, I did not have any friends in the circle. Only my assistant had a good relationship with me. However, long before I went abroad, I heard that her parents were ill, so I gave her a long holiday. Thus, I had to do everything by myself, including sourcing resources, image maintenance, arranging for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and other daily matters. It took me a week to memorize the lines of the whole script, and I carefully studied the characters over and over again to seize the hard-earned opportunity. It could be said that I was determined to get the role of the heroine in Bewitching Concubine. I devoted myself to the script and was so busy that I did not even have time to eat. But then I realized something. Jaden did not contact me throughout the entire week. It seemed like he was really going to cut ties with me completely. The night before the audition, I stayed up all night reading the script. When it was almost dawn, I lay on the couch and took a quick nap. In a daze, I had another dream. I vaguely recall having dreamt about what happened to Jaden, Eunice, and me while we were in the same film crew a year ago. In my dream, I was lying on the chair as I read the script. Seeing that Jaden had come to save the day, I was so shocked that my hand trembled and the script fell to the ground with a thud. I hurriedly squatted down to pick up the script. At that moment, a slender and pale hand suddenly appeared in front of me and picked the script up first. I seemed to have felt a cold sensation brushing past my fingertips. My body stiffened slightly, and I raised my eyes. Jaden was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. He had wide shoulders and a narrow waist. With a single glance, I could tell that he had an excellent figure. However, the neckline of the shirt was tightly buttoned. He had a cold expression plastered on his visage. While his gaze appeared cold and reserved, there was a seductive but restrained air about him. He was looking at me with those deep and dark eyes of his. "I thought you wouldn't come." Eunice came over and tossed us a meaningful glance. Jaden held the script in one hand, while his other hand was in his pocket. He glanced at Eunice lazily and said nothing. Unbothered, Eunice turned to look at me. "This is Natalie, who I told you about before." Then, he raised his eyebrows at Jaden and questioned the latter. "Well, I'm right, aren't I? Natalie is even more beautiful in real life." My heart skipped a beat, and I subconsciously wanted to see the expression on Jaden's face. Unfortunately, Jaden was expressionless. He ignored Eunice's words and slowly swept his gaze across the script. Then, he handed it to me. His tone was indifferent when he uttered, "I've seen your acting in monochrome. It's great. Compared to drama series, you are more suitable to act in movies." My heart skipped a beat. Monochrome was my first and only movie. I played a blind girl who was trapped in darkness and mire but tried to pursue the light. It was a tense literary film with little popularity. I did not expect Jaden to have seen it. I was inexplicably emotional. I lowered my eyelids, took the script from him, and said in a low voice, "Thank you." When I first asked him to come, this guy hung up the phone before I finished speaking. Eunice's eyes darted between us. His gaze was meaningful, and it seemed like he was determined to matchmake us to the end. Later, I sent him a message on WhatsApp, saying that you'd be acting opposite him. Guess what, Natalie? He came in less than 10 minutes. Hearing this, I looked up at Jaden. Natalie. Jaden's face was still devoid of emotions. He merely gave Eunice a warning look before fixing his gaze on me. "Please don't have the wrong idea." I lowered my eyes, my lips moving slightly. "Okay, I won't." Jaden seemed to be at a loss for words. He looked at me and then turned to Eunice, who was watching us. He switched the topic. "Mr. Reyes is having a birthday party next Wednesday. Come with me." Eunice came back to his senses from watching the dramatic scene unfold in front of him. His expression became slightly stiff, and he refused. "I'm not going." I looked at Eunice and instantly came to a realization. Eunice used to be the leading actor for the internationally acclaimed director, Simon. His acting came naturally to him, and because of that, he won many awards. However, Eunice had a strange hobby. Every time he got the Best Actor award, he would reward himself by playing a bossy CEO in a drama series. Simon was so angry as he thought that Eunice did not cherish his opportunities. If it went on, Eunice would gradually lose his appeal. However, Eunice was also stubborn. He did not want to listen to Simon and wanted to do things his own way. In the end, the two went their separate ways unhappily and refused to greet one another when they bumped into each other. Jaden raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to say something, Eunice interrupted him. Wait a minute. Eunice frowned. You promised to do this not because of Natalie, but because you want me to go to Simon's party. Am I right? I was stunned. Jaden glanced at him and said, "You're not too stupid." It turned out that I had misunderstood him earlier. When I woke up, I was in a daze and spacing out while hugging a pillow. It seemed that even my dreams were implying something to me. Whether it was a year ago or now, it seemed that it was me who had misunderstood. 7. Seeing that Jaden was also one of the judges, I bit my lower lip slightly. There was no change in my expression, but my heart skipped a beat. There were only 3 judges in total. One was a former colleague who gave me preferential treatment, and the other was a current lover who had slept with me several times. There was only one person left with little power to reject me. It seemed that Roxanne was right. I would succeed in the audition steadily. Damn it. I was being pretentious. After the staff left, there was only the sound of 3 people breathing in the audition hall. Quaid glanced at Jaden and then looked at me with ambiguous eyes as he smiled. Natalie, we were just talking about your past. I frowned and looked at him in surprise. It almost occurred to me that Jaden looked unhappy just now. Was it because of what Quaid said? Quaid stared at me for a few seconds and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Why are you so nervous? I just talked with Jaden about the interesting things that happened while filming Monochrome and exchanged our thoughts. I didn't expect that he and I had many ideas about the movie, which were very co-productive. And he paused and looked at me with deep eyes. Suddenly, he lowered his eyes and laughed in a low voice. Our taste is the same. Even a fool could recognize what he meant. I bit my lips and did not understand what Quaid wanted to do. He did pursue me after he stopped filming Monochrome 5 years ago. Later, I saw him flirting with other women at the same time, but he looked indifferent. He calmly put on his clothes and did not even look at me. I've always been playing with you. So, what was going on presently? At that time, Jaden, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Natalie, I won't do that to you. I suddenly looked at him, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I seemed to understand what he said, but I did not seem to understand what he meant completely. Suddenly, I remembered something. That day, I opened the door of the hotel. Quaid indifferently said that he was just playing with me. After that, the paparazzi and reporters followed closely behind him and squeezed in. That day, Twitter was exploding with the news. The famous singer Yell cursed and announced that his new album launch event would be postponed. At that time, Quaid was already a genius director in everyone's eyes, and I was just an ordinary and transparent person. The marketing accounts had written a lot about him and the woman, but my name was not even written in it. The whole time, I was written as an unknown actress. When I came back to my senses from the anger, I suddenly realized a problem. What did Jaden mean? I could not breathe, and my eyes were fixed on Jaden. In an instant, an almost impossible guess came out of my heart. Has he been paying attention to me since then? It did not seem impossible. After all, he had seen my part in Monochrome. Natalie, I'm not like him, Jaden repeated. His tone was as cold as his aura. It was as frosty as ice that could not be melted. But at the same time, there was some other meaning. I blinked and looked at him with my heart beating very fast. He looked at me. His eyes gradually turned from indifference to gentleness, and his thin lips opened lightly. He was sincere and confident. He's a jerk. I'm not. As soon as Jaden finished his words, a woman's laughter suddenly came from the door. Oh, has the audition started? Why didn't you to wait for me? I looked back subconsciously, and then my pupils shrank slightly. The woman looked in her early 50s. She was bloated, dressed with jewelry, and had delicate and shiny skin which was well maintained. She looked exactly the same as the lady in Jaden's picture. My face turned pale, and my fingertips were cold. I did not expect that the third judge would be Jaden's girlfriend. When the woman saw me, she suddenly said, "T.S." She twisted her waist and walked over, looking at me from head to toe, and then smiled at Jaden and Quaid. This face alone can afford the title of bewitching concubine. I hurriedly lowered my head, and my heart trembled. What's more, I was embarrassed. Quaid laughed. Yes. When I first met Natalie, Jaden interrupted him and said in a cold voice, Natalie, which scene are you going to show us? I came to my senses like I had just woken up from a dream and looked up at Jaden. My thoughts were a mess. I did not understand why he could be so calm in such a terrible situation. Besides, he knew that the woman was also one of the judges. Why did he not remind me earlier and let me prepare well? I frowned. Something flashed through my mind, but it flashed by too fast that I did not know what it was. I suppressed the anxiety in my chest, took a deep breath, and tried to keep as calm as I could. I'm going to try out with the 7th scene. Jaden's girlfriend glanced at the script, pondered, and raised her eyebrows at Jaden. This is a famous scene in this movie. Why don't you act with her? Jaden, my pupils narrowed. The scene was technically intimate, but she, looking at her lazy and indifferent eyes, I bit my lips and felt ashamed. Sure enough, one could not judge a book by its cover. Perhaps only such a free and generous woman could make Jaden, who was indifferent and abstinent, crazy in love and officially publicize their relationship. I looked up at Jaden and saw that he was obviously stunned. Then he smiled at Suzette and said, okay. As he withdrew his gaze, the emotion in his eyes faded. 6. It was 10 in the morning. On the 4th floor of the Splendor Studio, the auditions for the roles in Mr. Campbell's new film, Bewitching Concubine, were being held. Quaid Campbell, he was only 25 years old, and he was the youngest genius director in the circle. He had a unique style and was recalcitrant. In the past 5 years, he had only made 2 films. The first film was unpopular, and it was not well received. In the same year, with his second film, he swept up all of the major international awards and became famous. After finishing his second film, he suddenly went abroad to study and did not return home until recently. Now that he was making a big comeback, he could be said to be the most popular person in the eyes of the actors. I glanced over and found that the huge lounge was almost full of people, except for a few newcomers. Most of them were first-tier and second-tier actresses with popularity. It could be called the gathering of stars. While waiting, I suddenly heard 2 actresses whispering together. Have you heard that this role has already been determined? Now it's just a process. I paused and looked away from the script. I looked up at them. The actress who was talking was called Roxanne. She looked pure and sweet, and her resources were also good. She was not good at acting, so her shows all flopped. The other actress was a little surprised and leaned toward her. What? Who is it? Before Roxanne could say anything, she seemed to think of something. Could it be Shiana? She became famous overnight because of the advertisement she acted in with Jaden. My eyes widened in shock, and my brain stopped working instantly. Was Jaden's old baby also in the entertainment industry? Roxanne shook her head. It's not her. The other actress obviously did not believe it. Shiana appeared out of the blue a month ago. Her first gig was to cooperate with Jaden. She became popular after 1 month of her debut, but there was no further capital to help her. Who will believe it? I heard that Jaden was her college senior, and they had a close personal relationship. Who else can it be but her? The more I overheard their conversation, the stranger I felt. Was Jaden Shiana's college senior? I frowned. I was more certain that Shiana was not Jaden's old baby. Who was Shiana? Roxanne pursed her lips and spoke after a long while. No matter how good Shiana's resources are, she can't be better than that someone who can read the script. Another actress was surprised. Someone? Reading the script? What information did you get? I stared at Roxanne with a bad feeling in my heart. Roxanne smiled, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. Someone has been entangled with Jaden for a whole year. I thought she was in love with him. Just a week ago, the paparazzi caught her coming out of Mr. Campbell's room in a mess. If someone hadn't immediately suppressed the news, it would have become a piece of explosive news. The other actress's eyes widened suddenly. She did not understand. So you mean Natalie? A loud voice sounded at the door. The 2 people suddenly froze, looked at each other, and looked back at me in a daze. Their originally beautiful faces suddenly lost color. When the uniformed staff saw me, they immediately waved to me. It's your turn. I stood up and walked out slowly. When I passed by them, I paused slightly and smiled casually. If your acting skills were half as good as your gossiping skills, you would have won all the awards. After saying that, I walked straight to the door regardless of Roxanne's ugly expression. Bewitching Concubine was written by Suzette a great scriptwriter for Splendor Corp. It took years for her to polish the script alone, and she deliberately invited Quaid to shoot it. It could be said that she wrote it to win an award. I came back for it a month ago, when I was relaxing abroad. I happened to meet Quaid. He was wearing a black trench coat with his hands in his trouser pockets, and his eyebrows were both familiar and strange. At first, he seemed a little surprised to see me, but a moment later, he smiled, and his brown eyes were glistening. "Natalie, I've been preparing for a movie recently. I'm picking the heroine. Do you want to read the script?" I narrowed my eyes at him, seeing that I did not speak. He looked at me more intensely, but the smile on his lips became more and more casual, and he approached me. "Don't think that I'm giving you preferential treatment. After reading the script, even if you are really interested in acting, you have to pass my preliminary test first, and then go to the company to participate in the audition." I smiled carelessly, but the smile did not reach my eyes. "Why do you think I can still act in your movie?" "Yes." Why would he think that I would fail by working with the same person again? "Oh, I forgot to mention that my first film Monochrome was directed by Quaid." He smiled and hummed, "Are you still angry with me?" I gave him a big eye roll, accompanied by a curse word, and turned my head and left. However, in the end, I returned back to the country with Quaid. After reading the script, I only had one sentence in my mind. "Ah, this is really interesting." As for that night, when Jaden found me coming out of Quaid's room, we were really practicing for the show. Rather, it was a test given to me by the Quaid. The red marks on my collarbone, which Jaden minded a lot, were all made by me in order to better integrate into the character. I pinched myself viciously and endured despite the pain. "We're here." The staff's curt and concise words pulled me back to reality. I calmed down, thanked him politely, and then looked up at the judge's seat. There were 3 soft chairs in total. Sitting in the middle was Quaid. He crossed his legs and looked sideways, with some interest in his eyes. The seat on his right was empty. It seemed that someone was not there because they had something on, but their clothes were still on it. It was a gorgeous fur coat that looked somewhat familiar. On his left side, it was so surprising. Jaden was sitting next to him as he stared at me expressionlessly. The most troublesome thing about costume drama was makeup. Sometimes it would take a long time just to set the hairstyle alone. However, it was just an audition, so I only changed into a film costume. My makeup was still the light makeup I did before I came, and I just reapplied lipstick. I opened the dressing room door and did not expect Jaden to wait for me at the entrance. He had changed into a dark red robe with black embroidery on his cuffs. His expression was solemn and dignified. At that moment, I thought I had really seen the third prince from the movie Bewitching Concubine. When Jaden saw me, darkness slowly appeared in his eyes. His Adam's apple seemed to move a little. "You look gorgeous." I pursed my lips tightly and said nothing. He stretched out his hand and seemed to want to touch my face. I suddenly backed away, and then under his flabbergasted gaze, I closed the dressing room door. Bang! As expected, there was a rhythmic knock on the door outside. Jaden's knock on the door was also very characteristic. It was steady and sturdy, with a moderate rhythm, like the swinging sound of a pendulum clock. I lifted my head, took a deep breath, and said sullenly, "Stop knocking. I won't come out even if you knock until your fingers are injured." There was silence outside, as if he was thinking, but soon he began to knock on the door again. However, his movements were much lighter. My frustration instantly overwhelmed me, and my voice was a little furious. "Can you please leave first? I'll go out after you leave." As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere was so quiet that it seemed as if the air was still. The sound of breathing was audible. After a while, Jaden said, "Although this scene is about the female lead cheating on the emperor with the third prince, the female lead has experienced too many betrayals and bloodshed, so now she has gone into a state of extreme nervousness. In short, crazy is the word to describe her." The person who auditioned for this scene just now only showed the charm of the female lead when she deliberately seduced the third prince, but did not illustrate her madness. Later, "You just need to." He suddenly paused and smiled. "What am I worrying about? You've always been good at acting. I should trust you." His voice was a little blurry through the door, but it sounded sincere. However, it sounded particularly harsh to me. I felt like I was seriously ill. I would rather Jaden scold me, be disgusted with me, and blame me for the guilt of that night's wild downfall, then nonchalantly teach me acting techniques as if we did not do something that hurt her girlfriend. Plus, it seemed he wanted to maintain a romantic relationship with me for the long term. I clenched my fingers, and Suzette's face suddenly appeared in my mind beyond my control. My heart tightened. I suddenly felt that the whole situation was meaningless. Jaden, I regret it. I shouldn't have been obsessed with you. Just pretend I didn't ask you to keep me as a mistress that night. We're both adults and should know how to stop while we're still ahead. Natalie, I said firmly, after today, don't contact me privately except for the necessary official business. I lowered my eyes and uttered the words clearly, but suddenly felt exhausted. From now on, we mind our own business. Before I could finish my words, the door was unlocked with a click. The next second, Jaden's tall and well-built body squeezed in instantly. The area before my eyes suddenly darkened. Before I could react, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me into his arms. I don't agree. I heard Jaden's hoarse voice, unfriendly as usual, but now his breath was a little unstable. He cupped one side of my face with one hand and forced me to look up. That extremely unemotional face gradually appeared in my sight. I became enraged and was so furious that I cursed. It's none of my business whether you agree or not. His gaze immediately turned icy like a blizzard. He said word by word, Natalie, you provoked me first. When I was halfway through swearing, his impactful statement forced me to stop talking. He maintained his position and looked at me quietly with his sharp eyes. He suddenly asked, do you remember how you confessed your love to me on Twitter a year ago? My eyelashes trembled, and I bit my lips while looking at him. He stared at me with darkness in his eyes. With punctuation, you said 15 words in total. My heart was pounding with some inexplicable emotions building up inside me. I closed my eyes and shouted, I don't remember. Sooner or later, Jaden will belong to me. My out-of-control voice and Jaden's calm voice sounded at the same time. I looked up at him, and my face was totally flushed, and some fragmented memories flashed through my mind. In fact, the confession of love to Jaden I posted on Twitter a year ago was an accident. We were working in the same industry. If I really confessed my love openly to a top star on Twitter, others would inevitably suspect I wanted to create hype. Not to mention, the film I acted in with Jaden was in the promotional period. That move definitely gave haters a chance to attack me online. The truth was, I was drunk. I was never a fan of alcohol, but that day was Jaden's rap party, and I could not help making an exception. He only stayed with the film crew for 10 days, but I could not help falling in love with him within those short 10 days. I got drunk that night. When I got home, I shakily took out my phone, logged into my main account, and boldly posted on Twitter, sooner or later, Jaden will belong to me. But, perhaps at that time, Jaden also thought that I deliberately acted as a couple with him for popularity, putting on a show to tell people that we fell in love during filming, and setting an affectionate persona for myself. In his mind, the whole incident was staged by me. Otherwise, there was no other way to explain what happened later. During Jaden's 10 days with the film crew, we got along very well and often discussed the script together. When we had different opinions, he would listen to me calmly and then remain cool-headed when analyzing how the scene should be played out. When we thought the same, he would look at me calmly with a faint smile, portraying the unique elegance of an ink painting. His face was as perfect as jade, and he was a natural beauty. He clearly treated me differently at the beginning. After the confession, I nervously went to him and wanted to go with the flow and confess my feelings to him in person. However, he ignored me and gave me an excuse to leave before I could say anything. He acted as if I was a stranger. The following year was no different. He was even colder, which made me try my best to pursue him. Yet, he never even looked at me from the beginning to the end. A strand of my hair scattered, and Jaden naturally raised his hand to hook it behind my ear. His action made me regain my thoughts. Jaden looked askance at me. You even mentioned me after you confessed your love to me on Twitter that day. He paused and laughed faintly. 3 times. He looked at me as if he had other thoughts. As if you were afraid that I wouldn't see it. I retorted, it's all over. My ears were so red that they could bleed any time. I was really drunk at that time. When I realized what I had done, I planned to delete the tweet to destroy the evidence. My mushy brain made me look at Twitter repeatedly, thinking that the message could be deleted by posting it 3 times. Jaden smiled slightly and wanted to say something more. Suddenly, there were 2 heavy knocks on the door. Shortly afterward, a very unfriendly voice sounded. "Are you guys going to join the audition?" I was stunned. It was Quaid. 9 Jaden. Quaid. And I walked in silence. Quaid asked me inadvertently, "Natalie, what were both of you doing in the dressing room?" I lowered my head and answered without hesitation, "We were changing clothes." After saying that, I snapped back to my senses. When I looked up, I caught sight of Quaid's darkened expression. I could not explain myself any further. Ever since I found Quaid sleeping with another woman 5 years ago, no matter what I had thought about him in the past, I knew it would be impossible for us to be together. Now, he was only my film director. That was it. Seeing that I did not say anything, Quaid looked intently at me. Jaden was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Of course. You change your clothes in the dressing room. Some things can only be done at home." Quaid looked even grimmer. Back in the studio, the 3 of us had different expressions. Only Suzette got excited when she saw me and Jaden all dressed up. "You look like the hero and heroine from the book." Quaid's breathing got heavier. He cast a glance at Jaden and me. "Natalie, you can begin." The lights around us suddenly dimmed. Bewitching Concubine was the story of Wenna, who lived a very short life. Wenna was a first-rank female official in the royal court. During the years of the Reformation, her family was framed, their assets were confiscated, and the entire family was sentenced to death for treason. However, Wenna managed to escape. In order to find out the truth, Wenna became a concubine of the king. She quickly rose among the ranks of her fellow concubines because of her good looks. The 7th scene of the film was with Wenna's former fellow official in the court. The 3rd prince, Yahir, was beginning to doubt her identity and had sneaked into her bedroom at midnight to test her. I leaned lazily on the couch when I noticed someone approaching me from behind. I gave a faint smile. "Why are you here in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid that your father, the king, will come to know about it?" The man's breath suddenly got heavier. The air seemed to stagnate in the room. Yahir spoke in a cool tone after a long while. "You are Wenna." Shocked, I covered my mouth and laughed. The golden hairpin on my head rustled as my head moved. I turned around to face Yahir. "You're so brash and blunt. That has always been your style." The 3rd prince's pupils contracted, and his eyes darkened. I got up from the couch and slowly walked toward him barefoot, resting my face on his chest. I called out softly, "Yahir." Only Wenna would call him Yahir. Yahir's body stiffened, and he panted heavily. His hands were trembling as he uttered a sentence with much difficulty. "You're not dead." My eyes darkened, and I pushed him away gently. Looking at my fellow official, there was a trace of indescribable charm in my eyes. I grabbed his shirt and breathed lightly into his ear. "It's me. I'm Wenna, the one who was sentenced to death together with my family. I'm not dead. Are you happy to know that?" "Yahir, what are you trying to do?" Yahir shouted. I raised my eyebrows and traced his shirt with my finger. I smiled seductively at him. "What do you think I'm trying to do?" He pursed his lips and grabbed my hand. "You know what I mean." He paused and said in a low voice, "Isn't it enough to kill those who framed you? Why did you kill Mr. Larson? He didn't do anything to you." My expression remained unchanged, but my hand was a little cold. I said calmly, "It was an accident." Yahir looked at me in disbelief. I stretched out a hand and smiled at him. My fair and slender fingers were glowing under the candlelight. "Yahir, do you know that once my hands are stained with blood, I can never go back? At this point, I would rather err on the side of caution. I would rather kill them all than make a mistake." "Wenna, you're crazy." Hearing this, I stared at him gloomily and said, "Yes, I'm crazy." I suddenly pounced on Yahir and caught him off guard. I sat on him, staring at his stunned expression. I ripped off my clothes, revealing a large area of my chest. My skin looked more provocative with those hideous-looking scars. He looked at the bruises on my collarbone, which were a result of being tortured. His pupils suddenly dilated. "You." He stopped talking and did not finish his sentence. I lowered my head and nibbled at his throat. "Do you want to go crazy together with me?" 10J Aiden, who was pressed to the ground by me, was stunned for a moment. He looked at me quietly and swallowed hard. I pretended to be calm and got up from him, trying to keep my confused feelings in check. Addressing the crowd, I said aloud, My performance is over. The script did not mention anything about nibbling his throat or the last line I said. I added them to the scene myself. The scene flashed across my mind. Jaden's eyes were red, and he looked perplexed. He appeared to be surprised and hurt at the same time. There was even a tinge of jealousy. His gaze was about to burn me alive. He had never looked at me so passionately when we were not filming. A terrible feeling came upon me. Did you nip at it the last time? Jaden deliberately lowered his voice as he inched closer to me. I was stunned, but I immediately realized what he was talking about. He was referring to my performance during the audition, when I nipped at his collarbone without flinching at all. I blushed and nodded. Yes. Jaden's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he seemed to think of something again and frowned slightly. After some hesitation, he asked, "You bit me just now. The last time, did you?" I knew what he was going to say. I didn't bite him there, Quaid, and I didn't do anything that night. We were just acting out a scene together. I finished acting out the entire scene for the audition alone. After saying that, I looked up at Jaden and saw the joy in his eyes. He had fallen into a stupor. At that moment, my thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice. Natalie Yates, you are amazing. Jaden's girlfriend stood up from her seat and clapped. I like your performance very much. You're so natural and full of emotion. You are the winner in my book. She was so excited that she sounded incoherent. I turned to look at Jaden in surprise. So his girlfriend was a top scriptwriter from Splendor Corp. She was Suzette Johnston, the author of Bewitching Concubine. According to the grapevine, Suzette came from a wealthy family, and she wrote scripts as a hobby. Suzette always kept a low profile and was a mysterious personality. No reporter had managed to photograph her. I remembered that the internet said that she was 28 years old. While it was common for some actresses to conceal their age, her age really did not match how she looked. Suzette came over and stared at me excitedly for a long time. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. She then removed the fur coat she was wearing and placed it in my hand. This fur coat has been with me for many years. There is only one piece in the world. I'm giving it to you now. She patted me on the shoulder and said, "Continue to work hard. I think you will have a bright future." As I sensed her sincerity, my heart began to feel heavy. She actually liked my performance. She even gave me her treasured fur coat. I lowered my head and clutched the fur coat tightly as if it weighed a ton. I felt embarrassed and remorseful, thinking of how I had bitten Jaden's throat earlier. Unable to tolerate my own behavior, I suddenly looked up and said in a trembling voice, "Do you have 5 minutes? I have something to tell you." Without waiting for anyone to react, I quickly pulled her into the dressing room. I took a deep breath as I closed the door. "I'm sorry." Suzette looked confused. I lowered my eyes and hugged the fur coat in my arms as if I was mustering all my courage. "I didn't want to tell you this. After all, it's so shameful to sleep with someone else's boyfriend. However, I cannot forgive myself." I continued, "I promise you I won't have anything to do with Jaden in the future." After saying that, I closed my eyes. Although I said it with a huge resolution, my heart still sank. Suzette's expression changed. "You can't do that." This time, I was the one who was stunned. I gave her a puzzled look. She was so magnanimous that I could not believe my ears. Suzette pursed her lips, and a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. After a while, she continued, "Forget it. I'll be honest with you. We've already decided on Jaden as the male lead all this while. The contract has already been signed. Your performance in the audition this morning was excellent. We should cast you as the female lead if nothing goes wrong. You'll have a lot of scenes together in the future. We'll be filming for 6 months. How can you not have anything to do with him?" I was stunned. It suddenly dawned upon me that if Jaden was not the male lead for Bewitching Concubine, he would be one of the judges for the audition today. Wait a minute. Suzette seemed to suddenly realize something. "From what you said just now, did you think that Jaden is my boyfriend?" I saw the surprise in her eyes and swallowed unconsciously hard. "Isn't he?" "Of course not." She blurted out. "Didn't you read the news on the internet? I made a public announcement on May 20th. Caleb is my boyfriend." After leaving the audition hall, I had the fur coat sent home first, then took a taxi to the street near Splendor Corp. I chose a coffee shop that I usually patronized, ordered an iced black coffee, and sat by the window waiting for someone. When I was in the car, I browsed through Twitter. The person I was waiting for was about 10 minutes away. I took out my phone and habitually turned on the top trending topic. The first one that came to my sight was a topic with the hashtag Eunice. My leg was just broken. and ended with a smile emoji. I frowned and scrolled down further. The second one was with the hashtag Yell releases a new song, and ended with a surprise emoji. Then, the third one was with the hashtag Eunice high amputation, which ended with a candle emoji. My lips twitched, and I immediately figured out my thoughts. It should be that the marketing accounts started to spread rumors to increase popularity when they heard some news. And then Eunice posted a Twitter update to clarify it. When I clicked on the first topic, sure enough, it was Eunice's Twitter post to clarify the news. There were 2 photos attached. The first one showed Eunice's right leg was half hanging and wrapped tightly in plaster. Eunice himself looked at the camera and showed a victory gesture expressionlessly. And the other one, I held my breath slightly, clicked it open, and zoomed the photo in with 2 fingers. Under the light, Jaden sat by the bed and peeled an apple. His slender fingers pressed on the sharp knife while peeling the skin of the apple slowly. His side profile was handsome and well-defined, and his eyelashes cast a faint shadow, which seemed to be secretly photographed by someone else. Eunice posted on Twitter that Jaden had been taking care of him in the hospital since he had a car accident a week ago. Suddenly, all kinds of emotions surged in my heart. It turned out that Jaden did not mean to leave me for another woman that day. It was because of Eunice's accident. Moreover, he did not contact me these past few days. He should be thinking about letting me concentrate on preparing for the audition. My fingers carefully traced Jaden's outline in the photo, and the corner of my lips curled slightly upward, feeling an indescribable sweetness in my heart. Nonetheless, the more I looked at the photo, I suddenly felt something was wrong. I frowned and swapped back and forth between the 2 photos with my finger. A few minutes later, enlightenment struck me. I finally realized what I had ignored. The person who took the photo, she actually turned on beautifying lenses and filters for Jaden. On top of that, she deliberately picked the best angle for Jaden. Even the composition and the light were impeccable. It was not supposed to be anything surprising. However, the photo of Eunice was completely original without any touch-up at all. The answer was apparent. Shiana, who made a call to Jaden, was also in the ward. I bit my lips, trying to relieve the discomfort in my heart, but it did not work. I realized something. No matter what Jaden thought in his heart, Shiana must be crazily in love with Jaden because of the double standard of photoshopping. The earlier scene where the actress said that Shiana was Jaden's junior, and that the 2 had an unusual relationship, appeared in my mind unwittingly. I was nervous for a moment. After trying so hard to restrain myself, I became slightly relaxed. Just as I was about to exit the top trending topic interface and search for Shiana, I inadvertently saw the 9th top trending topic. It came with the hashtag Caleb's photo. The photo was published by the marketing accounts. The boy in the photo seemed to have just participated in the activity. He reached out his hand to wipe the sweat. The boy's fingers were fair, his eyebrows were delicate, and his hair was soaked in sweat. Wisps of hair hung on his forehead, and his red lips were slightly open. His look was captured at that moment. Given how a photo could make its way to the 9th top trending topic, it seemed that Caleb was indeed very popular recently. I clicked into the comments section and was inundated with comments such as, "A beautiful person married to an ugly person. Hello, I'm the deputy director of the Eye Disease Treatment Center who was supposed to see Jaden last time. Everyone looks down on Caleb, yet everyone wants to be Caleb." There were almost no positive comments. Natalie, the beautiful voice of the boy, rang out in her ears. I looked up and saw Caleb sitting opposite me naturally, and a trace of apology flashed in his beautiful eyes. "Sorry to keep you waiting." I was in a trance for a moment. The young man in front of me was as delicate as usual. He was wearing a costly outfit. His behavior and manners exuded pride and confidence. One could not believe that in the past he was just a boy whose mother died early, while his father was paralyzed. Because of this, he needed to work as an assistant while studying. I looked into his eyes and remembered the truth Suzette told me just now. On the 20th of May, Caleb and she were showing off their affection, but Caleb accidentally logged into Jaden's Twitter account, which caused a big misunderstanding, but they immediately clarified it. Thinking of that, I lowered my eyes and said calmly, "It's okay, I just arrived." Caleb raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Natalie, you asked to see me today. I think it's not something as simple as drinking coffee, right?" I smiled, stirring the coffee in my hand, and did not answer his question. "Does Suzette treat you well?" At the mention of that name, Caleb was suddenly stunned. There were some complicated emotions deep in his eyes. After a while, he lowered his head and said, "Quite good." I asked again, "Do you really like her?" Caleb clenched his fingers and tried to keep a smile on his face. "Natalie, just say it if you have something to say." I stared at his face for a few seconds and said slowly, "You did it on purpose that day, didn't you?" The atmosphere seemed to be completely still. The waiter brought up the coffee ordered by Caleb. I looked at him through the hot steam. The smile on Caleb's face slowly faded. "Natalie, what do you mean?" My gaze remained fixated on him and analyzed according to my own thoughts. "You want to be famous." "No. To be more accurate, you want to be famous overnight." Caleb's expression changed suddenly. "You're Jaden's assistant, and you've been managing his Twitter account. That day, you deliberately logged into his Twitter account while Jaden was filming on the confined set, and sent a picture of Suzette with his account to fake a public announcement. After the whole incident continued to ferment for 3 hours, Jaden happened to finish filming. When he learned that he was forced to make a public announcement, you finally posted a Twitter update to clarify the whole incident." I continued, saying, "Unfortunately, Suzette's identity was exposed at that time, and another wave of popularity was created. By the way, was that also secretly revealed by you?" Caleb froze suddenly. He held back his emotion and glared at me coldly. His eyes gradually became more and more frigid. I looked straight at him, and my eyes darkened several degrees. "Jaden's assistant, the boyfriend of Splendor Corp's best scriptwriter, was a sugar baby of a rich woman. You became the center of attention with so many mind-blowing gimmicks. With the help of the post on Jaden's Twitter, everyone learned about you in no time." I did not have any extra emotions in my eyes, except for the obvious sarcasm. Every word that came out of my mouth was clear and sharp. "You, Caleb Zenos, have become completely popular." Caleb lowered his eyes slightly without saying anything or retorting. Nonetheless, the veins on the back of his hand were protruding from holding the coffee cup too hard. "But I don't understand." I glanced at his hand, paused, and sighed suddenly. "You are Suzette's boyfriend. She has money and resources. If you want to become a celebrity, why didn't you seek her help instead of taking such extreme means? This would not be good for your future development." "What's wrong with this?" he asked quickly and sneered. "I'm popular anyway, regardless of whether it is negative popularity." My face darkened slightly. I did not agree with his opinion, and I really did not want to argue with him about that. "I talked to Suzette today. She likes you very much." "If T.S." Caleb sneered. He looked up at me and said sarcastically, "She just treats me as a dispensable toy who isn't allowed to show up in public." Hearing Caleb's words, I immediately remembered the scene where Suzette's face turned red, and her eyes lit up at the mention of Caleb. I frowned immediately. Caleb saw that I did not believe it. His eyes darkened, and his hands hanging beside him suddenly clenched into fists. After a long silence, he said slowly, "We met each other through the League of Legends." My heart skipped a beat at his words. He pursed his lips and said, "She is petite, tender, and sweet in the photo, and she has 2 little canine teeth when she smiles, which is completely my ideal type." As he was speaking, Caleb tilted his head and looked at me briefly. After a year of online relationship, we finally decided to meet up. I looked at him with complicated emotions in my eyes, as if I could predict what would happen next. The moment I knew the truth, I almost broke down. I didn't expect her photoshopping skills to be so good. I opened my mouth and did not know what to say. I could only sigh silently. "But..." Caleb clenched his fists tightly, and the emotions in his eyes changed the moment I rushed out of the place. "She grabbed me." I remembered Suzette's strong physique and squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. "Did she force herself on you?" Caleb shook his head with deep and obscure emotions in his eyes. A moment later, he raised his head and looked at me with gleaming eyes. A sentence came out from his thin lips. "She gave me a fur coat." I was confused upon hearing that. He added, "She also told me that that is the only fur coat in the world that has accompanied her for many years." I was rendered speechless. Caleb's clear voice was slightly hoarse at that moment. "Who can refuse the temptation of a fur coat?" I was stunned. Later, I learned that she didn't lie to me. It was really her in that photo. But it was her in the past. Caleb suddenly pursed his thin lips and breathed heavily. "She was ill and took a lot of hormonal drugs, and the side effects caused her obesity. She was only 28 years old, but she looked like a person in her 40s or 50s. I widened my eyes. Suzette was only 28 years old. She was very nice to me after we got together. That time, my dad was attacked by sudden asthma, and I was not at home. If she hadn't come in time and sent my dad to the hospital, I would have lost my only family in the world. Caleb closed his eyes and said, I thought we would stay like this forever until I saw it with my own eyes later. My heart skipped a beat. I wondered if Suzette cheated on him. Caleb's face was as sullen as calm water, and his eyes were red. He said in a hoarse voice, she actually gifted a fur coat to another man. I was dumbfounded. My head was buzzing, and I felt that the whole world became unreal. Suddenly, my brain connected everything quickly. I had a sense of speculation and asked with trembling teeth, is that man Jaden? Caleb was stunned. His jawline seemed to have gradually tightened, and his breathing also paused occasionally. After a long time, he nodded in sorrow. A year ago, during the audition of the leading actor for Bewitching Concubine, she looked at Jaden with a burning desire. Her desire was so strong that I was afraid she would leave me in the next second and throw herself into the arms of Jaden, who was more outstanding than me in every aspect. I thought he had overthought. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, fortunately, Jaden didn't accept her fur coat at that time. I lowered my head silently. Fortunately, I did not bring the fur coat over. I didn't know until then that everything about her was a lie. I'm not the only one she loves, just like she doesn't only have one fur coat. He continued, you know what? Caleb's thin lips were pursed as thin as a thread, and a trace of tiredness crept onto his eyes. She opened a fur coat factory. I was absolutely stunned after listening to his words. To her, I'm afraid there's no difference between me and those fur coats in her factory. I held the coffee spoon in a daze, opened my mouth slightly, and did not close it for a long time. He actually compared himself to a fur coat. Caleb's lips trembled slightly, and his voice was extremely hoarse. So I began to plan for myself and schemed this public announcement. If I were abandoned one day, I wouldn't have to go back to those days when I had nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a suppressed silence pervaded the air around us. I did not know how long had passed. Looking at the gloomy and sad look on Caleb's face, I said slowly, I'm not a very smart person. Caleb was stunned and looked at me for a moment. What? Suzette might have thought of the things I can think of. He was apparently stunned by the way he gazed at me. I sighed, took my bag, and got up slowly. After taking a few steps, I turned around. She knew it was you who used her with this public announcement, but she didn't expose it. Think about the meaning behind it yourself. With that said, I turned around. When I arrived at the door, Caleb's voice came from behind. Natalie, don't you want to know why Jaden has been so cold to you throughout the year? After talking with Caleb, it was already dark. I took a taxi directly to the hospital where Eunice stayed. I tentatively sent Eunice a WhatsApp message just now. Is Shiana with you now? Eunice quickly replied, yes. Are you looking for her? I looked at the line and sneered. Of course. I had something for her. I had never thought about it. The reason why Jaden avoided me that whole year was actually related to Shiana, whom I had never met before and had not been arranged to appear until chapter 12. I clenched my phone tightly and walked into the hallway of the hospital with extreme anger. The hospital was extremely quiet that day, but when I walked to the corner of the aisle, I bumped into a person carelessly. Watch out! As my body unexpectedly fell backward, someone held my waist firmly and locked me in his arms. The familiar breath instantly shrouded me. I looked up. It was Jaden. Looking at his cold and handsome face, my anger subsided. I blinked and asked, the audition is over? Jaden stared at me with his dark eyes and hummed softly in response. Just when I was about to say something, Jaden leaned over and hugged me. His face was buried in my shoulder, and his voice was slightly hoarse. I'm so tired. As he spoke, the warm and damp breath he poured on my neck slowly penetrated my skin and quietly spread along my sensitive nerves. I was suddenly short of breath and pushed him. Someone is here. He did not move, and his low voice was a little lazy. Make it public if our photo is taken. I was stunned that time around. You said we needed to be careful last time and not get caught by the paparazzi. My words paused abruptly as I realized that he used the word public. My breathing stopped. I take back what I said last time. Jaden's voice suddenly became a little dull. He kept a slight distance from me, but his eyes fixed on me as he asked seriously, can you pretend that you didn't hear anything? When I looked at him, I suddenly wanted to laugh. And then I really chuckled. He listened to my laughter, and there was some doubt in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he cupped one side of my cheeks with his palm, rubbed it, and said gently, "Natalie, let's announce our relationship publicly." My eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and my heart was racing extremely fast. For some reason, I felt that he was a little different now. "Did Quaid say something to you after I left?" He shook his head. He didn't say anything. I stared at him suspiciously. Jaden looked at me intently, which made me feel a little uneasy. However, he suddenly sighed. "I'm just a little scared." "What are you afraid of?" I raised my face and met his eyes, asking him. He paused, and his gaze darkened. Then, he pinched my cheek and whispered, "You already know." Before I could retort, he said again slowly, "Quaid is back again." I frowned slightly and did not understand what he meant by again in his words. "I told myself that you wanted to play a role in Bewitching Concubine because it is a good script, not because the director is Quaid. It's why I encouraged you to go for the audition. But I'm still scared." He pursed his thin lips tightly. "I'm scared that you approached me deliberately, as you did a year ago, just to use me to provoke him. I'm scared that you're not even." I interrupted him. "I did not." He was stunned. I looked straight into his eyes and felt a sullen sensation rushing within my body. "Nothing happened a year ago, and nothing happens now. I've never thought of you as a substitute for anyone." His pupils suddenly contracted, as if he could not believe what he heard. I took a deep breath and enunciated my words clearly. "You're the one I've always liked." He opened his thin lips slightly and was in a trance for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he stared at me with his dark eyes. They were so dark that they could blend in with the night outside. He murmured, "But at that time the video Shiana showed you is fake. The woman in it is not me at all." My teeth creaked, and my hand turned slightly red from clutching my phone with too much force. In the photo album on my phone, there was a video that Caleb had just sent to me. In the video, the woman was dressed in a bareback red dress with long curly black hair and fair skin. She seemed to be talking to another person. Her voice was calm and extremely cold. "Like him? What a joke. How could I really like Jaden? It is only because Quaid is back, and he has hurt me so deeply. I just want to use Jaden to provoke him. That's all." After saying that, she smiled slightly, revealing the same side profile as me. "Caleb told me a year ago, when Shiana came to Jaden with that video, Caleb clearly saw Shiana sneering in a corner when no one noticed it. However, Jaden was so devastated that he did not notice it. He wanted to remind Jaden, but at the thought that Suzette almost gave the latter a fur coat, he did not want to say anything anymore." I looked up at Jaden, and the flame of anger lit up in my eyes. "A year ago, I had no idea that Quaid came back to secretly choose the leading actor for Bewitching Concubine. How could I say something like that?" Jaden's body stiffened. "You didn't know?" I nodded hurriedly in response. He was stunned, his eyes darkened, and his voice was extremely low and hoarse. "Didn't he come to you?" Without any hesitation, I replied, "Of course. He didn't have the audacity to see me." Jaden looked at me. He nodded slightly as if he had thought of something. "He really doesn't have the nerve to see you after you exposed that incident." Hearing that, I was stunned. Sure enough, he knew what happened 5 years ago. In other words, he had been observing me secretly. Suddenly, the last sentence Caleb said to me flashed in my mind. "Natalie, Jaden has liked you for many years." I looked up at him, and my heart trembled. A wave of complicated emotions surged up within me and spread through my heart silently. I opened my mouth a few times but did not say a word. After a while, I lowered my eyes slightly. My face was burning, and I spoke in a hoarse voice. "Shall we go home?" "Huh?" He leaned over slightly, and his voice was low and hoarse. I raised my head, stared at his handsome and well-defined face, and licked my lips. "I have a script that I want to discuss with you." "Of course." "It's a real discussion about the script." When the door was snapped closed, I reached out and put my arms around Jaden's neck, pulling his head down. My eyes were foggy, and my voice was soft. Jaden raised his eyebrows slightly. At that time, a few buttons of his collar were unbuttoned, revealing a large area of his collarbone and chest. My gaze fixated on him, and I could feel my face burning. Even the place that my fingers touched was burning. He chuckled in a low voice. "Okay, let's discuss the script then." It's not as soon as I spoke, Jaden stepped forward, pressed me against the wall, locked my chin abruptly, lowered his head, and started kissing me. My whole body trembled, and I tiptoed to kiss him back. A moment later, his lips pressed against mine while rubbing them softly. His voice was hoarse. Yahir looked at Wenna. She exposes all the scars in front of him, and her watery eyes are covered with a mist of humiliation. His first reaction is not to wipe her tears away, but to kiss her. Jaden sealed my lips again. Possess her! He picked me up horizontally and took me to the bed. And then his body got on top of mine. Just like this. Jaden gnawed at my chin gently. Like this. He went further down and kissed my collarbone passionately. I looked up at him, and the mist in my eyes became thicker. My body trembled violently. He gulped, and his fingertips lifted my shoulder straps with extreme restraint. His slightly cold hand slipped down, and his breath was vague and hoarse. And like this, too. I did not expect it. Jaden really discussed the script with me all night. The discussion made my voice hoarse. The next day, as soon as I woke up consciously, I saw that Jaden was wearing a shirt. His physique was well built, with muscles covering his slender body evenly. He looked lean in his outfit, yet he could flash his figure without an outfit too. I licked my lips, and my eyes were burning with desire. The next second, a familiar breath engulfed me. A kiss fell between my eyebrows gently. The crew of Bewitching Concubine is expected to officially start in a month. It's a film mainly focused on the female lead. You will be exhausted at that time. Have a good rest the next few days, and I will take care of other things. I was stunned for a second and then asked happily, did they confirm me as the leading actress? Jaden curled his thin lips upward with amusement overflowing in his eyes as he said, Natalie, we shall have another good time working together. I looked at him, and my red lips curled upward. I wrapped my arms around his neck and jumped on him directly. That month, I did not have a good rest. As Jaden told me, do not ask why. The Bewitching Concubine was about to start filming. As the leading actor and leading actress, we should concentrate on discussing the script. There was one time when I mentioned to Jaden that I had misunderstood him and Suzette, and I was so ashamed that I buried myself in the quilt. Hearing that, Jaden was slightly stunned. He pulled me out of the quilt with a red face. His beautiful eyebrows knitted tightly and stared at me with his deep eyes. Didn't you see any of the text messages I sent you? My eyes widened, and my heartbeat went faster, uncontrollably. What text message? I blocked his number on WhatsApp and Twitter that day, but his phone number was not blacklisted. However, I threw the card away directly. Even if I restored it now, I was afraid I could not find those text messages I received before. I threw the card away that day. What did you send me? I was curious. Jaden avoided my gaze and got up abruptly. He said in a low voice, I'm going to take a shower in the bathroom. I wanted to stop him, but he walked fast. Before he left, he seemed to take a look at his phone. I blinked and immediately understood his hint. I could not read what he sent to me, but I couldn't read from the sender's phone. My heart beat fast, as if it was going to jump out of my chest. I picked up his phone and accidentally touched the fingerprint. The phone was unlocked immediately. I was stunned and looked in the direction of the bathroom door, wondering when Jaden saved my fingerprints into his phone. Although I felt that respecting the privacy of each other was a common understanding for a couple, a faint smile still crept onto my face. My heart seemed to be wrapped in layers of joy. He knew how to make me smile. I loved him so much. Then, I clicked open the text message and found the messages he sent. Jaden hardly sent any text messages, except for a few working replies. The rest of the messages were all sent to me. I found those sent on the 20th of May. Natalie, I was filming just now. I didn't send that Twitter post. Soon, another message was sent. I've asked Caleb to clarify it. After that, he would send me a text message every day, but it was always a short sentence. Where are you? Finally, it was the latest one. Jaden seemed to be drunk or something, and he sent it without correcting the typo. Natalie, I like ya so much. I looked at the word like ya in a daze, and my fingers and heart trembled uncontrollably. Eunice said that Jaden never drank alcohol. I wondered if he was drunk because he could not find me, or he wanted to act cute after being serious for a long time. Some strange scenes flashed across my mind. I shook my head quickly, thinking that the idea of Jaden being drunk was more logical. The day before the filming, Quaid suddenly came to me, and Jaden happened to go out to buy me oatmeal. When Quaid saw the man's slippers placed in front of my house, His expression stiffened slightly. Did you two live together? I did not deny it. I leaned against the door lazily and did not intend to let him enter the house. What can I do for you? He fixed his gaze on my face and made a difficult sound in his throat. If stop. I raised my eyebrows and said, let's not talk about the past few years. When you pursued me back then, I never wanted to be with you. Why? I straightened my back, and the corners of my lips were slightly raised. There was no sarcasm. I just stated the facts calmly. You are a scumbag. He pursed his thin lips tightly and was about to say something when I continued to speak in a cold voice. After winning the Best Director award 5 years ago, you wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and make another movie with the same theme. But you couldn't get any investment because everyone was waiting. Only one person reached out to help you, with a condition that you would get together with his daughter, who admired you for a long time. I continued. You were pursuing me while being together with her. Tell me if you were a jerk. What's more ridiculous is that you thought you were hiding it well from the 2 women you were dealing with. I paused and suddenly raised my chin to look at him. Do you want to guess who told me the number of your hotel room? Quaid stood still. His pupils narrowed, and his body stiffened. I glanced at the time and thought Jaden was about to come back. I said to Quaid, who was stunned, okay. Let bygones be bygones. The Bewitching Concubine is going to start filming tomorrow. Mr. Campbell, aren't you busy? I wanted him to leave right away if he was busy. Quaid was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He pursed his lips again when he heard my words and hesitated to say, I have some bad news to tell you. I gasped and asked, what bad news? The investor wants to change the lead actress. Quaid lowered his eyes slightly. At that moment, I had a name in my mind, but I still asked, who is replacing me? Quaid looked at me with complicated emotions in his eyes and replied slowly, Shiana. Again, it was Shiana. It seemed that I had not heard the name for a long time since I was with Jaden. Then, I opened the top trending topic. The first post was Quaid announced the change of the lead actress of The Bewitching Concubine. The second post was how incredible Gianna's resources are. The third post was Yell talked about his feelings of not being popular. My eyes flickered slightly. In fact, after the last incident, I was going to question Shiana directly. But Jaden told me something that shocked me. Shiana was Eunice's wife. What are you thinking about? A cold and low voice sounded in my ears. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted, and I replied casually, I'm thinking about Eunice. Before I could finish my words, his breath engulfed me, and he wrapped my waist with his long arms to let me sit on his lap. Jaden's eyes were filled with impending danger. Eunice? I gulped and subconsciously completed the last words of the sentence. His wife. Jaden's eyes relaxed as if he had thought of something. He looked down at me and asked, what's wrong with Shiana? I looked at him and said through gritted teeth, she stole my role in Bewitching Concubine. She wanted to work with you. Hearing that, Jaden frowned. He lowered his eyes and thought for a long time before saying, maybe she'll give it up soon. I was confused. What do you mean? Maybe Jaden himself felt that there was no logic in his words. He pursed his thin lips and decided to start telling from the beginning. Eunice and Shiana have been a couple since they were at the university. They were both good-looking and were a perfect match together. They got married right after graduation and had been together for 6 years. Nonetheless, they did not disclose it to the media. I forgot to mention that Shiana was the eldest daughter of the owner of Splendor Corp. It was just a matter of words if she wanted to play the role in Bewitching Concubine. A few years ago, Shiana had a car accident, which seemed to hurt her brain. She kept talking nonsense all day, such as the leading actor and the supporting actress. When she woke up, her taste seemed to have changed. She had never used perfume before, but now she liked it very much, especially the jasmine-scented perfume. It was worth mentioning that her eyes lit up when she saw Jaden, and she was more enthusiastic about Jaden than Eunice. In recent months, Gianna's condition seemed to be getting worse. The day before, she came to Jaden and said something ambiguous. The next day, she turned around and forgot what she said. Eunice, as her husband, was scared and worried about Shiana every day. He was almost depressed because of it. Over time, he had developed that strange hobby. After listening to it, I fell into deep thought. Jaden's hand around my waist tightened, and he repeated it with his forehead pressing against mine. Who knows that Shiana will suddenly... The phone vibrated. I did not bother to move. I signaled Jaden with my eyes. Then, Jaden let go of one of his hands and went to get the phone on the table. His eyes darkened when he saw the caller on the screen. Without saying anything, he put the phone next to my ear. Quade's voice on the phone sounded stiff, and he seemed to restrain it as much as he could. Natalie. The investor withdrew his decision to change the lead actress. After saying that, he could not help but curse. Damn it. He is fooling around with me, isn't he? When the filming of Bewitching Concubine was coming to an end, Eunice called and said that Shiana had a car accident again. She seemed to have hurt her head again. Fortunately, she seemed to be back to normal this time. When I heard the news, I had just finished taking a shower and was sitting cross-legged on the hotel bed while watching TV. Jaden sat next to me and dried my hair with a towel. I did not ignore Eunice's choking voice on the phone just now. I sighed. Over the past few years, Eunice must be sad to see Shiana become like this. Jaden's hands, which were helping me dry my hair, paused. He bent down, held my head, and fixed his gaze on me. Natalie. Next year on the 20th of May during the premiere of Bewitching Concubine, let's announce our relationship publicly. He was very close to me, and his voice was magnetic and low. His posture at that moment was like a silent bewitchment. That was the second time he asked me to make a public announcement about our relationship. I looked at him quietly. After a while, I raised my chin slightly and pouted my red lips. Okay. In an instant, Jaden's eyes seemed to become extremely dark in silence. He threw away the towel, lowered his head, and kissed my lips. Then, he pressed me on the bed and said, "Your hair is dry." I responded passionately to his kiss and said in a hoarse and vague voice, "The TV is still on." Jaden kissed me around my neck and replied, "It's okay." But my unfinished words were blocked in my mouth by a hot kiss, and I could not say another word. There was a singing talent show playing on the TV at that moment. The famous singer, Yell, was one of the mentors. Yell asked a boy in an ordinary outfit, "What is your dream?" The boy burst into tears. "My family has been having difficulties since I was a child. My mom told me that a child from a poor family should learn to earn money early. My dream is to be a singer." After the boy finished speaking, every mentor was moved and started shedding tears. Just then, the boy changed the topic. "So, Yell, what is your dream?" Yell was stunned. He closed his eyes and shed a tear in the corner of his eyes. "Next year on the 20th of May, when I release a new album, I want to be the top trending topic." Bloopers. When the time came, Yell's dream did not come true. The 20th of May was such a beautiful and romantic day. The topic with the hashtag Jaden and Natalie announced their relationship publicly appeared as the top trending topic, with the bright red word popular next to it. At 1:14 p.m., Jaden retweeted my confessional Twitter post from 2 years ago. "Sooner or later, Jaden will belong to me." Jaden retweeted and mentioned me 3 times. Yuma. Author. Fei Cheng Sheng Shui Zhao won on the day I drafted the divorce agreement. Zachary J became famous overnight. He topped the Twitter trending list, and photos of him flooded the screen on Instagram. Without glancing at the divorce agreement, Zachary rolled up the agreement sheets and gave me a soft knock on the head. "Ava Jones, you're really silly." His eyes were slightly bloodshot because of the all-night program recording. "What? I'm just afraid that as a married man, your career in showbiz will be affected." I rubbed my head helplessly. "I'm a songwriter, not a prostitute." Zachary threw his coat on the couch and said, "I'm fine with it if you want a divorce, but I'm afraid you'll be in trouble when someone finds it out." Zachary's words reminded me that it was not a good choice to put myself in the eye of the storm by divorcing at this juncture, but it was not appropriate for me to be with Zachary. Zachary's mother had been diagnosed with terminal cancer some time ago, and her only wish was to see Zachary get married before she died. The J and Jones families used to live opposite each other, and I used to sit next to Zachary at high school, and thus I was very familiar with him. But we didn't like each other and argued all the time. We often got punished by teachers for quarrels during class. It was even weirder that our class teacher suspected we were in a relationship, so she consulted our parents about how we behaved. The teacher told them about our puppy love and minor spats. He suggested the parents communicate with us to help us solve problems with each other so that we could behave better in class and have a better relationship. Zachary's mother said, "There's no such need. They will be fine. Ava is a good girl. and I'll be happy if she becomes my daughter-in-law. The teacher then awkwardly turned to my dad. Mr. Jones. But my dad just smiled. I believe in Zachary. He can handle it. I'll tell Ava not to stir up trouble in class anymore. Our teacher was speechless. Some of our classmates heard their conversation and spread it throughout the class. Zachary had just returned from basketball training when he heard it. Wet hair sticking to his forehead with his eyebrows revealed. He pulled up his top to wipe the sweat off his face. Tiny beads of sweat slid down his Adam's apple, soaking his collar. His tall figure in front of the table emanated manly charm. I looked up at him as he said with a faint smile, "Ava, an arranged marriage is not feasible." I rolled my eyes and threw my notebook at his face. "Don't worry. I'll marry anyone except you." 5 months ago. It rained heavily that day. Zachary appeared with his eyes red at the door of my house. Drenched, he panted. "Hello! Do you know who I am? Marry me." I looked at him blankly, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me out. "It's urgent. I'll tell you later." Before he could finish his words, the door was closed by him. In the car, Zachary told me everything from beginning to end. And then we became a temporary couple. But Zachary's mom was not stupid. She asked us to get our marriage certificate the next day. My parents had liked Zachary for a long time, so they approved of our marriage immediately. Zachary became despondent since his mother had passed away. Before his mother's death, he could stay in his studio all day, but he had never stepped into it in the past 2 months. Coincidentally, Charles Wells, Zachary's college classmate and also the director of a talent show, couldn't afford enough judges for the show due to insufficient funds, so he contacted Zachary. At first, Zachary refused to appear on the show because he was just a behind-the-scenes songwriter. He finally agreed after continuous gentle persuasion from Charles and me. However, he was henceforth trapped in the biz. I should have left Zachary's house after his mother's funeral, but he was in low spirits. I feared he would do something stupid, so I had to stay with him. Fortunately, after he was hired as the show's judge, he became active in his work again, so it was time for me to leave. Just as I was about to leave his house with my suitcase, my phone rang. It was from Zachary. "Ava, I need you to pick me up at the TV station." "But now shouldn't you be responsible for me? It was you who persuaded me to be here." His voice was hoarse, which was different from usual. I suddenly felt uneasy. "Okay, I'll be right there. Send me the detailed address." Unexpectedly, Zachary's address was not the TV station but the hotel next to it. He was waiting for me in the hotel's underground parking lot. He pulled his black cap very low over his face, but I could still recognize him at a glance by his sharp jawline. "Zach." I waved at him. He quickly walked toward me, then pressed all his weight on me as if he was about to collapse. I could feel his hot body temperature even through my sweater. "Have you got a fever?" I helped him into the car with great difficulty and then reached out to feel his forehead. It was terribly hot. He looked blank with his cheeks red. "Let me take you to the hospital." I bent down to fasten his seat belt. He refused as his slightly hot breath brushed past my ear and messed up my hair, making me itch. "No. Let's go home." "But you're burning up." I turned around and found that we were so close to each other, so I leaned back a little. He suddenly held the back of my head as his lips fell toward mine. He loosened his grip when the distance between our lips was not more than an iota. The veins on his neck bulged, telling me he was suffering. "I don't have a fever. Let's just go home." He pushed me away and closed the car door. I spread out my hands and saw my palms covered in sweat. Not a fever? So what was it? When we got home, I opened the car door and saw that Zachary's face and neck had turned scarlet. I had barely helped him into the house when he shook me off and tottered to the bathroom in the master bedroom. I looked at his wobbly body and quickly followed him. "Zach, do you need help?" Caught off guard, I was pulled into his arms and bumped into his sturdy chest. Then, my chin was clasped as his soft lips fell on mine, sweeping away the oxygen bit by bit like a hurricane. My mind went blank as if fireworks were blooming in my brain. He finally let go of me. His eyes were red and his grip on my shoulders tightened before loosening. His heavy breathing pounded on my heart, overwhelming me. He laughed at himself and said, "How can you help me?" Before I could react, the bathroom door was closed and locked. It sounded chaotic inside. I could do nothing but listen nervously outside the bathroom. Later, there was the sound of running water. It was so long that I couldn't help knocking on the door. "Zach, Are you okay? A tall figure suddenly appeared at the door, scaring me so much that I took 2 steps back. Zachary came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. His hair dripped with water. His eyes were still red and his face and lips had lost color. He avoided me and walked straight to the bed. He closed his eyes and fell heavily onto the bed. Zach, your hair is still wet. You'll get a headache. I hurriedly walked over and pulled him up. He opened his eyes and glimpsed at me, then silently fell back to the bed. I sighed and said, "Get up, let me dry your hair." Zachary turned his gaze at me. "The hairdryer is in the bathroom." "I know." I took out a set of clean pajamas from the closet and threw them to him. "Put them on quickly, or you might catch a cold." Zachary slightly raised his eyebrows. "I still need underpants." I almost slipped over when I heard this. I gritted my teeth and returned to the closet to take his underwear. "Don't argue with a drunk man. Calm down," I spoke to myself. I reached into the closet and threw a random pair of underpants at his face. He caught it smoothly, but when our eyes met, he collapsed on the bed weakly. Droplets of water slid down from his wet hair and damped his eyes. He looked so innocent with his watery eyes. My mouth twitched with amusement. This man could be a talented actor if he wanted. "Tell me when you're done." I looked away helplessly. I waited for Zach to get dressed outside the bathroom, but suddenly, there was a dull thud from inside. I hurriedly pushed the door open and found him sitting half naked on the floor. "Are you all right?" I asked worriedly. Then I was shocked when I felt the heat of his arm. "Don't try to feel me up." He lazily raised his eyes and fixed them on me. Then, he slowly held my hand. Before I could react, my hand appeared on his well-defined abs. My hand gradually heated up as I felt his burning body. I withdrew my hand awkwardly, helped him to the bed, and wiped his hair with a dry towel. As for Zachary, he kept his eyes closed with a look of despair on his face. My fingertips passed through his soft hair when the hot wind from the hairdryer blew. Drying his hair was so dull that my gaze wandered aimlessly, gradually shifting from Zachary's head to his face. It was true that he was indeed a handsome man when he shut his mouth. "Ava, are you taking revenge on me?" I suddenly heard Zachary's faint voice through the noise of the hairdryer. And only then did I realize that I had been so focused on his face that I had forgotten to move the hairdryer. The back of my hand and that patch of his hair had become terribly hot. Zachary's ears even turned red because of the heat. For Zachary had a high fever all night and was almost unconscious on the bed. I had to stay up to look after him for the whole night. My baggage also stayed at the door for the entire night. When it was nearly dawn, Zachary's temperature finally returned to normal. I took my hand back from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. I stretched myself and was ready to prepare his breakfast. I had just started when the doorbell rang. As soon as I opened the door, Charles appeared with a pile of gifts in front of me. "Mrs. J, is Zach all right?" I closed the door with a cold face. He hurriedly put down the gifts and held the edge of the door. "Mrs. J, it's not my fault. I didn't know Amanda Lewis had put some aphrodisiacs in the wine. If I had known, I wouldn't have handed the wine to Zach." Charles was so strong that I couldn't stop him from stepping inside. As soon as he entered, he saw my baggage and knelt before me with a thud. "Mrs. J, Zach did nothing wrong. Don't send him packing. Amanda's to blame. Zach truly respects you. I swear that he never looked at any woman at the recording site. He was either sleeping with sunglasses or writing songs in the dressing room." Charles' words amused me. I didn't expect Zachary to be so ascetic. "Honey, look. He made me almost break my loyalty to you. You made me kneel for 2 hours yesterday. Please don't be angry anymore, okay?" Before I let out a giggle at Charles' words, the voice of Zachary came from behind. Seeing the look of despair on Charles' face, I rubbed my forehead helplessly. I had to admit that Zachary was quite talented at acting. "Who was torturing me all night yesterday?" I couldn't help but blurt. Charles' face relaxed at once, and he began to watch the show of us. So Zach didn't lose his loyalty. "Mrs. J, thank you for your meticulous care of Zach. The dark circles under your eyes tell me how intense last night was. Have a good rest. Ha ha ha. I won't disturb you two anymore. Ha ha ha." Damn it. It was true that out of the mouth comes evil. I nudged Zachary behind me, and he slowly called out to Charles. "Wait a minute." Just as I was hoping that he would explain to Charles for me, he said to Charles, "Kneel, and you are not allowed to leave in less than 2 hours." I saw his lips curved in a slight smile while he faked a pitiful tone as he spoke. Honey, go and rest. I'll take care of everything, and the breakfast is almost ready. 5. Stop acting. I gritted my teeth and whispered to Zachary. His big hands landed on my shoulders, and the warmth of his palms passed through my clothes. Ouch! After a busy night, my shoulders were sore and tired. I was so shocked at the sudden massage by Zachary that I exclaimed, but it had to be said that he was really skilled with the perfect strength. Honey, you've worked hard all night. He bent down as his eyes glittered with slyness. Seeing this, Charles immediately stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, I will never be a third wheel. I'm leaving now. At this time, I received a WhatsApp message from my best friend living abroad, Zoe Kitts. I clicked on it and found a photo of my ex-boyfriend, Timothy Chase, and an advertising poster for an international luxury brand. Zoe also sent me a voice message at the same time. I clicked on it but failed to adjust my phone's volume in time. Ava, I didn't know until now that Timothy has become a superstar. My God, you can boast that you had a romance with a celebrity. Zoe's voice of shock echoed in the living room. I looked up awkwardly, only to meet Zachary's dead eyes. The warmth on my shoulder disappeared, and a hand reached out from behind to take away my phone. Timothy was also a judge on this talent show, but unlike Zachary, he was hired by the program crew with a lot of money as a superstar. Mrs. J, you've been in a relationship with Timothy Chase? Charles returned when he heard what Zoe said, and he continued. He is a well-known gigolo in the biz. Amanda Lewis is his agent. I felt like my phone was about to be crushed by Zachary, but Charles was still inflaming his passions. Charles looked at me and then glanced at Zachary, saying, Zach, don't you know about their story? I scowled at Charles, and he shut up at once. The next moment, I was held up in the air, freaked out. I held on tight to Zachary. What are you doing? I only realized then that Zachary had scooped me up by the waist. I have some family matters to deal with, so please leave. Zachary didn't respond to me but told Charles to leave. Then he carried me to the bedroom. With the sound of the door closing, I sank into the soft mattress. Zachary stood by the bed and looked down at me. Did you really have a romance with him? His sudden temper stunned me, and I replied weakly, yes, but for only 3 days. I first fell for his pretty face, but after we got together, I felt we were not a match, so I broke up with him. Hey, Zach, do you think you are my real husband? I picked up the pillow next to me and threw it at him, but he didn't dodge it and could no longer hold back his laughter. Zach, you're talented. You can change your job and be an actor. I'm just afraid that your parents will worry about you if someone breaks your heart, he said seriously without batting an eye. But you're not a rich woman, so Timothy should be the one to feel sad. Get lost. I was infuriated by him. I should have left you alone and not cared about you even though your temperature skyrocketed yesterday. I was so angry that I spoke incoherently. As for the culprit in my rage, Zachary just crossed his arms in front of his chest as if he was watching a good show. No, I paused momentarily and said with a smile, looking after you all night was my duty. I'll take it as a payment by labor for a prostitute. I deliberately emphasized the last word. The smile on Zachary's lips gradually froze. Ava, he called out my name expressionlessly. I quickly got out of bed and ran out. As I ran, I said, Mr. Prostitute, don't worry, I know you're weary. Let me get you some nourishing breakfast. Zach, be gentle. My shoulders. Zach, I was wrong. Mr. J, my handsome music producer, please let me off. Boo-hoo. After graduation, I opened a fashion design studio with my college classmate Bob Lennon. Over these years, our business was booming. Many B-list and C-list stars frequented our studio. 2 months ago, we were hired as the stylists for the contestants of Charles' talent show. It was actually thanks to Zachary. Bob knew about my 3-day relationship with Timothy, so he only arranged for himself and 2 assistants to take charge of the work. However, one of the assistants asked for leave today. I was slightly scared that the pain Zachary had suffered last time would happen again, so I told Bob that I would temporarily take over the assistant's work. Bob was dumbfounded when he heard that. He even reached out to touch my forehead and asked in surprise, Ava, are you okay? You would turn around and leave when you saw him from afar since you broke up with him in college. What's wrong with you today? I patted his hand and said, it's been so many years. He's the one who should be avoiding me. Besides, Will you be able to finish your work today without me? Bob rolled his eyes at me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried that you would feel sad when you saw Timothy. So I kept you away from this work. I've been so busy at the TV station working without you every week. I'm here now. Since there was no elimination yet, there were a lot of contestants. As soon as we arrived, we started working non-stop. Miss, can I add you on WhatsApp? I want you to design my style in the future. I turned my head and saw a contestant standing next to me. Just add me. She's a newlywed and doesn't have much time to deal with the studio's affairs. Bob stood between the contestant and me and showed his QR code. Ava, you got married. When did this happen? The assistant, named John, turned to me in surprise. My smile froze in my mouth, and I glared at Bob with a murderous look. Now the whole studio knew. Bob ignored my gaze and turned around to gossip with John. She just didn't want us to know. If I hadn't accidentally seen her personal information form that day, I wouldn't have known that she filled out the spouse column. Bob, stop. If he continued, I would be exposed. Bob patted me on the shoulder and pretended to comfort me, saying, "It's just the same name as our music producer Zachary J. What's to be ashamed of? So many people share the exact same name throughout the country." Hearing Bob's words, everyone in the dressing room rushed over. Ava, do you often compare your husband with our judge? They're both called Zachary J, but the gap between them is enormous. Tell me about it. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to tell others that my husband's name is Zachary J. I gave several awkward laughs to cover up my uneasiness. Yes, my husband is mediocre. He's not as stunning and calm as Mr. J. He's so mean that I want to poison him. This thought has become stronger since I met Mr. J. Before I could finish my sentence, the dressing room was already filled with laughter. Bob couldn't help but say with a sigh, I suddenly feel that my wife's name is not that bad. 7. The contestants' clothes and makeup had all been set, and thus I finally had a moment of leisure before the show's recording. While I was wandering around, someone grabbed my arm. With the sound of the door closing, I bumped into someone's embrace. I looked up and found that it was Zachary. He was wearing black sunglasses with his lips slightly pursed. I could not tell his emotions. Looking down, I noticed that the makeup on my face was printed on his white shirt. Damn! It seemed the new setting spray didn't work. Zachary, do you know how many brain cells of mine you've just killed by scaring me? I scolded him boldly since it was he who scared me first. He tapped my forehead and said, "It's not like you had many to begin with. Besides, who's the one speaking ill of me everywhere? Who talks trash all day long?" His tall figure blocking the light above my head was intimidating. What? I pushed him away. It's a fake marriage. The fewer people who know about it, the better. I have to find some excuses. The recording will start soon. Deal with your clothes first. I pointed to the stain on his clothes. Zachary took off his sunglasses and glimpsed at the stain. He lazily raised his eyes and said, "I've only taken this shirt today." I sighed helplessly. This man must do it on purpose. It was fine to ask the crew for a new shirt, but if others saw the makeup printed on the clothes, things would become complicated. Take off your shirt. I'll use the makeup remover and dry it. I should be able to make it. Zachary put his hands in his pockets and remained unmoved. I curled my lips and reached out to unbutton his shirt. The door was pushed open when I had just taken off his shirt. I was so frightened that I hurriedly covered my head with the shirt. Zach. Hearing that it was Charles, I took the clothes away and looked at him in dismay. The second half of his sentence seemed stuck in his throat, and his eyes changed strangely. Zach, the recording is just half an hour away. Can you finish it before that? I immediately understood what Charles meant. I casually replied, "Don't worry, he can only last for about 5 minutes." Charles' jaw dropped in shock. He patted Zachary earnestly and said, "Zach, don't give up. It's all about technique." Charles ran outside and closed the door, but I was already laughing so hard that I collapsed on the sofa. Don't give up. Suddenly, some pornographic sounds came from the opposite side of the wall. I instantly realized that it seemed to be Timothy's dressing room. Zachary had already put on his headphones and mouthed "have fun" to me. I was surrounded by the crazy pants next door, coming one after another as if I was in a Dolby Atmos movie hall. I was so ashamed that I couldn't help scratching the floor with my toes. Next to me, Zachary looked as if he was used to it. Whether I said, "Sorry, I'll tell Charles that you can do it for 2 hours," or "You're much better than the guy next door," Zachary remained indifferent and refused to lend me the headphones. Finally, when it was only 5 minutes before the recording, Zachary's clothes were ready. As soon as I reached the doorknob, I was stopped by Zachary. He chuckled and said, "Ava, apply some concealer to your ears next time." With that, he opened the door and left first. I looked at myself in the mirror. The tips of my ears all turned red out of embarrassment. Zachary is so handsome. Why does he always wear big framed sunglasses to cover his face? I can hardly see his perfect face clearly at all when he does that. Isn't it obvious? Zachary is loyal to me. He will only allow me to appreciate his handsome face at our home. Hey, your hubby last month was still Timothy Chase. You remarried so quickly. Of course. Zachary is now my new husband. Two young girls chattered and giggled as they scrolled through photos on their phones. But a middle-aged woman beside them suddenly interrupted their dream of infatuation with handsome stars. Hey, you too. Why do you call other men your hubbies so casually? The two girls looked puzzled, and one studied the woman with disdain. Who are you? What's wrong with you? I'm saying that my new husband is Zachary J. So what? Zachary J is my son-in-law. The instant she finished speaking, the two girls burst into laughter. What a lunatic. This middle-aged woman was my mother, Sylvie Jones. Just as my mother was about to deliver a stern lecture to them, I arrived in a hurry and stopped her. "Mom, what are you doing?" My mother glared at me grumpily and handed me her stuff. "See? Loads of girls are obsessed with Zachary now. You should feel scared. You even forgot your husband's birthday. You'll finally regret it when your husband is taken away." My mother even poked my temples as she spoke. I carried 2 large bags of food and said, "It's not such a big deal to get a divorce." I regretted saying so immediately as my mom kept scolding me hence. Fortunately, I didn't tell her that my marriage with Zachary was fake. Otherwise, she would never let me off. When I got home, my father was already preparing the soup while Zachary was assisting him. Instantly, my mother switched from a serious mother to a kind mother-in-law. "Zach, you're so nice." Ava has hardly ever helped with housework since she was a child. I silently put down the ingredients and was about to enter the room, but I didn't expect my mother to start complaining to Zachary. "Zach, do you think I was wrong just now? You're married. It's not appropriate for those little girls to call you hubby." A hint of a smile flashed across Zachary's eyes, and then he pretended to be sad and sighed. "Mom, Ava." My mother suddenly became anxious. "What's wrong? She doesn't treat you well?" Zachary glanced at me and pursed his lips. No, but there were hidden grievances in his tone. "Zachary, don't be afraid. Tell me, and I'll uphold justice for you." My mother's scowl shocked me. I looked closer at Zachary and realized I was in trouble. "Ava, she doesn't like letting others know she's married. Even if people find out, she will only say that her husband has the same name as me. She thinks our relationship will cause trouble for our work. So she asked me to pretend not to know her when we were at the TV station." Zachary pursed his lips tightly as if he was suppressing his feelings. I couldn't explain but could only hurriedly deny. "I didn't." "Mom, I'm your daughter. I only have one son now." "Dad, Mom is acting crazy." After dinner, my parents sent us downstairs. I didn't know what Zachary had whispered to my mother, but I saw her sincerely comfort him by saying, "Zach, there's no hurry to have a baby." My mother glimpsed at me, who was at a loss, and said, "Ava is lazy and never exercises. Encourage her to get more exercise." Zachary put his arm around my shoulder and nodded with a victorious smile. "Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of Ava." I had to admit that Zachary was exemplary at acting. I even believed we were a real couple for a few seconds. But as Zachary's car stopped at my new residence, I came to my senses and accepted the fact that everything was fake. Recently, I had been so busy with the studio's work that I had forgotten the time my period would come. Today, I had inadequate sleep because of my period pains. When I got up and looked in the mirror, I saw my terrible dark circles, almost turning me into a panda. I bought my iced Americano from a cafe near my house and rushed to the studio. Today was another day to record the show. I endured the pain in my lower abdomen when looking for suitable clothes for the contestants. Cold sweat broke out on my back while my head was dizzy with pain. I turned around and was about to drink some more coffee to refresh myself, only to find that my iced Americano on the table had disappeared. How come there was someone who would even steal another person's beverage? It's very kind of Mr. J to give me the beats of music he made, though I've heard the songs he produced before. I didn't expect that he would arrange music for me and come to discuss its details with me," a contestant said in a low voice, unable to hide his excitement. "That's right, he's not only handsome but also talented with a good personality. Initially, I thought he was just a nobody who came to gain popularity, but later I learned he produced many hit songs." Another contestant nodded in agreement. I looked back in the direction of the voice. I didn't know when Zachary had come to the dressing room. Now he was walking outside with a laptop in his hand and my half glass of iced Americano in his other hand. I reached into my pocket for my phone and was about to question him on WhatsApp, but I found a pack of painkillers. There was also a thumb-sized note in the pocket that said, "Remember to take the painkiller." Zachary's handwriting was the same as it was in high school, sharp and uninhibited. I folded the note and put it away with an unconscious smile. I could feel the warmth deep down. After another round of busy work, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Is Zachary's lady around? Your coffee is here." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the door. Their gazes left the delivery guy a little at a loss. He looked at his phone and said, "It's indeed Zachary's honey written here." "Who on earth is Zachary's honey? You've ordered a hot coffee." Everyone was waiting for the owner of the coffee to appear, including me. I couldn't help but think that whoever had ordered a takeout coffee named Zachary's honey to Zachary's dressing room was fearless of embarrassment. The delivery guy became a little impatient. He looked at his phone again and said, "Zachary's honey. The last 4 digits of your phone number is 3523. I've called you many times, but you didn't answer." I suddenly remembered that my phone number also ended in 3523. Could it be? I quickly took out my phone and found I had accidentally muted it. Sure enough, there were a bunch of missed calls. Needless to say, it must be Zachary playing tricks again. I pretended it had nothing to do with me and tried to keep a calm face as I slowly moved my legs, ready to escape. However, Bob suddenly asked, "Wasn't that your phone number?" I was dumbfounded and almost died of embarrassment on the spot. Everyone turned to look at me, and then the dressing room was filled with a sudden burst of laughter. I forced a smile and said, "My husband likes to kid around." "Ava, your husband is so sweet." "Ha ha ha." "Ava, is your husband jealous? Does he want to declare his exclusive love by this?" "Ava, you and your husband are so funny." Ha ha ha. While they were teasing me, I picked up the cup of hot coffee. The remaining warmth in my heart was replaced by the impulse to splash the hot coffee on Zachary's face. "Zachary, thank you so much for embarrassing me." I put the coffee heavily on the table. Zachary slowly took off his sunglasses and looked up at me with an innocent face. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Do you know how ashamed I was when that delivery guy called me in front of everyone in the dressing room? So you are Zachary's honey?" A faint smile on the corner of his mouth slowly turned into a chuckle. In the end, he collapsed on the sofa and trembled with laughter. "Stop laughing." I picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Zachary caught the pillow and put it behind his back. "You can let the delivery boy put the coffee at the door." I had my phone muted during working hours. Besides, I had no idea you ordered me coffee. I complained angrily. "I just bought you a shirt as a birthday gift out of kindness. Maybe I should just give it to a homeless man now." "Hey, don't do that." Zachary quickly got up from the sofa and pulled me back. "Are you mad at me?" I shook off his hand and walked out of the door. "How about this? You order takeout for me, too, and leave the name Ava's hubby. I'll let the delivery guy wait and call this name in the television studio for half an hour before I get it." He clasped my hand and placed his mobile phone in my palm. I laughed with rage. I stuffed the phone into his hand and said, "Don't try to take advantage of me, Zachary. Our marriage is not real." After that, I stormed out of the dressing room without looking back. Just as I had pushed the door open, I met Timothy, who was about to return to his dressing room. "Ava?" With this, I could no longer pretend I didn't know Timothy. Before I could think of what to reply, Timothy asked, "Why did you come out of Zachary's dressing room looking like a thundercloud?" The polite smile I had faked froze on my face, and I couldn't say a word. Suddenly, a man's hand stretched out from behind with a piece of paper and said, "The signature is done." Timothy was stunned as his face darkened. "So you're a fan too, Ava?" I glanced at the paper. There was no signature on it at all. Instead, it wrote, "You're welcome." Yes, Because my husband shares the same name as Mr. J. I came here for an autograph. Timothy, is your dressing room right next to his? I nodded to him with faint alienation. Behind me, Zachary suddenly said, don't you want to take a photo with me? Oh, yes, yes, I said as I took out my phone. Timothy withdrew his gaze and tensed his jaw as if he was trying his best to adjust his facial expression. I won't disturb you. Then, my eyes followed Timothy until his figure vanished at the door, and only then did I feel relieved. As soon as I turned my head, Zachary took my phone away. What are you doing? I asked him in confusion. Delete the photo you just took. I don't want you to make fun of me with it. He scrolled the screen of my phone and then looked at his phone. After a while, he returned the phone to me and said, done. I'm not as boring as you. I rolled my eyes at him, elbowed him back, and left quickly with my phone. How can you repay my kindness with ingratitude? Behind me, Zachary sighed and closed the door. I suddenly remembered that I hadn't put my finger on the camera shutter of my phone at all. 11 on the day Zachary's birthday gift was delivered. He went to the studio early in the morning to arrange music for the contestants. He sent a message informing me that the housekeeper would come to his house today. I was a little bored while waiting for the housekeeper to finish the domestic chores. Therefore, I couldn't help but click on the online video platform. I could make some memes with screenshots of Zachary on the show to tease him. However, as soon as I entered the talent show column, I found that the latest episode's extended version for VIPs had been uploaded, of which the cover was a photo of Zachary raising his t-shirt to wipe his sweat, revealing a part of his ab line. The title was, "With the power outage during recording, contestants and judges sweat profusely." I stared at the cover and began to laugh wildly. The program crew was so crazy that they even used Zachary's appearance to attract audiences. I couldn't wait to see Zachary rage after he knew about it. I had to admit that the cover was quite tempting. I clicked on the episode and paid for the VIP membership. I was in such a hurry that I accidentally used Zachary's debit card. This debit card was given to me by Zachary's mother the day I got the marriage certificate with Zachary. She urged me to link the card to my account. I returned the card to Zachary when his mother passed away, but I forgot to remove it from my account. I usually shopped with my own card, so it was not until today that I remembered the existence of this card. I quickly deleted Zachary's card and transferred him the membership fee via WhatsApp. Sorry, I forgot to remove your card from my account. I've just removed it. Here's the money for the VIP membership. Perhaps he was too busy to reply to me. I started to watch the extended version for VIPs. Due to the power outage, it was getting hot in the rehearsal room. Originally, Zachary and the contestants were all wearing coats, but gradually, they removed their coats and only wore t-shirts. It didn't take long for Zachary to break out in a sweat. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead to the tip of his nose. He had no choice but to lift the hem of his t-shirt to wipe the sweat off. At this moment, the considerate camera crew zoomed in on Zachary so that I could clearly see a few beads of sweat tracing his muscle lines and disappearing in his waistband. He could still cause the girls to scream, just like he had done in a high school basketball competition. In the show, Zachary seemed to have returned to the energetic boy at high school. Perhaps because we saw each other every day, I hardly noticed his charms. But today, when I looked at him through the screen, I had to admit that Zachary was quite attractive. I couldn't help but finish watching the whole episode. I was so focused that I even failed to notice Zachary come back. Why are you so engrossed in it? Is it so good? He leaned over as his soft hair gently scratched the back of my hand, making me itchy. I quickly locked the screen in shock and exclaimed, "What are you doing? It's just a show. You don't have to spy on it." He scorned. "Besides, why did you pay for something already available at home?" Zachary stood up and took off his coat. I was so startled that I almost dropped my phone. How did he know I had especially paid for a membership to see his abs? He even said they were available at home as he took off his clothes in front of me. Was he going to? "What do you want?" I asked weakly, wrapping my arms around myself. Zachary was in a thin long-sleeved shirt without the coat. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. "I've already paid for the membership on the TV at home. You can watch it directly." So the available thing he meant was the membership. My heart was pounding. Zachary turned around and handed me the remote. He suddenly frowned and asked, "Didn't you open the window to ventilate the room?" "Huh?" I was confused again. Zachary shook his head with a faint smile as he walked toward the window and said, Look at your red cheeks. So I touched my face, only to find that it was burning. I thought Jalen would not come to see me again. So I was surprised when he came again 2 days later and even brought lunch for me. Whenever I saw him, I would be reminded of what happened at home that day. Even though he did not do it intentionally, I lost the child because of him. Grandpa knows about this and has already taught me a lesson. I know you don't wish to see me or listen to me, Roxanne, but I still want to apologize. I'm truly sorry about the baby. I could not figure out why he kept coming over to say that. Shouldn't he be celebrating with Simone now that my baby was gone? Why must he come to the hospital to worsen my mood? He opened the lunchbox and brought out the food inside. I took a look at the food that he had probably gotten someone to prepare. There were mushroom soup, honey glazed ribs, and fish. Unfortunately, none of them was my favorite. I often made honey glazed ribs and grilled fish during our 3 years of marriage. Not because they were my favorites, but because they were his. As for the mushroom soup, I disliked morel mushrooms, but there were some in the soup. I want to make it up to you, Roxanne. Could you give me a chance to do that? He asked. Make up? How did he plan on making it up to me? Could he do that? Take it back. Spencer will bring me food in a bit. As soon as my words fell, Spencer pushed the door open and came in. You must be starving, Roxy, Spencer said. However, his face darkened as soon as he saw Jalen. What are you doing here? He snapped. He came over, moved the things Jalen had brought to the side, placed the food he had brought on the table, and opened them one by one. Guess what I brought you today? You can't eat greasy food since you just recovered. Cece specially prepared your favorite pumpkin risotto and ham and cheese omelet before going out. After saying that, he glanced at the food Jalen had brought and snorted. I'm impressed. Jalen, Roxy would find none of the things you brought acceptable to her taste. She doesn't like to eat honey glazed ribs, fish, and morel mushrooms. You'd better take your things and get out right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you to the ground. Spencer had already beaten Jalen up outside the ward that day. I could hear it from inside the room, but I said nothing to stop it. After crying all day yesterday, I felt much better now. Spencer's words made Jalen embarrassed. The high and mighty Jalen was snubbed when delivering food to others for the first time. I wondered what he was thinking at the moment. I'll help you up to eat, Roxy. With that, Spencer came over and helped me up. I ate the food he brought me while ignoring Jalen. I had not had a good meal in the past 2 days. Surprisingly, with Jalen here today, my appetite was aroused and I ate half a bowl of risotto. Jalen had already left by the time I finished eating, but he returned the next day. Although none of the food he brought this time was anything I disliked, I still refused to eat it. Simone came to see me once on the 3rd day of my hospitalization. She pretended to apologize to me in front of others, claiming that my miscarriage was indirectly caused by her. She made excuses like blaming Jalen for caring so much about her that he shoved me away. I would be lying if I said that I was not upset by her words. After all, I had been carrying that child in my womb for over 2 months, and it was a part of me. I slapped her across the face and uttered 2 words. Get out! She covered her face and wanted to say something more, but Cecilia kicked her out. Simone, you little bitch. I'm leaving my words here today. Only one of us can remain in the entertainment industry. I'll fight you till the end. Just wait and see. I'll expose all your evil doings and rotten affairs little by little. I will destroy you, even if I have to bet on everything I have. I was glad to have a best friend like Cecilia. However, I kind of regretted merely slapping Simone. After 5 days in the hospital, I was discharged. The first thing I did after getting discharged was to call Jalen to go to the city hall and obtain our divorce certificate. I did not wish to wait for another day. After receiving my call, he picked me up from the hospital. Instead of taking me to the city hall, he sent me home, saying that he would let me rest for a few more days and that there was no hurry to get the certificate. If you're worried that Grandpa Andrew will blame you, I'll explain to him. I figured it must be Andrew who put pressure on him to prevent him from getting a divorce now. Spencer told me everything. After he beat up Jalen in the hospital that day, the latter went home and Andrew beat him with his walking cane several times. That was also the day I realized I would no longer feel sorry for him. 18. It's not because of Grandpa. What then? Because of guilt. I looked up to lock gazes with him and found that his deep eyes held a few more emotions that I had not seen before. I could not figure it out, and I did not want to either. At present, I just wanted to divorce him so that we could go our separate ways. At my insistence, he ultimately took me to the city hall. When I came out with the divorce certificate, I suddenly felt very relaxed. I had loved him for over a decade, but it ended in this way. Jalen, I wish you both happy. I raised the corners of my lips to form what I thought was a very sincere smile. However, deep down, I was wishing for his happiness alone. They did not deserve it, and especially her. 19 Due to being hospitalized, I missed recording a variety show with Simone. Cecilia mysteriously told me that she had taught Simone a lesson for me. I was curious as to how she did it, but she kept the suspense going by saying that I would find out when the show aired. On the day the show aired, Cecilia, Spencer, and I watched it at Spencer's house. Simone was embarrassed the entire time as Cecilia made full use of her sharp tongue. It was a show where cast members visited the countryside and lived in a big house with a yard for 2 days and 2 nights. Everyone worked in the fields and cooked meals together. Simone's persona was that she came from the countryside and could endure hardships. Also, she could never put on weight. However, she did not know how to plant wheat and peanuts or light a fire with firewood in the show, and her persona collapsed instantly. During mealtime, Cecilia told the cameraman to zoom in on Simone's face and dished out a large bowl of noodles for her to eat. She reasoned that the latter could never put on weight, and it was to advertise the noodles in her hometown. What was worse, when she got up the next day, Cecilia deliberately started a live stream for her fans early in the morning and accidentally filmed Simone applying minimal makeup. Cecilia's live stream was at 6:30. While the television crew started shooting at 7. How could someone who was applying makeup at 6:30 appear completely barefaced on screen at 7? The worst thing was that someone in the television crew asked about their relationship, and Simone said that she had never been in one. Cecilia immediately sneered and said bluntly, "I didn't mean to laugh at you, Miss Quigley. I just think everyone has a few rumored boyfriends. Maybe they haven't made it official yet, but my rumored boyfriends and I only have business relationships. Is the one you can bring home also just a rumored boyfriend, Miss Quigley?" Simone had scandals with people in the industry very early on. Later, she was photographed spending the night with Jalen. A few days ago, she even posted a tweet, which read, "You are finally mine." What a blatant slap in the face. Simone's expression turned gloomy at what she said. She hesitated for a long time before saying with an awkward chuckle, "That was just hanging out with friends. I didn't take anyone home. I had many friends with me that day." As soon as the show came out, it was followed by Simone's crumbled persona trending online. Everyone was criticizing Simone for being fake. They commented that her acting skills had been worsening even though she had studied abroad for so many years. Apart from the lack of acting skills, she also had no reputation. Some even went as far as to say that she might as well die abroad and never come back. Of course, there were Simone's fans who criticized Cecilia, but they were all rebuked by my and Cecilia's fans. There had been rumors about me and Simone being on bad terms since long ago, and everyone knew that Cecilia and I were good friends, so it only confirmed the rumor. In short, the end result was that Cecilia risked her reputation to teach Simone a lesson verbally for me, and let her first stop in her comeback end in failure. But this little blow is nothing to her. Once she and Jalen got married, she would not care about it at all. Although I had given up, I still felt sad when I thought of that. Jalen did not want my child, but he would treat Simone's child as a treasure in the future. There was a significant difference between children who were loved and those who were not. "Don't worry, they won't get married," Cecilia said solemnly as she held my hand. "Huh? What do you mean?" I looked at Cecilia in bewilderment. "You can't seriously think that what I said about messing with her was just criticizing her in a perfunctory way on the show?" Cecilia winked at me slyly. I still did not understand what she meant. Spencer tapped me on the head and said, "You're dumb. She has a game changer. Of course, that woman isn't simple." "What is it?" I was very curious and wondered what they had found behind my back. Instead of telling me, Cecilia asked, "When will you return to work?" "Next week. I'll start by shooting an advertisement and filming the show on Friday." The show was scheduled for their episode previously, but due to my health, the television crew temporarily postponed the episode for me. "Tell me now, what's the big show you're both planning?" "You'll know when the time comes." They both acted mysterious and refused to tell me, In the recording of the next episode, Zachary wore the shirt I gave him as a birthday gift. With his deep facial features, he attracted the attention of the audience the instant he stepped onto the stage. The light shone on his neat face, and his delicate facial lines seemed to have been carved by the creator himself. It was my first time sitting in the auditorium with my assistant. Amidst the screams, I heard some whispers. "Oh my God, Zachary's stylist today deserves a reward. He looks so good in this outfit." That's right, the clothes really show off his figure. Look at his legs, his waist. Hey, can you imagine him taking off his clothes? Damn, you make me shy. As my hubby, he must be in good shape with beautiful muscles. I watched joyfully at the show's beginning, but then I almost left with rage because of the girls' illusions about Zachary. My parents asked me to take Zachary home for dinner today, so I had to wait until the recording finished. However, when the recording was over, I was stopped by Timothy. "Ava, your husband is Zachary, isn't he?" I was stunned at first and then thoughtfully answered, "Yes, my husband is Zachary J. But it's purely coincidental that he has the same name as the show judge." Timothy's lips curved into a sneer. "Come on, I can recognize his voice." He continued to deride. "You've married him and borne him a baby, but he has just become famous. Can he bear to lose popularity by exposing the marriage?" Unwillingness glistened in his eyes. "I don't think it has anything to do with you." My voice turned cold. "It was my fault for being with you because I liked your pretty look. But so many years have passed." "Timothy, you are not such a petty man, are you?" Timothy stared at me with a reluctant gaze. Just as he was about to refute me, an arm pulled me back from behind and wrapped around my waist. "Honey, why are you still here? Mom and Dad have been waiting for us for a long time." Zachary's gentle voice came from behind. I turned around, at a loss. I looked into Zachary's profound eyes and saw my reflection. For a moment, I was so immersed in his gaze and his embrace that I almost surrendered to my feelings for him. He raised his eyes and glanced at Timothy in front of him. "Our child will turn 100 days old in a few days. Are you interested in taking a look at him?" I grabbed Zachary's arm tightly and signaled him to stop talking nonsense. Rage flashed across Timothy's eyes. He turned around and left with his mouth tightly closed. One of Zachary's hands held my elbow, which was about to hit him, while his other hand landed on my shoulder. "Have you thought about making our relationship public on Twitter?" There was a hint of pride in his voice. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for Timothy to hear every word. I silently mouthed the word boring to Zachary. He smiled indifferently and bent to whisper in my ear, "You don't want to act with me? Or do you want to rekindle your romance with this stupid guy? Aren't you afraid that Timothy will expose it?" "It's you who fear," said Zachary in a slow and indifferent tone. I was so angry that I shook off his hand and quickly strode away. He kept up with a rush of footsteps. "What are you afraid of? If no one is willing to marry you in the future, you can keep our marriage certificate with you." His gentle warm breath caressed my face. Was it a joke or a promise? I could not be sure. "You're crazy," I scolded him in a low voice as he gazed at me with smiling eyes. "By the way, this outfit doesn't seem to suit you. You'd better not wear it any longer." "Why?" The makeup artist praised it today. "I'm a professional fashion stylist. Believe me, it's not suitable. Besides, didn't you say that you haven't gone to the gym for a long time? Do you think you still look good in such clothes that show off your figure? If so, isn't your birthday gift a little useless?" Zachary raised his eyebrows slightly as he spoke. "Then this birthday gift is invalid now. Give me a new one." "Greedy?" "I'm greedy? Do you think you're a little mean to your legal spouse?" 14 Since we were at the TV station, I deliberately stayed 10 steps away from Zachary and ensured no one was nearby before I got into the car. I lay down in the car's rear for fear of being photographed. "Ava, will you try hot intimacy with me there?" Zachary looked back at me with interest. "Cut the crap." I kicked his seat and urged, "Hurry up and drive." It took him ages to slowly turn back and start the car. At this moment, the car stereo began to play a radio program, of which the theme was musicians. As luck would have it, the protagonist of this episode was Zachary. Zachary J is considered the most popular man this year, the new husband of thousands of girls. But as a music producer, He's well known in the music biz. He owns the copyright of many songs. It's widely known that Zachary's music is a guarantee of popularity. He has written songs for many famous singers. It's such a waste that he has been working behind the scenes all these years. Today, our program will start with the music that Zachary composed in the past. When he was 18 years old, he created his first piece of music named Crush on the One and Only. Before the program host finished his words, Zachary turned off the stereo. I sat up from the seat, still unsatisfied. Hey, why did you turn it off? It was about to play your music. Zachary raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked ahead, saying, "There's nothing to listen to. It's embarrassing, but I want to hear it. It's your maiden work." I strongly protested. "Wait, you wrote it at 18, and it's called Crush on the One and Only." "Zach, did you have a crush on a girl then?" The tips of Zachary's ears were visibly red. He closed his mouth tightly and pretended not to hear. "Did it happen in the 3rd year of high school or after graduation? Did you get rejected when you professed your love to her?" I kept speculating as Zachary remained silent, but I felt a little sad at the same time. "No, I didn't tell her." "Why?" "Because." He deliberately dragged out his words and stopped the car at the traffic lights. He glanced at the red light in front of him and then turned around to give a glimpse at me. She had a wandering eye. She had fallen for so many boys that, an innocent boy like me would have no chance to gain her love. With this, my words were stuck in my throat. I didn't expect Zachary to fall in love with such a girl. "How long did your crush on her last?" The light turned green. I lowered my eyes and asked Zachary as I told Zoe on WhatsApp to recall such a girl in high school. "Nearly 9 years. Zachary rotated the steering wheel as I leaned against the car door. 9 years. Zachary was 27 now. "I didn't expect you to be so devoted to her." I was still feeling blue when the phone screen lit up. It was a message from Zoe. "The girl with a wandering eye. Are you talking about yourself? Back then, your affections changed frequently. If I remember correctly, you almost fell for all the boys in the school, didn't you?" I was so depressed that I replied to Zoe with suspension points. Then, I took out my earphones and clicked on the music player to listen to the song Crush on the One and Only. Every note of the song was like a sour bitter orange pill that was fed into one's heart bit by bit. Then, the bitterness in the heart poured out, and only disappointment remained. The moment the car stopped, Zoe's WhatsApp message came again. "But there was a boy you've never liked." It was Zachary. All of a sudden, I seemed to awaken to something. Perhaps there was a slight possibility that Zachary's crush was me. When we got home, my mother felt sorry that Zachary had lost much weight and blamed me for it. Then, she threw me a shopping list and asked me to go out. I had no choice but to reluctantly obey. However, it was not until I reached the checkout counter that I realized that I didn't bring my wallet and phone with me. Damn, a total of $55. Cash or? The cashier was stunned when she saw me rummaging through my pocket. She tilted her head and asked, "Miss, you will pay by Apple Cash." A familiar voice sounded behind me. I looked back and saw Zachary, who had his face covered and only revealed his smiling eyes. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me? You're always so careless." Zachary reached out and ruffled my hair. "Did you follow me all the way?" I leaned over and whispered. "Mom was worried that you were too slight to carry the stuff, so she asked me to come and help." Zachary bent over me and said, "Ava, you're not very vigilant." I nudged him and said with my teeth gritted, "Bad guys are not so idle as you." After paying the bill, Zachary took all the stuff in his hand before I did. I quickly caught up with him. The cold wind blowing outside pained my face a bit. The snow just began to fall out of expectation. A man happened to sing with a guitar in the snow. "Hey, Zach." An idea suddenly came to my mind. "How about playing Truth or Dare?" Zachary walked in silence and slowly turned his gaze to me. "I'll take it as a silent yes," I quickly uttered, not giving him a chance to refuse. "Truth is who is the girl you have a crush on. Dare is to sing a song there." I pointed with my chin to the boy who was singing in a deep voice not far away. "Okay." Zachary walked toward the boy. 2 minutes later, he began singing while playing the guitar. The song he chose to sing was unexpected and surprising. It was my favorite song. His shoulders and the tips of his hair were sprinkled with snow. The street lamp stretched his long figure while the bustling pedestrians all stopped to listen. It was like a dream when I stood at the very front, overwhelmed by the wonderful scene. As I woke up from the dream, I found that there were a lot of raised mobile phones around me, and Zachary was at the center of those screens. Seeing this, I couldn't help but hasten to walk up to Zachary and interrupted his performance. This was a stupid idea. Run! I gave the guitar back to the boy and pulled Zachary toward me. We rushed out of the crowd and left a row of footprints on the snow. As the snowflakes glistened in the light of the night, our hands were red because of the cold wind, but our palms holding together were warm. After we were far away from the crowd, we slowly stopped and gasped for breath. Zachary pulled off his mask and stared at me, smiling. He said, "You suggested we play truth or dare. Why did you chicken out?" "I didn't expect you to dare. Didn't you fear being recognized?" I glared at him and said, "It's your turn now." Zachary smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll keep this chance and use it next time." "Humph, it's up to you. I have no fear." 16 After dinner, Zachary drove me home. Tonight, he acted like he was drunk. He had not only sung in public but also discussed with my parents the plan for our honeymoon and having children in the future. During the discussion, I kicked him several times and motioned him to stop, but he was still in high spirits, which made my parents grin from ear to ear. "Zachary?" After the car was parked before my house, I couldn't help asking, "Are you drunk or out of your mind?" Zachary ignored me. He unfastened his seatbelt and got out of the car to open the door for me. He suddenly approached me and lowered his eyes with a smile. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm completely fine." His breath was hotter than the last time he was hammered and had a fever, making my heart skip a beat. "Then why are you acting so weird today? Don't be so close to my parents. I'm afraid that they can't bear to part with you when we get a divorce later." "I know what I'm doing." Zachary took a step back so I could get out of the car. "Be careful. Don't drive too fast." I couldn't help but turn around to remind him, only to meet his earnest gaze. "All right." He nodded slightly at me. After a tiring day, I took a hot shower immediately. As I had just dried my hair, I received a call from Zachary. "Ava, I'm downstairs." I immediately changed my clothes and rushed downstairs. I found him standing in the snow. It seemed he had been here the whole time after I had gotten home since the snow had piled up on his shoulder. I quickly stood on tiptoe to sweep away the snow on him. His clothes were more or less moist with the snow. "Zachary, you must be drunk." Before I could finish my words, he grabbed my shoulders with both hands. I curled up my fingers and rubbed them on his coat. I intended to calm down in the snow, but then I found it didn't work. His hot breath blew into my face, blurring his good-looking face in my sight. My thoughts were also messed up by him. Then, he bent his head and blocked the light in front of me. His lips, which had been frozen by the cold wind, fell on mine. I shivered with cold and was then overwhelmed by the warmth and softness of his tongue. Our breath was entangled with each other. My hand was pulled into his pocket, and he slowly put a ring on my finger. At the moment when the passionate kiss ended, I struggled to pull my hand out, but it was held tighter and intertwined with his fingers. His heavy breathing was like a burning fire flaring to my cheeks. Today's dare was only half completed, so it didn't count. As compensation, I'll tell you the truth. It's you. His answer was like a spark, completely igniting my heart. When did this happen?" I asked hesitantly. "This is another question." Zachary looked at me with a mysterious smile. "Stingy." I lowered my head and grinned. "Now it's my turn. Truth or dare? Go on. I'm not afraid." Zachary's lips slightly curved into a smile as his eyes overflowed with joy. "Truth is, how many boys have you fallen in love with in high school?" His words were like a heavy stone, crushing my morale just now. Before I could beg for mercy, Zachary continued, "You must tell me the exact number. Don't try to fool me, because I know the correct answer." I was like a deflated balloon, desperately asking him what the dare was. "Come home with me," he answered. "We've just been together. Don't you think you go a little too far?" I poked his shoulder as my face burned with embarrassment. "Let me remind you kindly, we're married," he said slowly, pinching the ring on my finger. "That's a fake marriage," I retorted. "A fake marriage?" He leaned over to my ear, clasped my waist with both hands and pulled me into his embrace. "Miss Ava Jones, our marriage certificate is real. Our wedding rings are real, and our feelings are also real. Do you still think it's fake? Take my baggage." "Yes, madam." "What? You and Zachary really got married?" Zoe's shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. I replied calmly. And he has been secretly in love with you for 9 years since he was 18 years old. Continued Zoe. Yes. Ava, it's not April Fool's Day today. You're not fooling me? Zoe asked again to confirm. No. We're really together. I chuckled as I declared. Then you've really hurt him badly. You have to make it up to him. How come I hurt him? I didn't understand what Zoe said. Perhaps it was because you fell for so many people that he didn't dare to profess his love to you and has hidden his feelings for 9 years. 9 years of youth. Zoe sighed. Don't you think he was miserable? I was stumped by Zoe's question. Indeed. I had asked Zachary why he liked me and why he didn't tell me his feelings. But he had answered neither of the questions. Was it all because I had a wandering eye? But as you know, I just liked the pretty face and casually blurted out that I liked someone. I usually forgot it in a few days. As for Timothy, it was he who took the initiative to tell me that he liked me, and I agreed to be with him on the spur of the moment. After I broke up with him, I haven't fallen for anyone. I defended myself. I don't think Zachary knew that. He couldn't afford to be dumped like Timothy, so he would rather remain a friend of yours. Those who have a secret crush care about gains and losses the most. Zoe persuaded earnestly. Mrs. J. That's all I say. It's up to you. Bye. Zoe's words drew me into endless thoughts. Somehow, my phone was playing Zachary's song, Crush on the One and Only. I didn't know how many times I had looped it when Zachary came back. Today, he went out for dinner with the contestants, and he smelled a little drunk. Why did you drink? I went forward to hold him, but unexpectedly, he wrapped his arm around my waist. The next moment, he pressed me against the wall. He stared at me deeply with his tipsy eyes, which were filled with complicated emotions. He pinched my chin and brought my lips to his. He bent his head and bit me gently. Such a state of Zachary was strange to me. I put my hands on his chest and said, Zach, you're so different when you get drunk. My lips were then sealed by his, as he invaded my mouth with the bitterness of the wine. After an intense kiss, he bit my lips again. He buried his head in my neck and said in a muffled voice, You're a bad woman. How much alcohol have you drunk? I was at a loss. Not much. 3 glasses of red wine with Sprite. What? Wait a minute. I pushed Zachary. That's what we drank at the senior prom in high school. Right. Zachary let go of me and staggered to the couch. I was afraid that he would fall, so I quickly followed him. However, it was still too late. I watched as he picked up the kettle on the table and drew it to his mouth, but he lost his balance and the water hence splashed all over him. Zach! I hurried over to put away the kettle. Then I found that his eyes had regained their clarity. Sober now? I finally let out a sigh of relief. Hurry up and take a shower. Zachary looked at me and answered in a deep voice. Then he stood up and dragged me into the bathroom. What do you want? Zachary pulled me into his arms and said with a serious look, Service. I was stunned for a while before I came to my senses and quickly replied, No need. Then, just as I was about to run away, he carried me directly into the bathroom. It stemmed from the story that had happened this morning. I got up and saw the debit card that Zachary had left for me. Then I took a selfie with the card, made the photo a meme saying, Thanks for your service, and sent it to him. And after an hour, Zachary, who had buried himself in work in his studio, replied to me with an MM. It was not until tonight that I understood the meaning of the MM. Therefore, tonight, the man devoted himself to providing the exclusive service for me. My guess that he could only do it for 5 minutes was also smashed by his actual efforts. At noon the next day, I was woken up by a phone call. It took me quite a while to touch the phone in a daze. Hello! My voice was very hoarse as if my throat had been burned. Ava, are you okay? Your voice was fine yesterday. Why is it hoarse today? Zoe asked worriedly. I'm fine. I just talked too much yesterday. I rubbed my eyes and found that the culprit was staring at me meaningfully by the bed. Zoe could tell that I couldn't talk much, so she just exhorted me to take care of myself and then hung up. Zachary bent down to put away my phone and said with great interest, Did you enjoy my service last night? I raised my eyes and glared at him, but it's too good for me to enjoy it for a second time. As I spoke, I stuffed the debit card into his hand. For your hard work last night. He couldn't hold back his laughter and kissed me gently on the cheek. You worked harder than me, so you'd better keep it. I was so angry that I turned my back on him. He held me in his arms and whispered, Well, It's time to get up. I narrowed my eyes and pretended a sleepy look. I can't get up. It seems that I should take you with me the next time I work out at the gym. Don't. I've already worked out too much with you last night. 18 in the end. I was pulled out of bed by Zachary with reluctance. After getting washed up, I collapsed on the couch and was about to continue my sleep. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang. Its intermittent sounds woke me up instantly. Zachary hadn't opened the door for so long that I had to support myself with my sore legs to open the door with impatience. Zachary? Why did you order takeout food again? Didn't I tell you not to? The moment I opened the door, I swallowed the rest of my words because it was not the delivery guy standing outside, but the members of Zachary's team in the talent show. One of them was having the camera lens of his phone pointed at me. Naturally, they recognized me and couldn't help but ask, "Ava, why are you?" Well, My mind went blank and I couldn't find an excuse to fool him. "She's my wife." A deep voice came from behind when I was held back into a firm embrace. Zachary reached out to block the phone lens. "She's timid and doesn't want to be the center of attention." The owner of the phone, Fabian Lind, was suddenly aware of what he was doing. He quickly swiped his fingers across the screen and said, "I'm sorry. I thought that Mr. J was single. I've already turned off the live streaming now. I'm truly sorry." Live streaming? My body instantly turned cold, and I almost tumbled as my legs lost strength. Zachary helped me to the side and motioned for the contestants to come inside. "Come in and have a seat. We'll make tea for you in the kitchen. Just find a place to sit." As he spoke, he held me in the kitchen. I looked at Zachary, who was calmly preparing the tea, and I suddenly understood something. "Did you do it on purpose?" I drew closer to him and glared at him. "Huh?" Zachary didn't stop his movement while he looked up at me and slightly raised his eyebrows. But unfortunately, the curve on his lips told me about his thoughts. "No wonder you insisted on pulling me off the bed today. Also, someone knocked on the door just now but you deliberately refused to open it. However, you showed up shortly after I opened the door." I questioned him angrily. "Zachary, can you explain it to me?" Zachary looked at me innocently and said, "I'm wronged. I pulled you up to avoid disturbing your orderly lifestyle. As for why I didn't open the door, it was because I was occupied at that time. Occupied with tweeting." "Tweeting? What a lame excuse." Zachary nodded and handed his phone to me. I clicked on Twitter and found his latest tweet. "I'm Ava Jones' husband. As she has just acknowledged, there was a photo of our hands in rings, which had been taken to cater to Zachary's mother. The other one was that my head was turned away while Zachary was looking into the camera. I could tell by the clothes that it was shot on the last time I had bumped into Timothy at the TV station and pretended to take photos with Zachary. Needless to say, it must be Zachary who secretly pressed the shutter and then used my mobile phone to send him the photo via airdrop. I looked at the time the tweet was posted. It was 10 minutes ago, just before I opened the door. "Zachary, I really didn't expect you to be so calculating." As I spoke, I threw the phone back to him. Zachary caught the phone and pulled me into his arms. "Yes, I'm afraid you'll abandon me, so I have to seize the initiative to verify my identity." His words made my heart ache and melt. I remembered Zoe had told me before that Zachary had kept me in his heart for so many years, but it was not until now that I was aware of my feelings for him. "How would I dare?" I said in a muffled voice. "You're so popular now. So many girls call you husband. Besides, you've made our relationship public in such a dramatic way. What should we do if we get tired of each other in the future?" Then, I looked up to Zachary, only to find his face and eyes darkened. "Will you get tired of me?" Zachary's grip on my waist was slightly tightened, and I instantly became alert. I looked at his frowning eyebrows and said weakly, "It's just in case." His eyes gradually turned cold. I immediately cringed and corrected myself. I was wrong. There won't be no such a case. His furrowed eyebrows finally relaxed. He reached out to pinch my cheek. "The tea is ready. If you don't want to stay here with them, you can wander around. I'll pick you up tonight." I stared after him as he left the kitchen and realized that I had lost before this quarrel even began. Unexpectedly, after my relationship with Zachary was made public, it did not attract any criticism from the netizens. Instead, it set off a trend of digging up our story in the past. Zoe told me that it started with an anonymous post. It could be one of our classmates at high school. The post went as follows: Zachary J and Ava Jones were childhood sweethearts. Their long-lasting romance started from puppy love and has now turned into a happy marriage. Let me tell you about their story from the very beginning. They used to sit next to each other in high school, so it was normal for them to flirt with each other by arguing every day. The most shocking thing was that the two of them often got caught quarreling during class. So the teacher told their parents to settle their differences. But the parents both felt satisfied with their child's date while our teacher could only feel helpless. The two of them were both very good looking. Here are some photos of them when they were in high school. The most upvoted comment below the post was, "And they had a sweet episode at the prom." At that time, Ava was drunk with her cheeks scarlet after only one glass of wine. However, her classmates plied her with alcohol and soft drinks. Zachary was so worried that he quickly poured all her drinks into his glass. Then our poor Zachary had to drink up 3 glasses of red wine with Sprite. Lol. Before I could finish reading the comments, Zoe sent me another post with the title "Evidence of Zachary J's Affection for His Wife." Previously, I watched several episodes and found that Zachary had been wearing the same ring. I just thought that he must like this ring very much. It wasn't until he tweeted about his marriage that I realized it was a wedding ring. Oh my god, this is so romantic. Finally, here are some photos of Zachary's hand with the wedding ring. Following was a pile of screenshots of the show. Mrs. J, are you still watching his photos? We'll arrive at the TV station soon. Isn't it better to watch the real person? Said Bob with a glimpse at my phone screen. I even sympathized with you back then. We've been friends for so many years. It's all right that you didn't tell me you were married, but you even hid your spouse's identity from me. As Bob spoke, he pretended to be sad and said, "It seems that someone has neglected her friends after getting married." John, don't you think so? All right. After we finish our work for this show, I'll ask my husband to treat you to a good meal as a substitute for our wedding banquet. I comforted Bob and patted him on the shoulder. Humph. I'll take my wife with me too. We'll definitely stuff our faces, Bob joked. And the atmosphere in the car suddenly became cheerful. It was the final of the talent show today. Fabian Lind of Zachary's team won the championship with the most votes. Colorful ribbons in the air floated down as tears swirled in his eyes. The MC handed the microphone to him. He choked with sobs before he could finish his speech, so the microphone was then passed to Zachary. Mr. J, the contestant who chose you as his mentor is now the champion. Do you have anything to say to everyone? First of all, I'm grateful that he chose me and used my music to complete a perfect finale stage. I hope we can cooperate in the future. I'm also grateful that the program crew has been taking care of me and my team for such a long time. Uncharacteristically for Zachary, he grinned with joy in front of the camera. Finally, I want to express my sincere gratitude to my wife for persuading me to participate in the show and leave my dispirited time behind. I was in the dressing room looking across the screen at Zachary. I couldn't help but tear up. Just as I walked outside the dressing room to wait for Zachary, I happened to see Amanda Lewis and a contestant of Timothy's team coming out of Timothy's dressing room. The hickeys were all over the neck of the contestant while Amanda was slowly buttoning up her blouse. "So you are Zachary's wife?" Amanda called out to me first. I smiled politely and didn't reply. She raised her head and asked, "How was the aphrodisiac last time? Did you enjoy it?" My face suddenly burned with embarrassment. I didn't know how to react. If you're tired of playing with Zachary, let me know. I'll exchange some young flesh for Zachary with you. After all, she pretended to ponder and then left with a sentence. One will be sick of eating the same dish all day long, even if it's a delicious one. I was so shocked at Amanda's words that I almost failed to notice Zachary coming. What's wrong? I was startled when his face was magnified in my sight. Nothing. I came to my senses. I just met Amanda. Zachary asked vigilantly, "Did she talk to you?" "Yes. She asked me if the aphrodisiac last time was effective, and I told her." I carefully raised my eyes to observe Zachary's face as I spoke. It was so good that I had so much fun. I burst into laughter as I saw his face darken. Zachary gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry." I immediately surrendered. "Actually, Amanda was kind. She said that I could exchange you for a handsome young boy with her. After thinking about it, I feel that it's quite a deal." 20 after the show ended, Zachary needed to produce albums for the singers, so he left early and returned late every day. Almost a year had passed. This year, Zachary was invited to perform at a music festival. The day of his performance happened to be his birthday. I told him that I ached to go there, but I was too busy with my work. Zachary said he didn't mind, but a hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. Just as Zachary had set off, I excitedly went into my room to pack up my baggage. I secretly booked a ticket to the music festival and got on a flight there. I planned to give him a surprise tomorrow. Everything went smoothly from departure to landing. On the next day, I put on beautiful makeup and dressed myself up. The music festival was bustling with noise and excitement. I hid in the crowd and calculated when Zachary would appear on the stage. "Hello! Can I take a photo with you?" Before I could refuse, my phone rang. It was from Zachary. I immediately hung up the phone and refused the boy beside me. "I'm sorry, I don't like to take photos with strangers." As soon as I finished speaking, I received a WhatsApp message from Zachary. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" I replied to him 5 minutes later, pretending to be busy. "Did you call me? I'm working outside. The reception isn't good." Then, Zachary sent me a photo, in which the boy and I were projected on the stage's big screen while we were talking. Zachary then wrote, "Indeed, the reception here isn't good." I hurriedly explained, "Honey, you misunderstood me. I originally intended to give you a surprise." As expected, when I saw Zachary, he seemed to be displeased. Even when I showed him the hotel room I had decorated, he was still indifferent. "Well, I ordered this cake a long time ago." I bit my lip and looked at him nervously. He pulled me into his arms and did not give a glance at the cake at all. "Try it?" I asked him tentatively. "I'll try the gift first." He refused me with a serious face. "What gift?" The instant I had finished my words, I felt a chill on my back as he untied the laces of my dress easily. "Zach, you bastard. Then you're a liar." Not long after, Zachary really received a gift. His son, Jones J. Story of Zachary, at the senior prom. Ava was hammered. Her face was already scarlet, but she still insisted that she was not drunk. Eventually, Zachary drank up all the drinks for her and then sent her home. When they reached Ava's home, Ava suddenly wrapped her arms around Zachary's neck and pressed her lips against his. Zachary was stunned at first, and then he quickly withdrew his arm that was embracing Ava. He thought he was not drunk, but alcohol seemed to have overwhelmed him, and uncontrollably, his mind was in a mess. The wine at the prom was sour and bitter, but the taste he absorbed from her mouth was very tempting, so sweet and juicy like a ripe cherry. In the end, reason triumphed over lust. Zachary grabbed her shoulders to separate the two of them. He ran home and washed with cold water for a long time, but he was still burning with feelings for her. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking about every possibility that would happen after Ava regained consciousness the next day. Zachary felt that it was incredible since his heart would begin to drum every time he pictured them being together. When did he fall for Ava? Zachary didn't even know the answer himself. Thinking of what he had quarreled with her before, he felt a burst of regret. But the next day, when Zachary went out and bumped into Ava, he found his consideration all night long was in vain because Ava had been too drunk to remember everything. Zachary knew clearly about his affection for Ava, but he didn't dare estimate the possibility that Ava also liked him. It was because Ava had liked many people, and she would change her feelings every 2 or 3 days. He was afraid that Ava didn't like him. He was even more afraid that her affection for him would be just a flash in the pan. In the past, Zachary would always argue with Ava. Gradually, Zachary would inwardly rehearse his words, his movements, and his expressions before they met. In the last summer at high school, Zachary wrote all the words he didn't dare to say to her into a song. He named the song Crush on the One and Only, because Ava was his one and only. He thought after 4 years of college life, he would have a chance to start a new story with Ava. However, Ava moved away after graduation. Zachary gradually became famous in the music biz and moved out of the old house with his mother. Later, his mother fell seriously ill. The doctor suggested Zachary fulfill his mother's wish as soon as possible since she didn't have much time left. A deep sense of despair overwhelmed him. His mother seemed to have seen through his mind. "Zach, I want to see you get married before I leave. I don't have anything else to worry about. I think Ava can be a perfect match for you." Rain and tears flowed over his face, blurring Ava's dainty figure in his eyes. Even though he professed his feelings for her with the excuse that his mother was ill, Her mind was still a mess. His heart pounded disorderly in his chest as if taunting him for being a coward. The fake marriage between him and Ava was like a fragile dream. With a gentle poke, it would vanish into thin air. Zachary thought his mother's death would be the time of the destruction of the dream. The depression approached and devoured him into the darkness like a giant beast. However, Ava didn't leave. Instead, she dragged him out of the darkness. She persuaded him to get busy and stop being dispirited all the time. Gradually, work occupied his time, while every dark corner of his life was lit by Ava. Zachary thought, perhaps it's time to slowly make her mine. Author Xia Zhaoqi. Jalen Luxley brought up divorce as soon as his first crush returned. I stuffed the pregnancy test report into my bag and signed the divorce agreement while holding back tears. Since that's the case, let's part ways on good terms, I said. A house, a car, money, resources. He could give me all of that except status and love. Only she could ever receive those from him. One on our 3rd wedding anniversary, Jalen handed me a divorce agreement just as I was about to joyfully announce my pregnancy to him. Roxanne, let's get a divorce, he said. I trembled all over. It took me a while to gather myself before I could inquire. Is it because she's back? Yes, he was eager to divorce me because his first crush had returned. However, he was unaware that the baby inside me was already more than 2 months old. Must we divorce? I looked up and asked him, clinging to the last bit of hope I had. I tried my best to appear calm, not wanting him to detect any signs of longing or reluctance. Nonetheless, I still found myself choking up as I spoke. My eyes gradually moistened as well, though that was not a detail he would catch. Roxanne, the 3 years is up. His words shattered the little hope I had within me. Our marriage had nothing to do with love. It was merely to unite the 2 families for the sake of their family businesses, and the marriage contract was bound to end after 3 years. I thought 3 years would be enough for him to accept me and slowly fall in love with me. I never thought that I would be the only one who took this marriage seriously. He, on the other hand, had been counting down the days and wishing that these 3 years would go by swiftly. I didn't expect 3 years to pass so quickly. I feigned lightheartedness and laughed a little as I reached out to take the divorce agreement he handed over. Since that's the case, let's part ways on good terms, I added. Even as I spoke those carefree words, my heart was aching. Jalen and I grew up together as childhood friends. For as long as I had known him, I had admired him. To be honest, it did occur to me when I agreed to marry him that this day would eventually come. However, I never expected my heart to hurt so badly when it finally arrived. I've already transferred this house to your name, and I've also transferred 5% of the company's shares to you. In addition, I'll get my assistant to transfer some cash to your bank account. It's not much, but it's enough for you to live comfortably. His words instantly destroyed my final defense. Whether it was this house or the company's shares, transferring them to my name took time. Therefore, it was obvious that he had planned this divorce a long time ago. I wondered if he was indeed so eager to divorce me and then marry her, so much so that he could not even wait one more day. I was so upset that my hand shook slightly as I received the divorce agreement. Not wanting him to pick up on that, I quickly took it over, turned to the last page, and picked up a pen to write my name. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, right? I looked up at him, trying my best to smile naturally. He stared at me and said slowly, I'm sorry. I felt my heart quivering again. I wanted to say something but could not get a word out. He had nothing to be sorry for. No one ever had to apologize for not loving another person. I could only blame myself for remaining hopeful about him. Fortunately, he was unaware that I had feelings for him. Otherwise, we might not even be able to stay friends in the future. He took the divorce agreement in my hand, looked down at me, and said, You need not worry about resources if you wish to continue acting. I'll try my best to give you everything you want. I immediately scoffed inwardly when I heard him mention resources. In any case, I was still a somewhat well-known artist and the eldest daughter of the Summer family. Although my parents did not like me entering the entertainment industry, they would still support me as long as I needed it. Hence, I could have any kind of resources I wanted. However, since he said he would give them to me, I saw no reason not to accept them. Thank you, I replied. I would just treat it as a gift for the baby in my womb, though I was not sure if I wanted to keep the baby. Ding! Just then, the doorbell rang. I figured it should be the cake I ordered. I walked to the door, opened it, and brought the cake in. Then, I explained with a smile, my assistant helped order a cake. Let's have some together. Seeing his slight hesitation, I added, just treat it as a celebration of our divorce. As soon as I said this, he nodded and walked toward me, standing aside and watching me unpack the cake. Large words were written on the cake. Dear husband, happy 3rd anniversary. I found the board with the red words extremely striking, so I quickly scooped it up and tossed it into the trash can. I should have told the shop owner to write happy divorce instead, I remarked with an awkward chuckle. If I had known that I would be getting divorced today, I would never have asked the assistant to order this cake. It doesn't matter what's written, was his response. Fair enough. To him, what was written did not matter. What mattered was that he could finally get rid of me and be with her. He sat down slowly and then reached out to take over the plate that held a piece of cake that I had just cut. Then he ate it in front of my eyes. As Jalen did not like sweet food, I assumed he was so happy about the divorce today that he made an exception and finished the whole piece of cake with me. I smiled bitterly as I watched him finish the small plate of cake I gave him. However, I did not expect him to misread my smile when he noticed it. He looked up at me and asked, "Are you happy?" Huh? I was stunned for a moment. Then I quickly calmed down and pretended to smile happily as I asked, "Do you expect me to cry instead?" In truth, I was crying inside. I just did not want him to see it. 3 After eating that small piece of cake, Jalen received a phone call and left in a hurry. Before leaving, he said to me, "When you're free, let's go and get our divorce certificate. Let's do that tomorrow." "Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow," he said. As I watched him leave without even looking back, I could not help but finally burst into tears. 10 years. I had loved him for 10 years. I thought I would have a chance if he agreed to marry me. I figured that if I tried hard enough, he would eventually fall in love with me. Never did I expect that he had never taken this marriage seriously and had merely been waiting for the day of our divorce. Back then, Jalen was forced by his family members to marry me. His grandfather even threatened to take his own life if Jalen did not agree to marry me. At that time, Jalen told me, "I can marry you, but all I can give you is the title of being my wife and nothing more." On the day he agreed to get married, he gave me a prenuptial agreement and told me that our marriage would last for 3 years. We would divorce as soon as that period ended, and he would compensate me then. "As long as you agree, Roxanne, I'll give you 5% of Luxley Group's shares as compensation once those 3 years are up." It was a very tempting reward, but I agreed to marry him simply because I liked him, not because I wanted his shares or money. In fact, at that time, I truly wanted to tell him that I married him because I liked him, but I held back. Having known him for nearly 2 decades, I knew what kind of person he was. If I had told him that I liked him back then, he would definitely have decided not to marry me but to marry somebody else instead. This was because what he needed was an obedient wife, one that he could break off their relationship with at any time he wanted. So I lied to him that I also had someone I liked. It could not be considered a lie. I did have someone I liked, but that person was him. I thought 3 years was long enough for him to see the good in me and slowly accept me. I originally planned to confess my love to him on our 3rd wedding anniversary and tell him how I felt about him. I figured he would look forward to our child's arrival if he knew I was pregnant, but I never expected him to bring up divorce first. To be honest, he was a good husband. On every special occasion, he would prepare a gift for me. Knowing I liked flowers, he would go to the florist every week and bring back a beautiful bouquet of flowers that he had selected for me. As spouses, we lived together with mutual respect. When he was not busy, he would chat with me and even watch mindless soap operas with me. He would listen to me complain about certain actors' poor acting skills and occasionally talk to me about work. Most of the time, I was the one talking while he listened. Despite being a man of few words, he would still advise me if I had any problems. Other than not loving me, everything about him was good. As for the child in my womb, well, it was actually an accident. He was in a bad mood that day, and I drank with him a little. Until now, I still could not remember how I ended up having intercourse with him. In any case, we were lying naked on the same bed when we woke up the next day. I had been feeling very unwell for the past couple of days, so I went to the hospital for a checkup. And then the doctor informed me that I was pregnant. Looking down at my belly, I made an inward remark that this child had come at a bad time. That afternoon, his assistant, Xavier Sheldon, came to the mansion to pack Jalen's things. Xavier also brought a gift for me, saying it was an anniversary present Jalen had asked him to prepare. It was an exquisite bracelet worth a few $100,000. But not the pink diamond bracelet I desired the most. I took the gift and thanked him softly. Thank you. I'll head upstairs to pack his things. Is it okay? Xavier pointed upstairs. I nodded. After a pause, I added, let me help you with that. Mr. Sheldon. Xavier did not refuse my offer to help. Instead, he even commented that I was probably more familiar with Jalen's stuff than him. In truth, all these years, I seldom touched Jalen's things, and I rarely entered his study and his room. When we married, he told me not to touch his things or go into his study and his room for no reason. I did not want to upset him, so I always remembered his instructions, and the cleaning was handled by the housekeeper. That was why he was able to get along with me for 3 years. Jalen did not have many things, merely some clothes and daily necessities. There were some work documents in the study, but he had taken those with him before this. It did not take long for us to finish packing. Xavier thanked me respectfully. Thank you, Mrs. Luxley. I smiled bitterly and replied, your CEO and I have already divorced, so you need not call me that from now on. Xavier immediately changed his words. In that case, thank you, Miss Summer. If there's nothing else, I'll make a move first. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Sheldon. Although I was the one who told him to change the form of address, I felt very sad when I heard him immediately call me Miss Summer. My heart felt as if it was pierced by a sharp knife, and the pain was excruciating. In their eyes, I was probably just a woman occupying another's position. Sure enough, in the world of love, the one who was not loved was the mistress. I then wondered about this child who was not loved by his father. Should he not come into this world? 5 after Xavier left, my heart suddenly felt as if it had just been hollowed out as I stared at the empty house. I had loved him for 10 years, but in the end, it was all just a dream. Those 3 years of marriage came to nothing other than the baby in my womb. He did not leave anything behind. While I was helping with the packing, I secretly kept a white shirt that he had worn before. It was not so that I would remember him, but as a constant reminder to myself of how foolish I had been to have loved him all these years. At 8 o'clock in the evening, my best friend, Cecilia Quinn, called me and asked if I had divorced Jalen. How did you know that? I asked. I had planned to tell her and my parents tomorrow after I had obtained the divorce certificate and decided whether or not to keep the baby. However, I was surprised that she found out about it so soon. It was unlikely that Jalen had told her since they hardly knew one another. Besides, he should have been with Simone Quigley the whole time after he had left the house. Also, he probably would not have told our families about the divorce before I did. So, you really are divorced? Cecilia sneered on the other end of the line before continuing. But I'm not the only one who knows about it. I reckon anyone who knows the 3 of you is probably aware of it now. The 3 of us. I knew she could only mean Jalen, me, and the other woman. What do you mean? I asked. Go on Twitter and see for yourself. As soon as you got divorced, she's marked her territory. I lowered my phone and activated the speaker mode. Then I opened Twitter. Sure enough, Simone's name was on the trending list. The thread came from her tweet, which read, "You are finally mine." The image that accompanied it was a flower bouquet. The overall composition of the photo was very ingenious. It consisted of a table by the window of a high-end restaurant. The flowers were placed on it, and her hand, which was wearing an exquisite bracelet, was making the sign of a heart. If I was not mistaken, the exquisite bracelet she was wearing was the limited edition pink diamond bracelet I wanted. It was just released on pre-sale a week ago. There were only 3 pieces in the entire world, 2 of which had been reserved, and the final one would be auctioned off. At that time, I was reading a fashion magazine when Jalen saw me staring at it and asked, "Do you like it?" "I quite like it, but it's not easy to buy something like that," I replied. I had never asked Jalen to buy me anything before. I accepted anything he got me on any special occasion. Of course, I would get him special gifts as well. The clothes he was wearing, as well as the TIs, watches, and so on, were basically things I had bought for him. Perhaps I liked the bracelet too much, so I casually answered his question honestly. However, as I did not want to trouble him, I added, "But liking it doesn't mean I must have it. I have plenty of these things. So it's fine if I don't have this particular one, as long as you want it. It's not a difficult matter." His words made me happy for several days. The anniversary was just a few days away, and I was looking forward to him winning the auction and gifting me the bracelet on our 3rd wedding anniversary. Once there was an expectation, the disappointment would be 10,000 times more painful when the expectation was not met. For instance, at this moment, my heart, which had just calmed down, was overwhelmed with emotions again as I looked at the exquisite bracelet on the slender wrist. When I received the bracelet from Xavier in the afternoon, I thought Jalen had not won the auction, so I did not feel too disappointed. It felt very different now that I was seeing the pink diamond bracelet on Simone's wrist. The person in the reflection of the glass window is that jerk, Jalen, right? Cecilia's words pulled me back to reality, and I looked at the screen again. Sure enough, there was a faintly visible figure in the reflection on the glass window. Others might not be able to see who was reflected on the glass window. However, there was no way that I, who had loved him for 10 years, and Cecilia, who had known him for 15 years, could not recognize him. Yes, it's him! He truly could not wait to be with her. He had already gone to see her to celebrate even before we received our divorce certificate. 6-1's a scum, and the other's a wench. Aren't they afraid of retribution? On the other end of the phone, Cecilia cursed through gritted teeth. Simone, that pretentious bitch. Since she dared to come back, I'll give her a hard time. Don't do that. CC, I said, with Jalen openly backing Simone at present and the Luxley family not standing in her way. I could not compete with her at all. I did not want Cecilia to offend Jalen because of me, so I said, "Forget it. I've given up. I'm exhausted after years of competing with her. Before I had it, I wanted to try and see if a forced relationship would bring me happiness. Now that I've tried it, I find it too unacceptable and no longer desire it. Even if he returned to me right now, I wouldn't want it anymore. This time, I truly did not want anything." Cecilia sounded somewhat relieved after hearing what I said. "I told you long ago that it's not worth sacrificing yourself for such a jerk. You've wasted 3 years of your youth for nothing. Forget it. Let's stop talking about this. It's good that you've finally seen the light." Cecilia let out a sigh before continuing, "If I didn't have a dinner party tonight, I'd really like to fly to you from Hong Kong now." "It's okay. I'm doing pretty well now." I lifted my head, glanced at the empty house, and said with feigned nonchalance, "It's good that he left, so I don't have to think about when he will leave all the time." My tears began to fall again after I said that. For the last 2 years, Jalen would get off work an hour earlier today, go to the florist to buy a flower bouquet or prepare an anniversary gift, and then accompany me to have a nice meal, watch a movie, or build Lego. But now, don't be sad. There are plenty of men in this world, with so many people liking you. Wouldn't picking someone at random be better than Jalen?" Cecilia said comfortingly, not wanting my best friend to worry about me. I wiped my tears and replied, "Yes, indeed. You're right. Don't worry. I'm fine." "Really? All right then. I'll go drink with Mr. Zeller first. You must tell me if you need anything. Wait for me to come back. Okay? Okay, got it. Go ahead. Don't drink too much." My best friend was well known in the industry for being a workaholic. She would accept any job and was not picky about it. She rose from obscurity to stardom on her own. I greatly admired her, and I was glad to have a best friend like her. Ah, by the way, I think you don't know yet, but Simone is among the guests for the next episode of Guest Together. Cecilia's words made me freeze momentarily, and it took me a while to ask, "Really?" I did not wish to go on any show with Simone, but I was a regular guest on this particular one and had signed a contract, so it was not easy to terminate it. But don't worry, the television crew also invited me, and I happened to be free this time. So, don't worry. With me, Cecilia Quinn. There. I'll never let anyone bully you. Her words warmed my heart and made me feel less anxious than before. "I'm glad I have you, CC. I said gratefully. "Glad you know that. I'm hanging up now. They're calling me. Wait for me to go back to find you. Take care of yourself at home. If you're upset, why don't I call Spencer and the others and get them to keep you company?" "No, I want to be alone," I replied, Jalen arrived at the mansion at 8:30 the next morning to pick me up. Huh, how early? The city hall only opened at 8:30 in the morning. Even if it took 20 minutes by car, we would still get there before then. I assumed he came over on his own. But as I was about to get in the car, I found Simone in the passenger seat. She was wearing a red dress today. Her long, wavy hair spread over her shoulders, vaguely exposing her fair skin. Her makeup was exquisite, and even her eyeshadow was reddish, giving off a celebratory mood. It was as if she wanted everyone know that how happy she was that Jalen and I were getting divorced. She had to tag along for this? Was she that insecure? Was she worried that my and Jalen's divorce would not go through? Or did she come along just to irritate me? Before I could say anything, she tilted her head and said, "It's been a while, Miss Summer." I happened to be heading the same way, so I came along with Jalen. You wouldn't mind that, right? I did mind a lot. Why did you come here, Miss Quigley? If you're afraid I'll mind? I responded coldly. I slammed the passenger seat door shut before saying to Jalen, "Mr. Luxley, why don't you send Miss Quigley to settle her business first, and we'll meet at the city hall?" Even if it had been me in the past, I would not have dared to speak to Jalen in that way, no matter how brave I was. In the past, what he said went. I never refuted him or spoke loudly to him. However, at this moment, looking at the smug Simone with heavy makeup, I could not stand it anymore. Since I had already planned to let Jalen go, why should I compromise myself for their happiness? Simone is attending an event at Starview Square. I'm giving her a ride since it's along the way. It won't delay our divorce. Jalen pushed the door, got out of the car, and looked at me as he said that. Starview Square was just opposite the city hall. I knew that it was a ribbon-cutting event for a specialty store. They had previously invited me, but I declined. I clearly remembered that the event did not start until 10, but it was only 8 o'clock now. At that thought, I deliberately said with sarcasm, I was also invited to that event. If I remember correctly, it doesn't start until 10, right? I continued. Besides, does a big shot like you not have a driver or a bodyguard when you go out, Miss Quigley? Jalen had probably never seen me acting so mean as his face instantly darkened, and he immediately explained on her behalf. Simone is just taking our car. Why are you making such a fuss about it? I scoffed inwardly. He said I made a fuss. It was her who was irritating me. She deliberately dressed in a bright dress to send us to get our divorce. Yet, in his eyes, I was the one making a fuss. Looking at Jalen's well-defined handsome features and his sharp eyes sweeping toward me like blades, I suddenly felt that my existence was like a joke. I'm sorry, Miss Summer. My driver asked for leave today, and my assistants also took a taxi there. I initially thought it'd be fine to hitch a ride with Jay, but I never thought, if you truly mind that much, I'll take a taxi there. As Simone said that, she opened the door to get out of the car. Jalen walked over, reached out, and pushed the door to keep her from opening it. He was unaware that Simone had just made a show of pushing the door. She had not even unfastened her seatbelt and was not holding the door handle at all. Either you go with us, or you go by yourself. Jalen looked at me and said in a fierce and grim tone, since you're so insincere in getting the divorce, let's wait until you're free to do that. Mr. Luxley. I was so angry that my heart ached, so I turned around and walked toward my house. I had just taken a step when Jalen grabbed my hand and asked coldly, Roxanne Summer, why are you losing your temper all of a sudden? I didn't lose my temper, I argued. I raised my head and tried not to let my tears fall. It took me a while to calm down and turn my head to look at Jalen. As I glanced over and noticed Simone narrowing her eyes at me from inside the car, I added, I just don't wish to see someone I don't want to on such a fine day. Since you don't wish to ride in a car with Simone, I'll ask my assistant to drive you there. He let go of my hand and took out his phone to call his assistant. It felt like someone was tugging my heart harshly, and I could barely breathe from the pain. When Jalen turned his back to me to make the call, I saw Simone smiling smugly at me in the car. It was as if she was saying silently, I won again. Roxanne. Jay will always choose me. When they were together back then, it was precisely that kind of tone Simone had used to tell me she had won. Indeed, I had lost. I had utterly lost. I was completely defeated. Sometimes I wondered if I had been braver back then. Would the person Jalen loved be me now? Jalen soon got off the phone. After ending the call, he walked toward me. His gaze was colder than before, chilly like a blade, as if he was going to kill me. Realizing that his expression was not right, I took several steps back. Little by little, he came closer. He stopped less than 2 feet away from me and stared intently at me with his piercing gaze. To be exact, he was staring at my belly. Roxanne, he uttered my name through gritted teeth, his voice more stern and grim than before. I instinctively covered my belly and stepped back. I looked up and asked him somewhat guiltily, "What's wrong?" Before he could respond, there was the sound of cars approaching from the entrance of the mansion. We turned our heads simultaneously and saw several cars approaching slowly and stopping at the parking lot at the entrance of the mansion. At that moment, the phone in my hand suddenly vibrated. I turned it over and found that it was a call from my manager. An ominous feeling came over me. I did not dare to answer the call, but Jalen uttered with a cold expression, "Why aren't you answering it?" I looked up at him in astonishment, momentarily speechless. "Hello, Nancy." I picked up the phone and answered the call. As soon as I spoke, I heard Nancy on the other end of the phone asking nervously, "Roxanne, did you read the news? Some paparazzi photographed you going to the maternity hospital and said that you're pregnant." The paparazzi nowadays are so capable. They can write about anything. If going to the hospital meant that someone was pregnant, does it mean that someone's entire family was dead if they went to the morgue? Nancy went on cursing and only asked after she was done, "Speaking of which, why did you go to the hospital?" She knew that Jalen and I were in a marriage of convenience, so her first reaction was that the reporters made that up. When I remained silent, she continued asking, "You're not pregnant, are you?" I looked at Jalen's grim expression in front of me, then at Andrew Luxley, who had stopped the car, and immediately replied, "No, the news on the internet is entirely made up. My period just ended not long ago. I went to the hospital just for a checkup. As you know, I haven't been sleeping well lately, and I have a hormonal imbalance." I continued, "Nancy, I have something to do now. I'll talk to you later. Please take care of the online matters." "Sure, rest well. I'll handle it. Thank you, Nancy," I said gratefully. After hanging up the phone, I lifted my gaze to Jalen and wondered if he believed what I said. After all, he was expressionless. He glanced at me before shifting his gaze to his grandfather. Andrew probably believed what I said, as his face was filled with disappointment. "Grandpa Andrew," I greeted as I walked over and supported him, feeling guilty deep down. "It's fine. In my heart, you'll always be my granddaughter-in-law and like my own granddaughter." Andrew held my hand and patted it gently. He probably already knew about our divorce. I figured he came here because he had seen the news and thought that my pregnancy could keep Jalen from leaving me. Unfortunately, I had let him down. At some point, Simone had gotten out of the car. She approached Andrew and greeted softly, "Hello, Mr. Luxley." Andrew merely snorted and ignored her. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Andrew. It was I who failed your expectations, and it was my fault for being unable to make Jalen fall in love with me." "Silly girl, why are you apologizing to me? It's my family's misfortune." He sighed and glanced at Jalen sorrowfully before continuing, "Since I'm already here, aren't you going to invite me in?" I saw clearly the expectation in his eyes. He seemed to want Jalen to change his decision, but his grandson was unmoved. 9 out of courtesy and respect, I helped Andrew into the house, made him a cup of coffee, and chatted with him for a while. Everything he said was aimed at persuading his grandson and me not to divorce. However, Jalen's mind was made up, and he even brought up his grandfather's promise 3 years ago. "You promised me back then that you wouldn't care about my affairs after 3 years. I must get this divorce today, and I must marry Simone," Jalen uttered resolutely. Andrew turned pale with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After seeing Andrew off, only Jalen and I were left in the house. I lowered my head to clean up the cups on the coffee table, not daring to look up at him, but he walked over to me and asked, "Roxanne, is it true that you're pregnant?" Despite it being a question, he said it as if he was sure that I was pregnant. I was indeed pregnant, though. "No, as I said just now, I just wasn't feeling well, so I went to the hospital," I replied. "Huh!" He sneered. He then reached out and grabbed my hand, pulling my body straight in front of him and forcing me to face him. "You can fool others, but you can't fool me," he uttered solemnly, and every word he said felt like it was forced out through his gritted teeth. Your period is usually at the beginning of the month. Today is the 24th, but you said you just had it a few days ago. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, and I stood frozen in place, not knowing how to react. He knew when I had my period because I always felt terrible every time I menstruated, as if I were seriously ill. However, my period had been absent for the past 2 months. He would never inquire or care about this kind of thing. But now, with the sudden news of me being pregnant, he would surely be able to connect the dots. With Jalen's intelligence, I could never fool him. I mentally prepared myself before looking up and replying, "So what? We're getting divorced anyway. So what does it have to do with you if I'm pregnant or not? So, how do you plan to deal with it?" Jalen suddenly softened his tone a little when he noticed that I was in a bad mood. "I don't know." I became unsure as soon as his tone softened. This was a new life, though I did not wish to destroy it. I did not want him to be born into a dysfunctional family either. He did not love me, nor would he love this child. I certainly did not wish to use this child to bind him to me. "We're divorced." Roxanne. His attitude clearly showed that he did not want the child. However, I would rather have him tell me to abort this child with indifference than have him say it to me in a pleading tone at this moment. "Simone has waited for me for 3 years. No, she has waited for me for 8 years. I can't fail her again. So you chose to fail me and our child." "Jalen, you didn't know that I had loved you for 10 years. A decade. How many decades could one have in a lifetime? This child came at the wrong time. Abort it. It'll be good for you, for me, and for him." He uttered the most vicious and hurtful words in the gentlest of tones. My heart hurt so much that I could not breathe, and my fingertips were numb from the pain. I did not blame Jalen for not loving me. What happened that night was an accident. I did not blame him for that. It was due to my inexperience that I got pregnant. Even so, how could he be so resolute and tell me to abort the child without hesitation? "Don't worry, I'll get rid of it." I took a deep breath and composed myself. After a while, I looked up at him and said, "Let's settle our divorce first." "Okay." He narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to look at me. When he realized that he was still holding my hand, he slowly loosened his grip and uttered slowly, "I'm sorry." The last thing I wanted to hear was those words. An apology in exchange for the life of the child in my womb. My child was truly cheap. If it was Simone who was pregnant, he would surely be very happy. "Let's go." Jalen walked past me and headed to the door. Just then, a tall figure rushed in from outside and threw a punch at Jalen. "Jalen, you bastard." He used a lot of force, and as a result, the unsuspecting Jalen was knocked to the ground. "Spencer Lynch, are you crazy?" Simone jogged in and widened her eyes in shock when she saw Jalen being beaten up. Spencer sneered. He glanced at Simone and intended to punch Jalen again. When I saw that, I quickly stopped him by reaching out a hand to block him. "Stop it, Spencer," I cried. "Why are you worried for him when he treats you like this?" Spencer looked down at me with increasing fury in his gaze. I pursed my lips and said nothing. I did not dare to look up at Spencer, nor did I want to look down at Jalen. "Jay, you have a nosebleed. Does it hurt?" I could not help but look at Jalen upon hearing Simone's words. Sure enough, blood was gushing out of his nose. "Help him up. Don't tilt his head," I quickly said when I saw Simone hurrying to lift Jalen's head. "I'm fine." Jalen stood up on his own, and I went over to stop him. "Try not to move, and lean your head forward slightly. Pinch your nose." Jalen looked up at me and did as I said without saying anything. "What are you waiting for? Go get some tissues," I said as I gave Spencer a push. He glanced at Jalen unhappily, but in the end, he obediently went to the table and brought over the tissues. Simone saw Spencer coming over with tissues and wanted to get up, but he threw the tissues directly at her. She could only pull out two tissues with slight disgust, and just as she was about to stuff them into Jalen's nose, I hurriedly stopped her. "Don't stuff them into his nose. I'll go get the spare nasal sponge." Due to Jalen's relatively thin nasal mucosa, he had suffered from nosebleeds. In particular, he could not bask in the sun for a long time. In summer, he would get nosebleeds after only half an hour in the sun. Hence, I always carried disposable expanding nasal sponges with me. I remembered Spencer and me being very envious of him at one point when we were in school. Due to his nosebleeds, Jalen had never attended any orientation since he started school, and he only needed to hide under the tree and enjoy the shade during gym classes. At that time, Simone was still not in the picture. I, Spencer, and Jalen were very close. We went to school together every day. But later, for some reason, Jalen suddenly distanced himself from us. Pinch his nose first and wait for me. I went to the room and took out the first aid kit. After finding the special expanding nasal sponge inside, I opened the package and told him to stuff it into his nose. After that, I brought over a bottle of iced water from the kitchen and placed a wet towel on his forehead. It took a while before his nosebleed finally stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the couch tiredly. But I did not see Simone when I turned around. She went to wash her hands in the bathroom. I guess she found the blood filthy, Spencer uttered coldly when he noticed that I was looking for Simone. Before I could respond, he looked at me again and asked, "Aren't you going to wash your hands?" Just then, Simone came out of the bathroom and asked, sounding anxious, "Jay, can you still drive me to the event venue? If I don't go now, I'll be late." 11 Huh? At a time like this, you only care about your event. Spencer criticized her sarcastically. I yanked him and signaled with my eyes that enough was enough. However, he did speak my mind. I knew what kind of person Simone was, and for that reason, I felt she was not worth Jalen's effort. On second thought, what about me? Was he worthy of my unrequited love? There were some problems that one should not dwell on, as the more you thought about it, the more you would think that all you had done in the past was too stupid. Especially at this moment, as I watched Jalen get up and take Simone's hand, saying gently, "I'll take you there now." Did I scare you? He then asked. Yes, I've never seen you having such a severe nosebleed before. After saying that, she instinctively shot Spencer a grudgeful look. Spencer ignored her. Instead, he held my blood-stained hand and led me to the bathroom. Once we were inside, he asked, "Is it true that you're pregnant?" Yes. I had no intention of hiding it from him in the first place, so I simply admitted it. What about the divorce? He continued asking. We've already divorced. We were just planning to go to the city hall to get the divorce certificate earlier. I whispered. No wonder that woman looked at me with such deep resentment just now. It turns out that my punch has delayed the important event. Spencer gave a wry laugh. When he noticed that I had finished washing my hands, he pulled out 2 pieces of tissue for me to wipe my hands. I took the tissue, wiped my hands, and threw it into the bucket before saying as if I had made a grand decision, "You didn't delay us. Please send me to the city hall later." Okay. After Spencer and I had washed our hands and left the bathroom, Jalen and Simone had not left yet, as if they were waiting for me to come out. As soon as we stepped out together, I heard Simone remarking sarcastically, "Mr. Lynch and Miss Summer must be very close. They have to go to the bathroom together." This made me very uncomfortable because I was just a good friend of Spencer's. We treated one another like biological siblings, but she made it sound as if there was something between us. I was about to explain when Spencer beat me to it. "It's none of your business. My friendship with Roxy goes way back. We'll be close until we get old. Unlike someone." Humph. As expected, people always lust after things that aren't theirs. Spencer was as sharp-tongued as ever, but his words were exceptionally comfortable to listen to. I subconsciously looked at Jalen. He glanced at me and Spencer with a sullen expression but said nothing surprisingly. "You can take Miss Quigley to the event venue first. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes. Spencer will take me to the city hall later," I said as I looked at Jalen. "The divorce. We need not rush to settle it today." He looked at Simone, then at me. After a momentary pause, he asked, "Are there any of my clothes left at home?" It was only then that I noticed that his clothes had stains from his earlier nosebleed. Although there was only a little, one could see it at a glance since it was a white shirt. With Jalen's love of cleanliness, how could he go out in blood-stained clothes? On the other hand, Simone's expression was a little grim, and she looked very impatient. Or maybe she was angry that Jalen just said that he was not in a hurry to divorce. "Jay, why don't I take a taxi by myself? You can just take Miss Summer to settle your affairs directly," she suggested. Was she worried that if we did not act decisively and divorce, I would use the child to bind Jalen to me and not divorce him? "There should still be your clothes upstairs. I'll go up and look for them." I turned around and headed upstairs, ready to bring the white shirt I left yesterday down for him to put on. Now, there should be nothing of his left at home, other than the baby in my womb. He did not leave anything behind. I had just taken 2 steps when I heard Simone saying behind me, "Oh, dear, my clothes are also dirty. You should have a suitable formal dress." "Right, Miss Summer? Can you lend me one?" I wanted to say no, but she was already following me upstairs. 12 I took her to the walk-in wardrobe, pointed at the closet where the dresses were hanging, and said to her, "You can pick any dress there." "Thank you, Miss Summer." She pretended to go in to pick out clothes, browsing through all of them. "You're so generous, Miss Summer. I'm amazed that you would lend me such a good dress." She took out a short lavender pink dress and said with a smile, "This one is not bad. It's my favorite style." Jalen had bought me that dress for our wedding anniversary last year, and it was the only dress he had ever bought for me. I intended to say no, but on second thought, it was useless to keep this dress, so I swallowed those words. "You came up not just to borrow a dress, right?" I stared at her coldly and continued, "Just say it. Jalen is not here, so you don't need to act in front of me." "Roxanne, you are a smart person. You should know what I'm going to say." She turned and looked at my belly. "The person Jay loves is me. Even if you were Mrs. Luxley for 3 years, he has no feelings for you, let alone the baby in your belly. So I advise you to be more sensible. Don't let things end badly for yourself." Her attitude made me very upset. I had no intention of keeping the child, so naturally, I did not want to use the child to make Jalen stay. But Simone's words made me feel very uncomfortable. "You haven't even become Mrs. Luxley yet, and you're already ordering me around. Even if you are, you don't have the right to talk to me like this," I remarked. I felt suffocated looking at Simone, so I merely glanced at her and said, "If you need to change into the dress, do it quickly. I'll go get Jalen's clothes." I turned around and went to the bedroom to find out the white shirt that was left behind. When I came out, Simone had already changed into the lavender pink dress. The dress fit her well and suited her even more than me. I never liked short dresses because I have a scar on my left leg from when I was 18. Because of that, I seldom wore short formal dresses. Even my skirts were knee-length. But Simone was different, as she focused on maintaining her appearance and exercise. Her legs were slender and long, and her skin was smooth and fair. This dress complemented her figure very well. My favorite colors were black, white, and blue, while Simone liked pink and brighter colors. So when Jalen bought me the dress, he did not buy it according to my preference. At that thought, I felt a little more upset. "Let's go." Jay must be impatient by now. Simone headed downstairs when she saw me coming out. I followed behind, holding the white shirt. We walked downstairs with nothing to say. Halfway down the steps, Simone, who was in front of me, suddenly stopped. When I walked down to her level, she suddenly extended her hand toward me and said, "Give me Jay's clothes." My heart clenched slightly when I saw her making a look like it should be her carrying the shirt. However, I did not think much and handed the shirt over. She leaned forward slightly to take it. However, at that moment, her body suddenly tilted toward the edge of the stairs. "Ah!" As soon as her scream rang out, Jalen and Spencer, who were downstairs, started running toward us at the same time. Jalen ran to the landing and tried to catch Simone, but he was still too late. She had already fallen down the stairs. I stood there, stunned, having no time to react. Jalen picked Simone up from the ground anxiously and asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine. My leg just hurts a little." Simone gazed at Jalen with tears in her eyes, looking and sounding extremely aggrieved. After saying that, she turned to look at me again, her gaze worth 1,000 words. Jalen could feel Simone's aggrieved and somewhat terrified gaze. His eyes swept toward me like a blade as if he wanted to cut me into pieces. "I didn't push her," I murmured. But it happened right in front of everyone. From every perspective, it looked like I had pushed her down, and I could not defend myself at all. I truly didn't push her. I raised my hand and swore. "I swear." I hurriedly approached Jalen and explained sincerely. "Huh! You swear." "I believe Roxy." Jalen and Spencer's voices sounded at the same time. Spencer shielded me and said to Jalen, "You're blinded by love, Jalen. Roxy isn't that kind of person." Jalen glanced at Spencer as his gaze fell on the latter's hand holding my waist protectively. He said coldly, "I know better than you what kind of person she is. Don't be mad, Jay." Miss Summer didn't mean to. Besides, I'm fine. Simone had just convicted me of the crime with those words. Jalen's expression darkened even more. If looks could kill, I would probably have been killed by him thousands of times. Roxanne, you're still as vicious as ever? Those words made my heart clench suddenly. My body seemed to be struck by lightning. The words I wanted to say were stuck in my throat, and I could not get them out. So I was that kind of person in his eyes. That was right. 6 years ago, didn't Simone set me up with a pitiful act and successfully drove a wedge between Jalen and me, making him choose her? She was employing the same tactic now, most likely because she was afraid Jalen would soften and choose not to divorce because of the child in my womb. After saying that, he picked Simone up and walked out, not even caring to change his clothes. I ran after him and reached out to grab hold of him. Jalen, get out of my way. Don't touch me. He pushed me away, held Simone's head, and left the mansion without looking back. I fell to the ground from his hard shove. Spencer intended to catch me, but he was too late. Roxy, I'm fine. Help me go after Jalen. I had to make it clear to him today, even if we had divorced, I did not want to carry that kind of accusation again and let him misunderstand me. I tried to get up from the ground and chase after him, but my legs felt like jelly, and I felt a pain in my stomach at that moment. Spencer, my stomach hurts a little. I felt a crushing pain in my lower abdomen, like the one I had every time I had my period, but not quite the same. Don't frighten me, Roxy. The sight of me clutching my stomach and not being able to stand up made Spencer stare at me anxiously. Roxy, what's wrong with you? He asked. My stomach hurts. I felt a warm current coming from my legs. When I looked down, I found blood flowing down my thighs. Roxy! Spencer turned pale with fright. He hurriedly picked me up and headed outside. It hurts. My stomach hurts so much that I could barely speak. Don't worry, Roxy. I'll take you to the hospital. You'll be fine. Spencer carried me into the car and fastened my seat belt before getting in the car and driving to the hospital as fast as he could. 14 sometime later, we finally arrived at the hospital. As soon as he stopped the car, he went around to the passenger seat to carry me. A bad feeling rose within me. I did think about getting rid of the child after the divorce, but now, I suddenly felt scared again. This was a small living thing. I did not want him to leave, even if he had no father, even if his father did not love him. So what? He had me. I began looking forward to it a week ago when I realized that I might be pregnant. If I truly lost it just like that, I don't want to lose him. Spencer, please help me save this child. I'm begging you, I pleaded. Don't worry, Roxy, I won't let anything happen to you. He ran into the hospital with me in his arms and shouted, "Help! Doctor! There's a pregnant woman here. Come help me!" I heard the doctor hurriedly pushing the gurney over and lifting me onto it. Then, I watched as Spencer held my hand tightly and said comfortingly, "It's okay. It's going to be okay. This was my first child. A lovely little life. I hope he could be strong." 15 I did not know how long I had slept, but the first thing I saw when I woke up was my parents. What's going on? Roxanne? Why did you suddenly? My mother could not help crying when she saw me waking up. What about the baby? Mom, is the baby still here? I subconsciously reached out a hand to my abdomen, but my mother held it firmly. There, you can still have kids. You're still young. The baby was gone. My first child was gone. Why? I just had a slight fall. Why was it gone? I'll go to Jalen. I'm going to make him pay. My father was furious and wanted to leave and find Jalen, but I cried, "Dad, don't go. Don't go to him. It has nothing to do with him. I wasn't careful. Don't cry. Roxy, don't cry. You can still have kids." I closed my eyes and said, "No more. There won't be any more in the future." My mother turned around and yelled at my father after hearing what I had said. "It's all your fault. I told you back then that Jalen isn't interested in our Roxy, so don't let her marry him. But you didn't listen. Look at what it has become. Not only can their marriage not be saved, but their child. What's the point of talking about this now? Weren't you also happy that Roxy could marry into the Luxley family back then?" He argued. "That's not true. I told you that Jalen doesn't like Roxanne." I was already in a bad mood, but hearing my parents quarrel made me feel even worse. "Dad, Mom, stop quarreling. I don't blame him for this. let alone both of you. I chose to get married back then. What happened today is also my choice. I did not want them to worry about me and blame themselves, so I wiped my tears and comforted them. We married back then for the sake of our respective family businesses in the first place. The baby was an accident. It's also good that the baby is gone, so we don't have to be entangled with one another. We're so sorry, Roxy. Back then, my father's company encountered a bottleneck, and the Luxley family proposed a marriage of convenience. Hence, Jalen was also pressured by his grandfather to marry me. Now, everything was over. How wonderful. So thorough. Considering my mother's poor health and my father's bad temper, I dared not break down in front of them, for fear of them causing a scene in front of the Luxley family. Only after I had asked them to leave and I was alone with Cecilia did I burst into tears. Cece, my baby is gone. Cecilia was my best friend and the person I trusted the most. No matter what happened every time, I felt at ease as long as I had her by my side. Roxy, she held my hand, pity written all over her face. The baby is gone. Everything is over, I said in a hoarse voice, rough like sandpaper. Roxy, it's all right. She leaned down and hugged me, whispering in my ear, it's not a bad thing to lose this child. We don't want the child of a scumbag. She continued soothingly, don't want it anymore, okay? I could not stop my tears from gushing out. It felt like someone was tugging my heart harshly, and my scalp was aching from the pain. The baby was truly gone. It was already more than 2 months old. How could it be gone just like that? I closed my eyes and said nothing, letting the tears flow down. Cecilia hurriedly wiped the tears on my face and comforted me in a low voice. Don't cry, Roxy. I don't know what to do when you cry. Don't cry. We didn't want him. It doesn't matter. We don't want someone that's not fated to be ours. She paused before continuing. That was what you said that day. We don't want him anymore. Yes, I did say that. After all these years, if he could turn back and spare me a glance, he would have done so long ago. Unfortunately, I would always be the most vicious person to him. Jalen, what are you doing here? Get lost. Roxy doesn't want to see you. I just want to go in and have a look. Get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame me for giving you another nosebleed. When I vaguely heard Spencer and Jalen's voices, I said to Cecilia, let him in. Cecilia glanced at me and nodded before getting up and heading outside. Roxy said to let him in. 16 Jalen walked in and said to me apologetically, Roxanne, I'm sorry? Tears began to roll down my face uncontrollably again as I gazed at his fair face. You must be relieved now, Jalen. The baby is gone. Isn't that what you want? As soon as I saw him, I thought of the scene in the mansion where he ruthlessly shoved me away and his determination to have me abort the baby. I hated myself. Why did I have hope for him? He was Jalen Luxley, a man who appeared gentle and noble but was heartless. Why did it have to come to this before I was willing to let him go? No, Roxanne, I truly didn't expect that. Forget it. I closed my eyes and stopped looking at him. It is what it is. Whether you want it or not, it has already happened. I called you in just to tell you that I didn't push her, and I didn't do it back then either. After a short pause, I continued, but it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, even if I keep explaining, you'll only believe her. I'm done. You can go. He seemed to want to say something more, but I turned my head and said directly, I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. I then added, by the way, we'll get the divorce certificate after I leave the hospital. I'll contact you then. Rest well. I'll come and visit you another day. Jalen made no response to what I said about the divorce and left after saying that. I thought Jalen would not come to see me again, so I was surprised when he came again 2 days later and even brought lunch for me. Whenever I saw him, I would be reminded of what happened at home that day. Even though he did not do it intentionally, I lost the child because of him. Grandpa knows about this and has already taught me a lesson. I know you don't wish to see me or listen to me, Roxanne, but I still want to apologize. I'm truly sorry about the baby. I could not figure out why he kept coming over to say that. Shouldn't he be celebrating with Simone now that my baby was gone? Why must he come to the hospital to worsen my mood? He opened the lunchbox and brought out the food inside. I took a look at the food that he had probably gotten someone to prepare. There were mushroom soup, honey-glazed ribs, and fish. Unfortunately, none of them was my favorite. I often made honey-glazed ribs and grilled fish during our 3 years of marriage, not because they were my favorites, but because they were his. As for the mushroom soup, I disliked morel mushrooms, but there were some in the soup. I want to make it up to you. Rocks in. Could you give me a chance to do that? He asked. Make up? How did he plan on making it up to me? Could he do that? Take it back. Spencer will bring me food in a bit. As soon as my words fell, Spencer pushed the door open and came in. You must be starving. Roxy, Spencer said. However, his face darkened as soon as he saw Jalen. What are you doing here? He snapped. He came over, moved the things Jalen had brought to the side, placed the food he had brought on the table, and opened them one by one. Guess what I brought you today? You can't eat greasy food since you just recovered. Cece specially prepared your favorite pumpkin risotto and ham and cheese omelet before going out. After saying that, he glanced at the food Jalen had brought and snorted. I'm impressed. Jalen, Roxy would find none of the things you brought acceptable to her taste. She doesn't like to eat honey-glazed ribs, fish, and morel mushrooms. You'd better take your things and get out right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you to the ground. Spencer had already beaten Jalen up outside the ward that day. I could hear it from inside the room, but I said nothing to stop it. After crying all day yesterday, I felt much better now. Spencer's words made Jalen embarrassed. The high and mighty Jalen was snubbed when delivering food to others for the first time. I wondered what he was thinking at the moment. I'll help you up to eat. Roxy. With that, Spencer came over and helped me up. I ate the food he brought me while ignoring Jalen. I had not had a good meal in the past 2 days. Surprisingly, with Jalen here today, my appetite was aroused and I ate half a bowl of risotto. Jalen had already left by the time I finished eating, but he returned the next day. Although none of the food he brought this time was anything I disliked, I still refused to eat it. Simone came to see me once on the 3rd day of my hospitalization. She pretended to apologize to me in front of others, claiming that my miscarriage was indirectly caused by her. She made excuses like blaming Jalen for caring so much about her that he shoved me away. I would be lying if I said that I was not upset by her words. After all, I had been carrying that child in my womb for over 2 months, and it was a part of me. I slapped her across the face and uttered 2 words. Get out! She covered her face and wanted to say something more, but Cecilia kicked her out. Simone, you little bitch. I'm leaving my words here today. Only one of us can remain in the entertainment industry. I'll fight you till the end. Just wait and see. I'll expose all your evil doings and rotten affairs little by little. I will destroy you, even if I have to bet on everything I have. I was glad to have a best friend like Cecilia. However, I kind of regretted merely slapping Simone. After 5 days in the hospital, I was discharged. The first thing I did after getting discharged was to call Jalen to go to the city hall and obtain our divorce certificate. I did not wish to wait for another day. After receiving my call, he picked me up from the hospital. Instead of taking me to the city hall, he sent me home, saying that he would let me rest for a few more days and that there was no hurry to get the certificate. If you're worried that Grandpa Andrew will blame you, I'll explain to him. I figured it must be Andrew who put pressure on him to prevent him from getting a divorce now. Spencer told me everything. After he beat up Jalen in the hospital that day, the latter went home and Andrew beat him with his walking cane several times. That was also the day I realized I would no longer feel sorry for him. 18. It's not because of Grandpa. What then? Because of guilt. I looked up to lock gazes with him and found that his deep eyes held a few more emotions that I had not seen before. I could not figure it out, and I did not want to either. At present, I just wanted to divorce him so that we could go our separate ways. At my insistence, he ultimately took me to the city hall. When I came out with the divorce certificate, I suddenly felt very relaxed. I had loved him for over a decade, but it ended in this way. Jalen, I wish you both happy. I raised the corners of my lips to form what I thought was a very sincere smile. However, deep down, I was wishing for his happiness alone. They did not deserve it, and especially her. 19. Due to being hospitalized, I missed recording a variety show with Simone. Cecilia mysteriously told me that she had taught Simone a lesson for me. I was curious as to how she did it, but she kept the suspense going by saying that I would find out when the show aired. On the day the show aired, Cecilia, Spencer, and I watched it at Spencer's house. Simone was embarrassed the entire time as Cecilia made full use of her sharp tongue. It was a show where cast members visited the countryside and lived in a big house with a yard for 2 days and 2 nights. Everyone worked in the fields and cooked meals together. Simone's persona was that she came from the countryside and could endure hardships. Also, she could never put on weight. However, she did not know how to plant wheat and peanuts or light a fire with firewood in the show, and her persona collapsed instantly. During mealtime, Cecilia told the cameraman to zoom in on Simone's face and dished out a large bowl of noodles for her to eat. She reasoned that the latter could never put on weight, and it was to advertise the noodles in her hometown. What was worse, when she got up the next day, Cecilia deliberately started a live stream for her fans early in the morning and accidentally filmed Simone applying minimal makeup. Cecilia's live stream was at 6:30, while the television crew started shooting at 7. How could someone who was applying makeup at 6:30 appear completely barefaced on screen at 7? The worst thing was that someone in the television crew asked about their relationship, and Simone said that she had never been in one. Cecilia immediately sneered and said bluntly, "I didn't mean to laugh at you, Miss Quigley. I just think everyone has a few rumored boyfriends. Maybe they haven't made it official yet, but my rumored boyfriends and I only have business relationships. Is the one you can bring home also just a rumored boyfriend, Miss Quigley?" Simone had scandals with people in the industry very early on. Later, she was photographed spending the night with Jalen. A few days ago, she even posted a tweet, which read, "You are finally mine." What a blatant slap in the face. Simone's expression turned gloomy at what she said. She hesitated for a long time before saying with an awkward chuckle, "That was just hanging out with friends. I didn't take anyone home. I had many friends with me that day." As soon as the show came out, it was followed by Simone's crumbled persona trending online. Everyone was criticizing Simone for being fake. They commented that her acting skills had been worsening even though she had studied abroad for so many years. Apart from the lack of acting skills, she also had no reputation. Some even went as far as to say that she might as well die abroad and never come back. Of course, there were Simone's fans who criticized Cecilia, but they were all rebuked by my and Cecilia's fans. There had been rumors about me and Simone being on bad terms since long ago, and everyone knew that Cecilia and I were good friends, so it only confirmed the rumor. In short, the end result was that Cecilia risked her reputation to teach Simone a lesson verbally for me, and let her first stop in her comeback end in failure. But this little blow is nothing to her. Once she and Jalen got married, she would not care about it at all. Although I had given up, I still felt sad when I thought of that. Jalen did not want my child, but he would treat Simone's child as a treasure in the future. There was a significant difference between children who were loved and those who were not. "Don't worry, they won't get married," Cecilia said solemnly as she held my hand. "Huh? What do you mean?" I looked at Cecilia in bewilderment. "You can't seriously think that what I said about messing with her was just criticizing her in a perfunctory way on the show?" Cecilia winked at me slyly. I still did not understand what she meant. Spencer tapped me on the head and said, "You're dumb. She has a game changer. Of course, that woman isn't simple." "What is it?" I was very curious and wondered what they had found behind my back. Instead of telling me, Cecilia asked, "When will you return to work?" "Next week. I'll start by shooting an advertisement and filming the show on Friday." The show was scheduled for their episode previously, but due to my health, the television crew temporarily postponed the episode for me. "Tell me now, what's the big show you're both planning?" "You'll know when the time comes." They both acted mysterious and refused to tell me. The advertisement was filmed at the beach that day. I had quite a huge scar on my leg, and I originally wanted to have the wardrobe department prepare a long dress for me. However, they said it was fine because the scar would be removed later by Photoshop, so I stopped caring. After the advertisement was shot, there was an interview. The host asked me how I got the scar on my leg. I told them truthfully that I was scalded in my friend's warehouse when I was 18. I remembered that at the time, Simone and I had not yet had a falling out. I had just started university, and she was the first female friend I made. That year, Jalen, who had just turned 18, was sent by his father to learn at the grassroots level of the company. Simone and I went to the warehouse to visit him during the weekend. However, A fire broke out there. I dragged Jalen out of the warehouse with great difficulty, but I was hit on my leg by a falling box. When I woke up, Simone told me that she liked Jalen and said that after experiencing this incident, she decided to make the most of every opportunity and confess her love to him. I did not know whether Simone's confession was successful, but after that day, Jalen and I gradually grew apart. After that, I went to audition for a scene with Simone, and she deliberately fell into the artificial lake. When Jalen saved her, she accused me while looking extremely aggrieved. "Roxy, why did you push me? If you want this part, I'll give it to you." Why? Jalen believed her. He liked Simone and always believed that she would never lie as she was kind-hearted. I, on the other hand, was the epitome of viciousness. Indeed, I was never a gentle girl. I had been mischievous since I was a child and spoiled by my parents' love, as they would give me whatever I wanted. Hence, Jalen was convinced that the cunning and vicious person was me. On the other hand, Simone, who grew up in the countryside, worked so hard to get into art school and was diligent, was the kindest and purest person. He did not know that I had tried my best to be obedient and gentle to make him like me. During our 3 years of marriage, I tried my best to learn how to be a qualified wife. I, who had been spoiled my entire life, had learned to do the laundry, cook, and please him. Thinking of that now, I truly wanted to slap myself. Such a shameless person you were, Roxanne. You almost lost yourself because of him. 21 Before the advertisement was released, the behind-the-scenes footage of my interview became a trending topic because of the scar. Because it was truly ugly. I had never let anyone see the scar on my leg, so I usually did not wear short skirts when I attended events. In the evening, I retweeted the behind-the-scenes footage of the interview and asked in a comment if I had a tattoo. What pattern should I get? Many people left comments with suggestions like the letters of my name, roses, peonies, and more. I went to get a laurel tattoo. I chose it because laurels represented pride and dignity. I wanted to go back to being that proud Roxanne again. 22 I sold the house Jalen left me. The night before I moved, Jalen suddenly appeared there. "What are you doing here?" I asked. He sat on the couch. He must have drunk lots of alcohol as the smell still lingered on his body. Roxanne. He looked up at me with red eyes and a tired face. My heart seemed to be hit hard by an iron bar. Apart from his mother's death, I had never seen Jalen like this. Gone were his usual indifference and pride, and his whole body exuded exhaustion. "It was you who saved me in the warehouse 8 years ago, right?" I was stunned. It took me a while to react. "You never knew all along?" I inquired, my lips quivering. So, he did not know it was me who saved him that year. Who did he think it was then? I would always remember that day. Simone and I went to see Jalen at the same time. We split up to look for him because we could not reach him on the phone. I entered the warehouse through the back door and found it on fire. Without thinking, I rushed in to drag Jalen out. It took a lot of effort for me to drag him outside. I called Simone to help me when she appeared at the entrance, but she stood at the door hesitantly, saying that she was afraid. I'll go find someone." Simone then turned and went to look for the security guard. I dragged him out of the door alone, but my leg was injured by the falling box. When I woke up, Simone told me that she was going to confess to Jalen. Jalen was in a coma for 2 days before he woke up. During those 2 days, Simone would secretly stay beside his hospital bed whenever she was free. I gave up the moment I saw them hugging each other. I thought he knew it was me who saved him. When I saved him that day, he did not pass out completely. I thought I heard him calling my name. No, Simone was the name he called out. It was Simone, not Roxy. That was right. He never called me Roxy. He always called me by my full name before marriage and Roxanne after that. So, did he think Simone saved him that day? I was half conscious, and I didn't see your face clearly. When I woke up, she was at my bedside. So I assumed. So you assumed that Simone was the one who saved you? Huh! What's your purpose for finding me and talking about this now? Even if I saved you that day, so what? I folded my arms and looked at him coldly. The man who felt very unfamiliar. After knowing him for so many years, I found that I almost did not know him anymore. "I'm sorry, I'd misunderstood you all along." He took my hand and begged in a low voice. "Roxanne, can you forgive me?" "Forgive you? It's not that I can't," I uttered with a sneer. "Unless my child comes back to life." I shook off his hand, as resolute as he did that day. "You can still have kids. We can have another child." Ha ha ha. Hearing what he said, I laughed so hard that my tears nearly fell. "We are divorced. Jalen," I reminded him, "I want to get back together with you. Roxanne, can you give me a chance? I know you still like me, don't you?" Trembling all over, I turned to look at him and murmured, "So you knew all along." He grabbed my hand again and tugged hard. Caught off guard, I fell into his arms. He hugged me before leaning over and kissing me. "Jalen, you jerk. Let go of me." I struggled desperately. The moment we touched, I suddenly felt disgusted. At this time, some memories seemed to appear in my mind. "Jalen, why don't you like me? I truly like you. Why can't you like me? I knew you earlier than Simone and liked you earlier. Why do you only like her? I've never hurt Simone. Why can't you believe me? We've known each other for so many years. Why don't you believe me?" That night, Jalen and I were both drunk. I told him a lot of things that I did not dare to say before. In my days, I heard him reply, "I'm sorry, I must pay Simone back what I owed her." "No, I want you today," I said. "Then don't regret it." Roxanne. So he was not drunk that day. At that thought, I suddenly felt a little sick. I instantly also felt that the man in front of me was very unfamiliar. I raised my hand and slapped him hard in the face. "Jalen, you really make me sick." As soon as I said this, I could feel Jalen's body tremble slightly, and his hands froze where they held me. "Roxanne, don't call me in that tone." I pushed him away and stood up. "We're divorced. Please don't disrupt my life anymore." He looked at me with his red eyes and said, "Do I truly have no chance anymore?" I held back my tears and looked at him. "As I said before, I'll only forgive you if my child comes back to life." After saying that, I turned around and went upstairs. I locked the door after entering my room and crouched down by the door, weeping uncontrollably. Just then, I received a WhatsApp message from Cecilia that read, "Dear, it's done. Simone will never recover her career this time." Simone was blacklisted by the whole industry. Her wrongdoings included tax evasion, illegal operation of unqualified products, and cohabitating with a handsome young man abroad. Only after an investigation was conducted on her was it discovered that she went abroad for those 3 years not to study diligently at all, but to run a cosmetics business with her father, and the products were also unqualified. Furthermore, despite her claims that she could not let go of Jalen, she was secretly involved with a handsome young man abroad. So, did Jalen come back to me because he found out about Simone's despicable deeds? Of course, I did not care about that anymore. These days, Jalen often came to see me and gave me flowers, gifts, and resources. Of course, I never accepted any of them. Every time he came to me, he was stopped by my parents and my manager. After a while, he did not come again. I heard that he subsequently went to the bar often to get drunk, and he would go home drunk almost every day. I felt nothing when I heard that. He had numerous opportunities to look back at me over the last 10 years. I had also explained to him many times that I had never hurt Simone, but he never believed me. Now that Simone's true colors had been revealed and he was cuckolded and betrayed, he wanted to come back to me. I scoffed inwardly. Did Jalen truly think that I only wanted him? Did he really think I was that cheap? My only regret at the moment is that I realized it too late. I would not have lost my child if I had realized sooner that he was not worth it. Of course, if that were the case, I would never have married him, nor would I have conceived his child. However, it was too late to say anything now. No, it was not too late. My life had just begun. As for Jalen, knowing him as I did, he might spend the rest of his life in regret. Although this was not the outcome I wanted most, I would not hold any sympathy or pity for him. I was going to return the shares and money he gave me before, but Cecilia stopped me. "You deserve it." Why return to him? Did I deserve it? Something I had obtained in exchange for my child's life. I could not enjoy it. However, I still did not return them to Jalen. Instead, I liquidated the shares and the house and donated all the money he gave me. I donated the money to welfare centers and children in poor mountainous areas. In the end, Simone was arrested for violating the law. It would be extremely difficult for her to live a normal life in the future, let alone become an artist. How satisfying. Cecilia clinked glasses with me happily. Spencer also came over and said happily, I knew from the beginning that she wasn't simple. I hated her the most when I was in school. But Roxy, this naive girl, still considered her a good friend. Cecilia said. Spencer also chimed in. Indeed, back then Jalen, and Roxy were such great friends, but she drove us apart. Realizing that it was not the right time to mention Jalen, Spencer quickly stopped and changed his words. Haha, let's not mention those irrelevant people today. I'm sorry for making friends carelessly, I said. I remembered clashing with Cecilia back then because of Simone. Cecilia and Simone had been at odds since school, and because I was friends with Simone first, I would help her every time they quarreled. Unexpectedly, after all those arguments, Cecilia and I became best friends. It could be regarded as friendship growing out of discord. Also, thank you both. I was truly happy when I clinked glasses with them. Happy that these two good friends were still with me. There's no need for thanks between friends. Don't forget, that woman is also my sworn enemy. Cecilia looked at me and winked. She probably thought of what happened in school like me. Come, let's get wasted tonight. In the end, Cecilia and I were drunk. Spencer could not take care of us by himself, so he called someone to come over. In my drunken haze, I saw Spencer bringing over a trash can and placing it in front of Cecilia. Throw up here. CC. Hey, Spencer, why don't you tell her that you like her? If you don't tell her, she'll soon become someone else's, and then you'll regret it. Spencer's face turned red instantly. He turned around to look at me and stammered. Roxy, how did you know that Haha, we were close since we were kids. How can I not know that? Only our dumb Cecilia doesn't know that. Besides, maybe she thought you liked me. Of course, I was not that stupid as to let Cecilia get the wrong idea. As her best friend, I often set her up with Spencer discreetly and even made insinuations that he liked her. I don't like you, he said. T.S. You make it seem like I like you. Let me remind you that there are many suitors around Cece recently. If you don't act soon, she'll never be yours. Spencer contemplated for a while and finally nodded his head solemnly. I'll give it a try. I could not help laughing again when I saw his attitude. Spencer was probably afraid that if he confessed and Cecilia did not accept it, he might lose her friendship, so he did not dare to say it. Although I understood his perspective very well, I did not want them to miss the chance of getting together. To be honest, Cece should be interested in you too, although she didn't say it. As her best friend of 10 years, I can tell. Naturally, I said that because I had evidence, though it was not obvious. In any case, I felt that Cecilia treated Spencer differently, but whether they could ultimately get together depended on their luck. As for me, I was going to pursue my handsome young man. Don't worry about me today. Take good care of Cece. I patted Spencer on the shoulder and got up to walk outside alone. In my dazed state, I saw a somewhat familiar face. I turned to look at Spencer and asked, "Did you call him here?" I didn't. Why should I ask him to come here? Oh, that's good. I did not wish to see Jalen now. I did not want him to ruin such a happy day. At some point, a handsome young man appeared beside Spencer. On impulse, I grabbed him and said, "Help me out." Handsome. The scene was chaotic because I seemed to have kissed him. Also, this man seemed to be a little familiar. I seemed to have met him somewhere, but this was our exclusive private room. How could a handsome young man appear here? Roxy, why you? He seemed to know me. Who are you? I asked curiously. I'm Cecilia's younger brother. My name is Yoel Quinn. I'm your fan. Roxy, I like you. I did not listen to anything else. I only heard him say that he liked me. My head was dizzy, and my memory was foggy. I simply felt that the guy in front of me was quite handsome. Good Yoel. Wonderful Yoel. Send me home to sleep. Yoel. Yoel sent me out. When we passed by Jalen, I vaguely remembered glancing at him and patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Handsome, please make way." After that, I blacked out. However, I clearly felt at that moment that Jalen was like someone from my previous life to me. How wonderful. His existence could no longer affect me. My future was still very long. Apart from him, there were many others by my side. There were my parents and relatives who loved me, and two good friends who liked each other. Oh, and a handsome Yoel that liked me. Life was so beautiful. The end. A female artist posted solid evidence of my boyfriend's cheating on Twitter. It was followed by a video. In the video, He entered the hotel with his arms around my waist and didn't come out until early in the morning. The female artist, Emma Wiley, officially announced their breakup. She wrote, "Andrew Bernard, I have never thought that you were such a person." The evidence was irrefutable, and it became a trending topic in an instant. Damn! Emma is awesome. How long had they been seeing each other? What a shame. In fact, I am deeply attracted by their appearances. No one is curious about the woman in the video. Putting down the phone, I just felt that everything was so ridiculous. I grew up with Andrew and we had been together for 8 years. But now, Emma had become his real girlfriend? Who was I to him? Less than half a day after Emma posted her tweet, someone dug me up on the internet. The paparazzi blocked the entrance of my company, and countless harassment messages poured in. The rumors and malice formed a dense net, almost drowning me. I hid in the company's bathroom and called Andrew countless times, but he didn't answer my call. I had no choice but to try to clarify it online. "You mean Emma is the other woman? Are you out of your mind? No wonder you are the other woman. You are so shameless that you come out to whitewash what you have done." As an ordinary person, I didn't get much attention on Twitter. There were only a few reviews, which scolded me for shifting the blame. The online abuse intensified. In half a day, I became a target of public criticism. Everyone scolded me for being the other woman. Taking a deep breath, I was about to send a message to ask for leave, but I received a message from the HR department instead. "Selena, your personal behavior has caused serious trouble for the company. You'd better have a rest for a while. You can come back to work after you deal with your personal affairs." Did she really want me to just have a rest for a while? I had been working for so many years, and I totally understood what she meant. My phone suddenly rang. "Stay out of this. I'll send someone to pick you up." It was Andrew. I couldn't help but recall the details of their love in Emma's tweet. My heart seemed to be stabbed by something. I read the message quietly for a few seconds and decided to follow his arrangement first. At least, I should ask him face to face and figure out what had happened. With the help of several people, I got into Andrew's minivan. Andrew was not in the car. His agent, Isabel Kaiser, glanced at me coldly. "You can stay in the hotel we have arranged for you these days and wait for the news from Andrew." I didn't say anything. I looked out of the window at the scenery that was constantly retreating, and my fingers unconsciously rubbed the watch on my wrist. "I saw the watch on your waist. Andrew also has one," said Isabel suddenly. "You have been together for almost 8 years, she said in a flat tone. "Every Valentine's Day, he will order a pair of couple watches from abroad. He is really into you." I was in a daze. There was a reason why Andrew and I wore the watches. When we were young, Andrew and I were the most unwanted kids in the neighborhood. His mother had an affair with someone else and abandoned her family. His father often beat him after drinking, and Andrew was even once sent to the hospital because of hard beating. I had no parents. I had been living with my mentally ill grandma since I was a child. People always pointed at my nose and cursed, "Your grandma is insane." "So do you." Whenever it happened, Andrew would stand out and raise his fist to hit them hard. Because we were eager to be well ahead of others, we had the best academic performance among the kids in our neighborhood. That day, when I was sick, my grandma made cereal for me and forgot to turn off the gas, which caused the fire at home. Fortunately, Andrew came to my house and wanted to do the homework with me. He found it in time and calmly asked others to help put out the fire. However, both Andrew and I burnt our wrists. After we were together, we lived a hard life. On the first Valentine's Day that we spent together, he bought a pair of couple watches with the money he had saved for a long time. That night, he whispered in my ear. I could feel his hot and moist breath on my neck. "Selena, I swear I will create a better future for you." Later, he was scouted to act in his first TV drama and made his name. He really had the ability to create a better future for me. Every year after that, he would give me a couple's watch for Valentine's Day. Yet, he didn't give it to me this year. To be precise, he didn't even celebrate Valentine's Day with me. I made a fancy dinner at home and waited for him the whole night. Where was he? According to Emma's tweet, on Valentine's Day, the movie wrapped and everyone in the crew was drinking to celebrate. They sneaked out and had fun in the amusement park like an ordinary couple. At the top of the Ferris wheel, Andrew kissed her tentatively with his mask on, and she took off their masks and kissed him back with a smile. I stayed in the hotel for 2 days. In the past 2 days, I forced myself not to log into Twitter, nor did I contact anyone. On the third day, Andrew finally appeared. I had a fever and went to drink water with the help of the door frame. When I raised my head, I met Andrew's dark eyes. He looked thinner but stronger, dressed in black. He stood there coldly. I leaned against the door weakly. It suddenly occurred to me that today marked the 8th anniversary of our relationship. On the anniversary of last year, Andrew was on vacation. We planned to travel to Suzerain. When we arrived at the airport, we met the paparazzi who were waiting for us. It was a female artist who appeared at the airport by accident to save us in such a critical moment. Why does she appear together with Andrew? Didn't she publicly confess her love for Andrew last month? Are they really dating? The paparazzi rushed up, squeezed me out of the crowd, and surrounded her and Andrew, striving to take photos and get a cracking story. The female artist was good at foxmints. When she saw what happened, she blushed immediately. The crew is off today. We are just celebrating together. Seeing that Andrew didn't refuse, she deliberately leaned against his chest as if she was embarrassed. As for Andrew, he looked down at her with a smile, and his eyes were gentle. The airport suddenly became bustling and filled with deafening heckling. Yet, Andrew turned his head to look in my direction, with an apologetic look in his eyes. In the evening, Andrew and that female artist still occupied the top trending topics. But what about me? I wanted to post the travel photos on Twitter, but I didn't even dare to include the address. I was afraid that if anyone found out about my Twitter account in the future, it would have an impact on Andrew. At night, Andrew held me in his arms with his chin against my head, saying firmly and solemnly, "Wait a little longer, Selena. On the anniversary next year, I will announce to everyone that you are my girlfriend." 3. I snapped back to reality. When I was about to say something, Isabel suddenly appeared from behind and gave me a thorough frisk. She didn't find anything and then left. "Are you afraid that I have hidden the recorder pen?" However, as if nothing had happened, Andrew smiled and said, "Selena, I miss you so much." I suddenly wanted to laugh and feel confused at the same time. After the anniversary, it had been a long time since we last met. He was occupied with filming. I could only tell myself that I had to learn to understand him. One day, when I was lying on the sofa, I couldn't help but complain on my Instagram, saying that I really wanted someone to keep me company. To my surprise, when I opened my eyes, I really saw Andrew. He checked my Instagram and caught a flight here overnight. When I opened the door and saw him, I was surprised and kissed him like crazy. He smiled and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. "I miss you too. I miss you badly." In the end, I grabbed his arm and gasped for air, just like a dying fish eager for water. Because Andrew had to shoot a scene the next morning, he left before dawn. I stood in the empty house and looked out of the window at his receding back. Suddenly, I found that he had left his suitcase. As soon as I opened it, I found that it was full of my favorite snacks. There was a photo at the bottom of the snacks. It was the autographed photo of one of my favorite drama actors. I had heard from a die-hard fan on Twitter that Andrew had cancelled several activities and especially learned the drama for 3 months. It turned out that it was because of me. Later, even if the gossip about him and Emma had been blazed all over the daily papers, I was willing to believe him. I really wondered why Andrew and I had come to this point. "Don't you want to explain about that tweet and Emma?" "Explain what?" "Rumors have it that you fell in love with each other on the set of the movie, but I never doubt you. You said it was a publicity stunt, and I also believe it. But now, if you really fall in love with Emma, just tell me directly and we can break up. Why did you lie to me? Do you think it's exciting to have an affair with another woman behind my back? Why do you put me in this situation?" Andrew looked at me and said nothing. "Do you know how I have been these days? Do you know what the netizens said about me?" I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, and I could utter no words for a while. "Andrew, some so-called dirt was even released by you, right?" "Selena, it's not what you think," said Andrew calmly. His face darkened. I looked at him and didn't know how to react. In the past, Andrew would risk his life because someone said a harsh word to me, but now, facing the more terrible insults on the internet, he chose to stand idly by and even added fuel to the flames. After all, only when he shifted the blame to me could his team have enough time to deal with the current problems. Looking at the man in front of me, I seemed to be extremely tired all of a sudden. I didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. "Andrew, Let's break up. I disagree. Andrew grabbed my hand tightly and tried to touch my face, but I avoided him coldly. As for Emma, Andrew stopped for a while as if he couldn't find an excuse. He lit a cigarette irritably and answered after a long time. I was also afraid of fire after that fire in my childhood. There was a blasting scene in the film at that time, and I couldn't get in gear at all. It was Emma who encouraged me all the time. In that film, I was deeply entangled with the role she played. I have never been so involved in it. I can't get out of it for a while. He suddenly put out the cigarette and became more irritable and gloomy. I saw his action and burst into laughter. Do you mean that you were just obsessed with her and never had a crush on her? Andrew was silent. I stared at him and asked, have you slept with her? Andrew's face turned pale. I've been waiting for you the whole night on Valentine's Day. I called you, but you didn't answer. You were with her, weren't you? Andrew looked at me speechlessly. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly, my throat itched. I covered my mouth and coughed violently. A cold hand reached out to my forehead. You have a fever? With a frown, Andrew picked up his phone and was about to make a call. I'll ask someone to send the fever reducer. Looking at his worried face, I felt woozy in my stomach. I turned my head and retched. Don't shed crocodile tears. You make me sick. A hint of remorse flashed through his eyes. He stared at me for a few seconds, and suddenly held my waist and took me to the sofa. I wanted to struggle. His fingers moved from my waist to my back and pressed it unexpectedly, forcing me to lie on his chest. Selena. His deep and hoarse voice fell from the top of my head as if there was a trace of inexplicable coldness. You said that no matter what happened, you would never leave me. Seeing that he was about to kiss me, I had to struggle desperately. If you still have a little respect for me, let me go. Andrew froze for a moment, and then he finally let go of me. I'm so sorry. The room quieted down. I looked at him. I will break up with you peacefully, and I won't use any information about you to make things worse on the internet. But the premise is that you must tell the truth, clarify all the facts, and prove my innocence. After a moment of silence, Andrew's Adam's apple did a quick bob. No, Selena, I have made a response. The public will not be interested in these things for too long. As long as you compromise again, this matter will be completely over. Compromise again? I interrupted him. What do you mean? As if I suddenly had figured out something, I clicked on Twitter, which I didn't dare to click on for a long time. With my trembling hands, the top trending topic was a response from Andrew. I'm sorry to take up public resources, so I have to apologize to everyone here first. Selena and I used to be a couple. Because of some problems, we had to split up. Later, because of the shooting, I got together with Emma. I didn't know the reason why Selena broke up with me until I met her again. She suffered from a hereditary disease in her family. That night, she came to me because she was sick and mistook us for not breaking up. In addition, it was too dark at that time, which caused a visual deviation. So I'm sorry that I didn't tell Emma about it in advance. I have to apologize to Emma. After Selena sobered up, she also felt very sorry. She would officially clarify this matter to everyone. I stared at the screen blankly. So, you came to me today. Do you want me to admit to everyone that I'm a psycho? It was me, a psychotic ex, who harassed you. Andrew's eyes darkened. Selena, Isabel will give you the draft to clarify later. You can recite it and she will record a video for you. After this matter is over, we will still be like before. Slap. A crisp and loud sound was heard. I used all my strength without reservation to slap Andrew, and his face was directly tilted to one side. The lamp overhead gave out a pallid glow. My fingernails scratched a long and thin wound on his face, and blood began to ooze out little by little. There was silence in the air for a few seconds. With his face down, Andrew calmly held my hand, and a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Does your hand hurt? I didn't shake off his hand, but raised my head and asked him in a low voice, do you know what day it is today? Andrew was slightly stunned. On the 7th anniversary of last year, you promised me that you would make it public to everyone that I was your girlfriend on the next anniversary. I chuckled. Today is our 8th anniversary, and you asked me to make it public to everyone that I'm a psycho. Andrew's face was drained of color. A year was neither too long nor too short. Andrew and I had depended on each other for survival since childhood. The feelings that were built up bit by bit in 8 years turned out to be destroyed in only 1 year. Andrew knew it clearly. Because of my grandma's illness, I had always been afraid of being called a psycho. He knew it. Looking at the man in front of me, I actually had a feeling that a lifetime had passed. Andrew, you think too highly of yourself. We've been together for 8 years and I love you so much. But do you think I will forgive your betrayal and give up dignity for you to admit that I am a psycho? Do you think I can still be with you after all this has happened? But why? I love the one who protected me from being bullied. The one who would come to keep me company no matter how busy he was in filming and prepared a surprise for me. And the one who only cared about me in his eyes. I looked at him calmly, saying word by word, but not the one who had no bottom line and made me sick. Andrew tightened his grip on my finger slightly, and darkness rolled in his eyes. I pulled my hand out of his palm slowly and decisively. Bit by bit. I won't record any videos. I will also get reporters here and tell them the truth. I advise you to think it over. The voice of his agent, Isabel, came from behind. Isabel looked into my eyes and raised the phone in her hand. The screen was broken. It was my phone. I'm sorry? I'm afraid that you won't cooperate with us. So I smashed your phone. Of course. We will compensate you for a new phone. But there is no chat record in it. Isabel took out a new phone from her bag and put it in my hand. If you want to clarify, you just want to prove that you didn't break up with Andrew last year. Isabel smiled. In the past 2 days when you stayed in the hotel, we have disposed of all the related evidence in your house, including the gifts he gave you this year and your visiting bills starting from January this year. I looked at Andrew in disbelief. His face turned pale and he avoided my gaze unnaturally. After a moment of silence, I said slowly, I have a backup. Isabel's expression changed. I have been in love with him for 8 years. I have backed up all the chat records and visiting bills. Of course. They are not on this phone. I stared at Andrew coldly. My request doesn't change. I hope you can make the whole thing clear on Twitter and apologize to me in public. Let's keep the last dignity between us. Backup? A hint of irony flashed through Andrew's eyes. I saw the expression on his face. It was ridiculous, but there was indescribable suffocation and sadness in my heart. I took my bag, turned around, and was about to leave. I stopped at the door for a while and said, I will only give you 2 days to think about it. 5 after walking out of the hotel, I covered my burning forehead and hailed a taxi to the hospital. Half lying on the bed with a drip, I clicked on Twitter. I checked the reviews under Andrew's tweet page by page. The first review was from Emma. Really? Andrew? Yes, Emma. I admit that I misunderstood you at that time. Given that you are so good to your ex-girlfriend with a mental disease, you are absolutely not a scumbag. Emma. Fortunately, you broke up. This woman with a mental disease is very frightening. Emma, when will Selena clarify it? Andrew. Soon. I turned off the phone and closed my eyes. In fact, I didn't back up the chat records and visiting bills. In the past 8 years, I trusted Andrew with all my heart. I loved him, and I didn't dare to save his photos on my cell phone. I seldom posted any photos on my Instagram. At most posted photos showing his hand or his receding back. I didn't even dare to send the location on Twitter when I traveled with him. How could I have any backups? What was more ridiculous was that I had really saved the chat records of this year. I kept it as precious as a treasure. This year, how could I not feel Andrew's coldness and perfunctory attitude toward me? But every time I kept telling myself that he was just too busy. On Valentine's Day, I created another Twitter account, which contained our few chat records and the voice messages he sent to me in the past year. Every night when I missed him, I could check it out, visible only to myself. But now it came in handy by accident. I had been on a drip in the hospital alone for 2 days. There was no news on Andrew's Twitter, nor did he contact me. On the hospital bed next to me, an old lady was feeding her sick granddaughter. I stared at her blankly and felt a lump in my throat. Suddenly, I found that I missed my grandma. After going through the discharge formalities, I first called a die-hard fan. I met her when I disguised myself as a fan and visited the film crew last time. I asked her for the phone number of a well-known reporter and then took a taxi to the nursing home. 3 years ago, my grandma had a heart attack at home. I was at work, and Andrew happened to come back after finishing the shooting and sent her to the hospital in time. At that time, the doctor said that my grandma was old and mentally ill, and she needed someone to take care of her. so it was not appropriate for her to stay at home. I cried my heart out. My legs were so weak that I could hardly stand. Andrew held my waist firmly and wiped my tears gently. I will find the best nursing home for Grandma. Andrew used to treat my grandma and me very well. Before I officially broke up with Andrew, I wanted to see my grandma. When I came to my grandma's room, the nurse was surprised to see me. Your boyfriend picked up your grandma this morning. Aren't you going to take her to take a group photo? With a buzzing sound in my head, I felt a chill rushing down my spine. I abruptly turned around and ran out of the nursing home. While running, I called Andrew with my trembling hands. The phone was soon connected. Where are you? Where did you take Grandma? Grandma is now unconscious and she doesn't recognize anyone. What on earth do you want to do? Andrew? It was very noisy there, and faint sounds of the flashlight could be heard. I'm holding a press conference. The low voice of Andrew rang in my ears as if it came from a very far place. I was in a trance for a moment. For what? I know you don't have a backup at all. A sigh came from the other end of the line. Selena, you love me so much. How can you have a backup? A sense of bitterness surged up in my chest. I almost squeezed out a sentence from the gap in my teeth. So, what on earth do you want to do to Grandma? I won't do anything to Grandma, said Andrew in a low and trembling voice. Selena, I really have no choice. If you don't clarify it, I can only let Grandma clarify it for you. I taught Grandma a few words and asked her to say them in front of the cameras later. Grandma has a good memory. She has remembered them all. Tears rolled down my cheeks and I gritted my teeth. Andrew, don't force me to hate you. There was a moment of silence. Selena, I will protect Grandma well. Don't worry. When I arrived at the hotel, the press conference had begun. Without a pass, I was blocked outside. On the big screen, the conference room was packed with the media. All kinds of media set up equipment and adjusted their cameras, taking pictures of Emma and Andrew crazily. I didn't expect Emma to be here. According to the discussion of the employees next to me, Andrew held the press conference for 3 purposes. First, the psycho came out to clarify it. Second, he officially declared a relationship with Emma. Third, he partnered with Emma again in a TV drama about love. In a trance, I saw a wrinkled and pale face on the big screen. Selena's condition is getting worse. It's a pity that she can't come here. She is Selena's grandma. Holding my grandma's hand, Andrew put the microphone to her mouth. My grandma looked at Andrew helplessly with turbid eyes. It took her a long time to speak in a trembling voice. Selena is sick and can't come here. She broke up with Andrew last year. As soon as my grandma finished speaking, she shrank behind Andrew as if the microphone in front of her was a monster. It seems that there is something wrong with her. Selena must also be. What a shame. The whole family is suffering from mental disease. When I heard what the reporters said, my fists were clenched so tightly that my nails dug deep into my palms. I wanted to rush in immediately. Selena? A low voice came to my ears. I turned my head and saw a cultured man in a light gray shirt in front of me. I am the reporter who contacted you just now. My name is Devin Fritz. I can take you in. I wiped my tears with the back of my hand quickly and nodded silently. As soon as I entered the venue, I was stunned. Andrew and Emma were kissing. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. There was a dead silence in the room. Only flashlights constantly flashing. Emma closed her eyes and slowly wrapped her hands around Andrew's waist. With a smile, Andrew held the back of her head and deepened the kiss. A sudden scream broke the dead silence. You can't kiss her. I looked in the direction of the voice and I held my breath. My grandma stood in the corner, her stooped body extraordinarily straight and her eyes red. She was as aggrieved as a child. Selena is your girlfriend. You haven't broken up at all. Everyone burst into an uproar. It seemed that my grandma wanted to stop them, but she walked so fast that she didn't watch her steps. She tripped over the chair and fell down directly. The sudden accident made the scene a mess. Someone called the police while others called an ambulance. Reporters were still taking pictures crazily. Grandma! I rushed into the ambulance and looked at my unconscious grandma. I felt a buzz in my head and the blood all over my body seemed to be frozen. As soon as I turned around, I saw Andrew chasing after me. He looked at me with a pale face. Selena, is that what you said, that you will protect Grandma? My voice was extremely hoarse, and the despair and hatred in my heart intertwined as if they were about to spill out from my chest. With a blank look in his eyes, Andrew froze on the spot, helpless. About half an hour later, The ambulance arrived at the hospital. My grandma was sent to the operating room. The doctor went in and out. I leaned against the wall with one hand still stained with my grandma's blood. A low sound of footsteps sounded in the cold corridor and approached. Selena. I lowered my head as if I hadn't heard it. Grandma. Grandma will be fine. Get out. After a moment of silence, Andrew's breath quickened. I really didn't know that things would develop like this. Grandma is also my family. How could I hurt her? I really didn't expect that Grandma would suddenly sober up. She is. Yes. My grandma's condition had been getting worse and worse in the past few years. She didn't remember anyone. The scene where my grandma screamed after seeing Andrew kissing Emma came to my mind. I looked up at Andrew and heard my dry and bitter voice. Do you know why Grandma suddenly sobered up? Andrew stared at me blankly. Because she didn't understand why you, the one she knew since you were a child, took her to a strange place and coaxed her to slander me, her granddaughter. She didn't understand why you, who said you wanted to marry me last year, kissed another woman affectionately and unscrupulously in front of her. Therefore, she was temporarily awake for a moment, and her eyes were full of grievance. She felt wronged for me. She felt sorry for me. I bit my lips tightly and felt the pain of suffocation. My internal organs seemed to be twisted by a sharp knife, so painful that I could hardly breathe. Andrew, if anything happens to my grandma, I will never forgive you all my life. With a pale face, Andrew subconsciously reached out to grab my hand but was violently shaken off by me. I told you to get out. My eyes were full of hatred. Andrew's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes gradually turned red. He stared at me blankly for a long time before he opened his mouth. Sorry. I was wrong. I was totally wrong. It's my fault for officially announcing my relationship with Emma. I was too anxious to let it go. Only the official announcement can shift the focus as soon as possible, and I can completely get you out of this matter. He knelt directly and cried in a helpless voice. Selena, you can scold me or hit me. Please don't look at me like this. Do you mean that you announced your relationship with another woman for my sake? I just feel ironic and ridiculous. Andrew. In fact, till now, you still don't think you are wrong, do you? The best way to get me out of this is to tell the truth, right? Andrew was stunned. Will you tell Emma the truth after you officially announce the relationship with her? Will you break up with her? You won't. Emma is so popular now. Being together with her will help you a lot. How can you let go of this opportunity? What's more, you have a crush on her, don't you? With a pale face, Andrew shook his head as if he was telling himself, no, it's not like that. I love you, Selena. I looked at him, and an indescribable bitterness spread. You said you loved me, but what you did hurt me deeply. You betrayed me and fell in love with someone else. You made me get bullied online to take a bullet for you, set me up to stay in a hotel, and then took the key to our home to erase the traces of our past. Gradually, my eyes blurred and I was choked with sobs. How ridiculous it is. Those gifts and visiting bills that I cherished most were destroyed by you in person. Andrew's face turned deathly pale. I looked at the operation light and closed my eyes painfully. But the last thing you should do is hurt Grandma. With tears in his eyes, Andrew wanted to explain something, but he could not refute it. It's obviously your fault. Is it so difficult to admit your mistake? Are your career and status so important? I'm sorry, said Andrew, lowering his head and trembling slightly. Looking at his depressed face, I kept silent for a while and took off the watch from my wrist. This watch was the one he gave me on our first Valentine's Day 8 years ago. He earned money by taking a part-time job and bought it. The watch didn't work anymore. Andrew didn't give me a watch this Valentine's Day, so I wore this watch again. Selena. Andrew seemed to have realized something, with a hint of helplessness and panic flashing in his eyes. Please, don't take it off. I squatted down and put the watch beside him, saying in a calm tone, now, our last memory is gone. With pleading in his eyes, Andrew grabbed my hand and his tears fell on the back of my hand. Selena, I'm going to apologize to everyone on Twitter now. I'll make everything clear. Please don't leave me. I looked at him calmly. It's too late. Taking out his phone and clicking on Twitter, Andrew choked with sobs. It won't be late. It won't be late. I'm going to. His voice stopped abruptly. The first trending topic he saw was their 8 years. It was Devin's tweet. 7 as I requested. Devin sent a video, a diagnosis report, and countless chat records of me and Andrew this year. Then he mentioned me. In the video, I sat on the bed and calmly narrated the 8 years of Andrew and me. I didn't slander him or exaggerate it. I just told everything exactly as it was. This was recorded when I was on a drip in the hospital 2 days ago. I clicked on the reviews below this tweet. Let me sum it up. She's not the other woman. She didn't break up with Andrew last year. Besides, she's not a psycho. Lies can be told, but the diagnosis certificate can't be false. She is a normal person. Scumbag. He has failed to women. I'm sorry. I am Emma's fan. I scolded you the first time when you used your own account to clarify it. I apologize to you solemnly. This man is so disgusting. In order to prove his innocence, he even framed his girlfriend as a psycho. Andrew, get out of showbiz. When Devin took me to the press conference, I gave him the evidence. I didn't expect him to be so efficient that his tweet was on the trending topic in just a few hours. The evidence was irrefutable, and the public opinion was reversed. Many fans unfollowed Andrew on Twitter. After a while, the hashtag Andrew, get out of showbiz became the second trending topic. The third trending topic was that Emma forwarded Devin's tweet, "I was cheated." Soon, the topic "feels sorry for two beautiful ladies" also became a trending topic. I received a private message from Emma at this time. He never told me that he had a girlfriend. If my fans say something bad to you these days, I apologize to you on behalf of them. What's wrong with the trending topics? Andrew, haven't the chat records been deleted? Didn't you say that she loved you very much and wouldn't have any backups? Isabel's exasperated voice came from behind. She was wearing high heels and walking quickly, which was totally different from her usual arrogant and calm appearance. Andrew stood up and looked at me blankly, ignoring her. I didn't dodge but looked into his eyes. I have said that I will only give you 2 days to think about it. In the past 2 days, you haven't taken the initiative to clarify the truth, so I have to do it by myself. With his Adam's apple bobbing, Andrew couldn't utter a word. Do you really love him? Isabel stared at me with a complicated look in her eyes. Do you know how serious the consequences are now? And how many commercial endorsements have cancelled the cooperation with him? Just the high liquidated damages alone. Before Isabel could finish her words, a faint police whistle came from outside. Isabel widened her eyes in disbelief. You called the police? I did not answer. If the amount of reposting and influence of slander spread on Twitter reached a certain standard, the police would file a case. We had been together for 8 years. I didn't want to make a scene, and perhaps Andrew was convinced that I wouldn't call the police. But he shouldn't have taken my grandma away in order to clarify it. In a distance, Isabel seemed to be talking to someone with a frown. In the end, she put down her phone and said to Andrew in despair, Andrew, you are suspected of breaking the law. The company decided to shelve you. You're totally screwed. The air froze for a moment. However, Andrew suddenly smiled. He looked at me with a bitter smile. I should be responsible for what I have done. Selena, it's my fault to slander you. I'm willing to pay the price. I only ask you one thing. He paused and clenched his fists, looking a little uneasy. After I was taken away, if there is any news about Grandma, please tell me, okay? I looked at him and didn't agree or refuse. When the police arrived, the door of the operating room also opened. The doctor took off his mask while walking out. The patient was sent here in time. She is out of danger now. She just has a concussion. She will be fine after being hospitalized for observation for a few days. I breathed a sigh of relief. So did Andrew. I lowered my eyes and stopped Andrew when he was taken away by the police. I didn't have any backups. I just saved the chat records of this year. The reason why I said that was not that I felt sorry for him. I just wanted to tell him that I loved and trusted him without reservation as always. He let go of my hand first. In a distance, Andrew hunched his back slightly and his shoulder trembled. After a long time, he straightened his back and said softly, I see. Andrew had been imprisoned for half a year. One day, Isabel called me. In fact, it wasn't Andrew's idea to ask your grandma to clarify it. I asked him to do it, but he refused at first. I interrupted her, but he finally agreed. Didn't he? Isabel on the other end of the line didn't utter a word anymore. In the past half a year, I went back to work, and my grandma's health was getting better and better. She seemed to be in a better mental state. When Andrew came out of prison, he often called me or came to my company downstairs to wait for me. He didn't care about being recognized and pointed at. I didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, so I blacklisted him. Later, I asked Devin to do me a favor and pretended to be my boyfriend to pick me up from work. Andrew stopped harassing me and didn't come to the company to see me anymore. I thought he had moved on, as the weather was nice. I pushed my grandma to the lawn of the nursing home to bask in the sun. She had enjoyed recalling what happened between me and Andrew when we were kids recently. At first, I felt awkward, but I felt nothing when I heard too much about it. What a big fire! At that time, Andrew rushed to save you. He was so thin, but he carried you on his shoulder. I interrupted her with a smile. No, he didn't. He just supported me. My grandma pouted and waved her hand to show that she didn't care. And last time when you two fought with Gordon next door, Gordon threw a fist at Andrew and you blocked it for Andrew. At that moment, Andrew was changed completely, and his eyes were red, just like the one on the TV. Oh right, it's Super Saiyan. I nodded. It was true, but his name is Gary, not Gordon. My grandma blinked, then covered her mouth and laughed for a long time. Suddenly, she said, Andrew came to see me yesterday. My smile froze for a moment. In consideration of my grandma's reminiscence in the past 2 days, I leaned over on both sides of my grandma's wheelchair and asked, "Do you want me to be together with him again? How could it be possible?" My grandma frowned and her eyes were full of sadness. "He did that to you at that time. They all said that I am a fool. I only remember happy things and automatically filter out painful things. But it's been a long time since Andrew stayed with you. I can't forget him even if I have a bad memory." "How can you forget him?" My grandma held my hand and lowered her eyes. "But I also want you to only remember happy things. When Andrew was a child, he was only good to you." In the evening, I finished my work and went home. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw a tall and familiar figure downstairs. Selena. There was a large bouquet of roses in his hands and Andrew's eyes were so deep that I could not see them through. We hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he had lost a lot of weight. His originally handsome features were even sharper and deeper on his thin and slightly pale face. "Happy Valentine's Day." He opened the box in his hand. It was a brand new women's diamond-encrusted watch. I glanced at his left wrist and found that he had put on the man's watch. Looking at the expectation in his eyes, I said straightforwardly, "You know I won't take it." He didn't say anything but looked at me intently. The moonlight was cold and white as if it had spread a faint indescribable loneliness on his face. I turned around and walked up the stairs. It rained just now and I slipped unexpectedly. I seemed to hear a slight sound from my ankle. In just 2 seconds, before I fell awkwardly, I fell into a hard chest. The familiar breath instantly shrouded me. I stiffened for a moment, pushed him away, and supported my body against the wall. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my ankle. "Sit down," said Andrew, taking off his coat and spreading it on the dry slate. I didn't move. He pursed his lips slightly and held me up forcefully. Before I was about to refuse, he said calmly, "Don't go against your own body." He paused. "It's not worth it for me." I wore a faint smile, but the smile didn't reach my eyes. "You have a clear estimation of yourself." He lowered his eyes, took off my high heels, gently rubbed my ankle with his finger palps, and said, "When I was in prison, I often thought of our past. We just went to college back then, and I haven't entered showbiz yet. You wanted to have sandwiches, but you only asked me to buy them for you at the bakery at the south gate of our school, and you didn't want anything from other bakeries. Later, I found out that the sandwiches there were cheaper than in other places. Every time you took a shower and didn't want to dry your hair, you would lie on my legs and ask me to help you dry your hair. There was one time when you got drunk. You told me that it felt like a husband and a wife getting along with each other after getting married." Andrew. I interrupted him. "I can't pretend nothing has happened." Andrew looked at me with his deep eyes. "When I was in prison, I missed you every day. Then I realize how much I love you, but I don't love you now." My tone was flat. Andrew's face turned pale and he kept silent for a moment. "I went to see Grandma. She said she didn't know Devin." "Selena, if you have a boyfriend, you will definitely tell Grandma." I sneered. "So what?" Andrew stared at me and said, "Selena, we have known each other for so many years and we have been in love for so many years. Our common memories are winding through our whole youth, and you can't get over me." When I looked into his eyes, there was sadness in my chest, running around in my body, and my eyes were swollen and painful. "Yes, I can't get over you." I took a deep breath and continued, I can't forget those beautiful memories. It seemed that Andrew didn't expect me to admit it directly. He was slightly stunned. And then he smoothed his knitted brows as if he wanted to say something. But what about those disgusting and embarrassing memories? Can the betrayal and harm you brought to me and my grandma be offset because of these beautiful memories? Andrew, it doesn't work. They are like thorns, firmly piercing into my heart. I poked my chest, tears streaming down uncontrollably, but I didn't care. I just looked straight at him. Until now, every time I see you, these thorns will scream in my body, pierce my flesh and blood, and remind me with pain how much harm you have brought to me. In a panic, Andrew reached out to wipe my tears, but when he saw my eyes, which were full of disgust, he stopped in the air and withdrew his hand. He closed his eyes and looked at me sadly. Then tell me what I should do to make you. I shook my head helplessly. You said you had been missing me when you were in prison. Did you only miss me? Didn't you think of Emma for even 1 second? Andrew said with a trembling voice. Selena, I've told you that I only treat her. It's just a temporary fresh feeling, isn't it? I looked at him. My vision was blurred and my voice was hoarse. Back then, Emma posted solid evidence about how you met and fell in love with each other. You didn't explain anything at that time and left me alone in the hotel. Do you know how many times I read that tweet in those past 2 days? Andrew's face was ashen and he looked at me with his red eyes. At the end of June, I spent a whole day traveling to visit your crew. When I arrived, I was unaccustomed to the local conditions, but you were absent-minded and kept looking through your phone. Later, you said that the director had to shoot a new scene and went back to the crew. In Emma's tweet, she had period pain that night and sent you a message that she wanted to have cakes. You bought her cakes and helped her massage her belly for the whole night. I cried silently, no matter whether it was because of the temporary fresh feeling. At least at that moment, when both Emma and I needed you by our side, you chose Emma. You also felt sorry for Emma, and in the past year, every time we got along, you unconsciously ignored me and were indifferent to me. I could find the corresponding details in Emma's tweet. You loved her and treated her well. Andrew covered his eyes, tears streaming down from his fingers. I'm sorry, Selena. I don't know why enduring the pain in my ankle. I struggled to stand up and said, don't you understand that we can't go back? Andrew, I can't get over you now, but it doesn't mean that I can't get over you in the future. 1 year or 2. Or 4 years. What's more, love doesn't mean everything. I can still live a good life alone, but please don't bother me anymore. I limped forward with my back straight. Andrew said in a sobbing voice behind me, if only I hadn't entered showbiz. Before entering showbiz, I only treated you well. I didn't look back or even stop. It suddenly occurred to me that the reason why Andrew entered showbiz was actually to buy me a laptop. At that time, I complained to Andrew that my laptop was so slow when I was writing my thesis, and he remembered it. When he was distributing leaflets on the street, he was scouted and asked if he was willing to shoot an advertisement. The reward was $850, which was enough to buy a laptop. That night, he held his chin with his hands, quietly appreciating my surprised look when I unwrapped the gift. He touched my head, gently and proudly. Later, that advertisement became famous and he officially entered showbiz. I felt happy for him, but also a little worried. He smiled, lowered his head, and kissed me on the face. His tone was so firm. Who says people will change after becoming rich? Selena, I will make a lot of money for our future. I will love you forever. But the young man who had promised himself over and over again that he would never change finally went back on his word. The end. My fiancé, Ethan Chandler, dumped me the day I married into his wealthy family. What he did to me made me the biggest joke in the entertainment circle. But no one expected that 3 months later, he would get down on his knees, begging me to stay. I'm sorry, Rosie. It's all my fault. Please don't marry my uncle. 1. When the wedding march was already playing, my agent, Diane Hiles, ran to me and told me in an anxious tone that my fiancé was still missing. After a few seconds of silence, she whispered to me in a low voice, did he regret it? I squeezed the bridal bouquet anxiously and said, no, he won't do this to me. He will come. At this moment, I still believed that Ethan loved me. My name is Rosalind Clark, and I entered the entertainment circle after graduation. I was once a nobody, And it was Ethan who helped me to become one of the most popular actresses. He had spent a lot of time and money on me, and I believed that he did it out of love. But Diane didn't buy it. She told me, "Don't be silly, Rosie. Ethan has blocked my number. That clearly means he won't show up at the wedding. This jerk is humiliating you. There is a group of reporters outside waiting at the hotel entrance. I'm calling the company PR to manage this. And you stay in the room. Remember, don't come out." After Diane left, I checked the messages Ethan sent me over and over again. The last sentence he sent to me before I went to bed was, "You'll have a wedding you will never forget for the rest of your life. Rosie, I will make you the happiest bride in the world." It had only been 12 hours. How could one possibly change his mind so quickly? No, it couldn't be true. I believed him, and I would wait for him. I wiped away my tears. Before I could touch up my makeup, I heard an uproar outside the lounge. Now the groom is missing. Why hasn't the bride come out to explain it to us? The knock on the door was getting louder, and I had no choice but to open the door. What surprised me was that the people who were shouting outside were Ethan's friends. They usually showed me respect, but now they looked at me with disgust and said, "You finally come out. Rosalind Clark, are you gonna keep us waiting?" At the time, I didn't know they were filming. I had chills down my spine and said pitifully, "Please, Ethan is coming soon, and we can't hold a wedding without any guests. That will look awful." Somehow, my words cracked them up. They even laughed to tears. "Oh, my! Seems that you're still daydreaming. Huh? Do you still believe that Ethan's gonna marry you? You're just a piece of crap. But Ethan is a promising rich man. It's impossible that he'll marry you. Wake up. Girl, you're just lost in your hopeless dream." I realized something. They knew Ethan wouldn't come. I'm the only one who got fooled and was still looking forward to this wedding going on, even without my fiancé. For a moment, I felt like my heart had broken into a million pieces. I laughed and cried until I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was suffocating. This was the most tragic thing that could ever happen to me, right? But at that time, I had no idea that the worst was yet to come. I went back and felt like I had a terrible dream. A dream that I couldn't get out of even after crying for 3 days. On the 4th day, Diane couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to my house. She threw a stack of well-written screenplays at me and said, "People say that misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. Though you fail in the relationship, you can succeed in your career. Come on, pull yourself together and check these scripts. You'll become the best actress one day." I lowered my head in silence. Diane breathed a heavy sigh and said, "You're lucky enough, Rosalind. There were only several families and friends at your wedding and everyone kept what happened a secret. Besides, you usually keep a low profile and have never been photographed going out with Ethan, so the reporters have no chance of making negative news. I'm sure this thing is going to end soon. Even such a terrible thing cannot harm your career. Why can't you just get over it?" But what about Ethan? What about our days together? How could it be nothing to me? I am painfully lost in my thoughts. I couldn't believe Ethan had done this to me. I just didn't believe it. Things went wrong when Diane, who went back to the office for an emergency meeting, suddenly called me at noon. "Rosalind, I told you not to come out on your wedding day. Why didn't you listen to me?" I had been working with her for 2 years and it was the first time I had seen her lose her temper. My heart beat violently as if something terrible was going to happen. So I asked, "What's going on, Diane?" She sent me a video on WhatsApp. I clicked on the video and found that it was my wedding a few days ago. In the video, I was wearing my wedding dress and tears made a mess of my makeup. I was pitifully begging the guests not to go. I sounded miserable in the video. "Please, Ethan is coming soon, and we can't hold a wedding without any guests. That will look awful." However, the onlookers looked disdainful and kept humiliating me. Then the video stopped abruptly. A few minutes later, the video went viral and was tagged with various hashtags. "Rosalind has a hidden marriage," "Rosalind fails to marry into a wealthy family," and "The shameless Rosalind." The first 10 topics in the entertainment section were all about me, and none of them were true. At the same time, the comments below my social media account were overwhelming. The fans questioned me. "You're too young for marriage, Rosalind. Even if you insist, you should at least marry someone who truly loves you. Why do you have to throw yourself at a random guy? Just quit your job, Rosalind. You're a silly girl who only cares about your stupid relationship and has no career ambition. Just look at yourself." Still defending your fiancé after he dumped you. I'm tired of defending you, sis. It turns out that the statement of you being single is a lie. What was more, haters took the opportunity and rushed to the comments to throw dirt on me. They said that I got into many casts with the help of my investors. What disgusted me the most was that they spread a rumor that I had several sugar daddies at the same time while I was a student and slept with them. When a female celebrity got involved in a steamy affair, she would become the most disgusting person in the world. Everyone, including those who didn't know her, wanted to spit on her. In just one day, I became the biggest joke in the entertainment circle. But what did I do wrong? I just fell in love with the wrong guy before I realized it. Did that make me unforgivable? Then I heard Diane speaking to me on the phone. Did you see the trending topics? If it weren't for the company's crisis management, you'd be devastated by the media right now. You used to have a good reputation on the internet, but now it collapsed because of a man. I disagreed at the very beginning when you told me you were going to marry someone and you were thinking about having a wedding before you register. And do you remember what you said? You said you trusted him. Look, this is what the man you trusted the most did. But I just don't understand why he did this to you. Ethan, a handsome young man from a wealthy family, took a whole year just to destroy you? What on earth happened between you two? To be honest, I didn't know the answer. Why did he do this to me? Why? 3. The whole company was busy dealing with my scandal. They managed to cancel the negative trending topics, pay the business termination payment, and switch the heroine of the new play. Everyone was exhausted by these things. Diane was pissed by the mess. None of your rivals in this industry are easy to deal with. They are now colluding with each other to make things worse, just to destroy all the resources you have. I have never suffered such humiliation. Rosie, just look at the trouble you've brought me. Diane frowned heavily, and after a short silence, she said, "You'd better take a break from this." I knew very well what she meant by saying a break. It meant the end of my career. I left the company and sat blankly in a bar, getting myself drunk. But my mind was still clear. I entered the entertainment circle at the age of 22. Being a nobody, I could only play in some online drama series. I thought that was my destiny until I met Ethan at the age of 23. He told me that all I needed was a sponsor. He also told me that he would be that person for me and all I needed to do was work hard. As expected, I was given the opportunity to select quality scripts from major studios that year, and all my efforts paid off. The TV series I starred in became hits one after another. Finally, I became a popular actress. I was already grateful for everything. Then suddenly, Ethan proposed to me on my 24th birthday. Honestly, I'd never thought of marrying him. When Ethan looked me in the eye and told me that our marriage would take me further in my career, I was flustered. He promised to keep our marriage a secret so that it wouldn't affect my career. So I was lost in his lies step by step and was willing to take off my guard. But look what I got. The person who made me a solemn promise ended up taking everything away from me. He scorned and humiliated me. He left me in despair, making me crazy and hysterical. I kept drinking, and before I was about to lose consciousness, I heard a taunt. "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Rosalind crying in her beer?" I looked up confusedly and tried to figure out who was talking. Oh, there he is. Ethan Chandler. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my heart. But Ethan, surrounded by his friends, acted as if nothing had happened. After taking a glance at me, Ethan looked away and flicked the ash carelessly. What a cruel man. Was the love he had shown me when we were together just an illusion? Tears streamed down my cheeks. I walked to him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you do this to me?" Ethan looked extremely indifferent. He tried to say something but stopped at a second thought. Instead, his buddies sarcastically told me the truth. "Because you took Jennifer Nelson's boyfriend away from her. Ethan was only with you to avenge Jennifer. Jennifer is Ethan's stepsister, and he cares about her the most. Yet you had to mess with her. So Ethan decided to put you on a pedestal before he took everything from you. Only then can you feel the pain that Jennifer felt." Jennifer Nelson? I never expected that I would hear this name again in my life. She was my roommate in college and also a nightmare that I tried to get rid of. Jennifer's mother married into a rich family when she was a sophomore, so Jennifer became a rich young lady. After hearing about this, all the boys in the school started to chase her. However, Jennifer only had feelings for the school hunk who didn't give a damn about her. All her roommates managed to get her the school hunk, and a month later, Jennifer's wish finally came true. But what surprised everyone was that they were together for less than 3 days before the boy broke up with her. He went abroad without telling anyone and never showed up. From then on, Jennifer hated me to the core. She said, "He was with me just to get close to you. Rosalind, you made me sick. Both of you." These were the last words Jennifer said to me in college. Since then, she had been bullying me for a year. I had no idea what I had to do with this, but I didn't dare to resist, so I endured everything she did to me. I thought this torture would end after graduation. However, her hatred for me was beyond my expectation. To avenge her, her stepbrother, Ethan, used himself as bait to get me, be with me, and eventually destroyed me. That was the whole truth. Perhaps all the painful things had made me numb. I couldn't even shed a tear. After thinking for a few seconds, I decided to end this thing once and for all. Weren't they waiting to see me humiliate myself? Come on. Then, I stood in front of Ethan respectfully and said to him loud and clear, "It's all my fault. Mr. Chandler, I apologize for hurting your sister. I'm sorry for everything." Ethan frowned and glanced at me coldly, saying, "Don't you remember what I said? You should at least kneel when you apologize."